A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. On the massacre of the royal family in Nepal. Press release issued by the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, 11th of June 2001. The Politburo meeting of our glorious Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, CPN-M, which was called for discussing the horrendous massacre in the royal palace, has successfully concluded with resolutions of far-reaching importance. The brief summary of the resolutions is as follows. It is now clear that this horrendous massacre in the royal palace has been enacted as part of a conspiracy of the Imperialists to, quote, smash the Maoist People's War, which has been advancing in the form of the Nepalese people's powerful patriotic and democratic movement. Behind this lies the strategy of the Americans, who want to tighten their hold on South Asia so as to encircle China, and that of the Indians, who want to, quote, consolidate, unquote, their expansionist interests. It is crystal clear that the reason behind the massacre of King Birendra's entire family was his reluctance to mobilize the royal army to crush the People's War and the other forms of the Nepalese people's patriotic movement, which was marching forward by challenging this colonial master plan of the imperialists and expansionists. In this heinous massacre, the role of Gyanendra as a villain within the palace is now getting exposed. Today the palace itself is justifying the saying, quote, one lie leads to another lie, unquote, by conspiring to fabricate colorful theories in order to conceal the crime of this horrendous massacre. In such a situation it would be a big irony even to think that the truth will come out from the so-called investigation committee constituted by the murderers themselves. From this whole episode it is clear that the traditional monarchy based on feudal nationalism has ended. King Birendra will always be remembered in history for adopting a liberal policy towards the people's patriotic movement and not readily succumbing to the imperialists, mainly the Indian expansionists. The dignified patriotic Nepalese have already upheld the truth that Gyanendra, the main culprit of the massacre, cannot claim to be the king from both a legal and moral point of view. Today the traitorous, corrupt and murderous Girisha clique has become a stooge of a stooge and destroyed even the achievements of the people's movement of 1990. There cannot be a bigger slavery than granting legitimacy to those who have committed such a heinous crime by tearing up their own constitution and value system. In this situation, to propagate that the traditional monarchy still exists, and to talk of safeguarding the present constitution and parliament, which has murdered thousands of patriots from Madan Bandari to King Birendra, eventually means playing into the murderer's hands. In this hour of grave crisis, great historical responsibility has descended upon the whole patriotic Nepalese masses to remain firmly united and to safeguard the sovereignty of the country and the dignity of the nation. For this purpose all patriotic, democratic and leftist political groups and forces should independently initiate the process of forming a united interim government. In the present circumstances, when objectively the monarchical system has ceased to exist, the formation of an interim government will play a historic role in institutionalizing the People's Democratic Republic. Those royal army personnel owing allegiance to King Birendra and patriotic Nepalese masses in the past should now not defend the foreign stooges and murderers, but should perform their glorious duty towards the country by helping and giving support to the formation of the interim government of the patriotic Nepalese masses. As for those genuine patriots who saw in the king and the monarchy the means of safeguarding the country, there is no reason why they should feel terrified by the Maoist movement, towards which King Birendra had a liberal view. If 2.25 crores, in brackets 1 crore equals 10 million, end of bracket, of Nepalese masses become united, then no power in the world can make us bend. It is not the foreign lackey and murderers Gyanendra Girisha clique, but the interim government, representing the whole patriotic Nepalese masses, that can safeguard national unity and lead the country towards progress. For this our party is prepared to unite openly with all patriotic Nepalese with full seriousness and responsibility. There cannot be any other method than the present one to develop Nepal into a really beautiful garden by means of a new national unity on a new basis of all the people of every oppressed class, caste, nationality, region and sex. Hence our party makes a strong appeal to all leftist, progressive, patriotic and democratic forces and the general masses to create a powerful movement so as to consolidate the Republic, which has been born with this dramatic chain of events and surprising speed, by unifying the country through an interim government. In this hour of crisis, we are impatient to dedicate ourselves to serve the country with open arms. Signed, Chairman Prachanda, Communist Party of Nepal Maoist Central Office. A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. To the Central Committee, Communist Party of Nepal Maoist. 1st of May 2001, Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement. This page shows a picture of the People's Army Special Forces during the boycott of 1999 elections in Nepal, split between this page and the next. Dear comrades, we would like to take the occasion of May 1st to send you our heartfelt congratulations for the successful convening of the Second National Conference of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, CPNM. Further, we would like to extend our thanks for your invitation to our committee to attend your conference and regret that logistical difficulties prevented us from attending. Whilst not present physically at the conference, we were there in spirit. Although we have eagerly read news accounts of your conference, it was only recently that we received a thorough report on the conference from the party itself. On this basis, our committee has discussed the conference results and concluded that it represents a great victory for your party and will have important positive repercussions for the international communist movement as a whole. For our part, we will study deeply the documents of the conference, and we are sure that all of the parties and organizations of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement RIM will do the same, so we can even more thoroughly learn from the great advances your party has been making. Comrades, in just 5 short years you have transformed the face of Nepal. The People's War you so daringly initiated on 13th of February 1996 has unleashed and mobilized the revolutionary energy of the toiling masses of your country, who have long suffered under the burden of imperialism and feudalism. You have built up a powerful people's army which has been delivering resounding blows against the enemy, and all the more so since the victorious conclusion of your conference. Hundreds of thousands of people have directly participated in people's power. Relying on the proletariat's alliance with the peasantry, especially the poor and landless peasants, as the core of the united front, you have united the broad masses of the people of all the revolutionary classes in strata. You have overcome feudal practices that divided the people on caste lines, you have unleashed a torrent of struggle among the women of Nepal, you have given new hope and orientation to the youth and revolutionary intellectuals, and you have defended the interests of the nation against imperialism and Indian expansionism. You have demonstrated firmness in principle in making the waging of war the central task of the party, whilst fighting on every front to serve this central task. In short, the proletariat has put itself at the head of the whole people and is leading them forward in revolution. The basis for these great accomplishments is Marxism-Leninism Maoism, the scientific ideology that binds our movement together. From its very foundation, the comrades from Nepal have played an energetic role in RIM. With the victories won by the CPNM in further grasping and developing the correct political line, as well as your victories on the battlefield, this role has become all the more important in RIM and the international communist movement more generally. Your conference has powerfully reaffirmed and further strengthened the proletarian internationalist line and orientation that has marked the CPNM. We know that your pledge to turn Nepal into a base area of the world revolution is not mere words, already it is reality in the making, and it is exercising an increasingly important role in accelerating the world revolution, especially in the crucial South Asian region, which is seething with struggle. Your conference has summed up the experience of the communist movement in Nepal, and especially the lessons of the last 5 years of the People's War. Your conference correctly summed up the central role played by Comrade Prachanda in the process of forging a correct ideological and political line for the revolution in your country, and has formally adopted this as Prachanda path. Our committee salutes the recognition of Comrade Prachanda's outstanding role, which has made contributions to the whole movement as well as to the proletariat in Nepal, and we hail his election as chairman of the party. Comrades, we all know you face great hardships, and that the course of the revolution will be marked by twists and turns and unexpected developments before final victory. You know that the genuine communists the world over, the Marxist-Leninist Maoists, will share your grief for the comrades who sacrificed their lives, as well as the joy of the victories wrenched from the enemy through bitter struggle. Our unity is a precious achievement of the international proletariat, and no enemy, open or disguised, can ever rupture it. Your important achievements mean that your party will be called upon by the communist movement in the world to carry an even heavier burden for advancing the revolution on every front in Nepal, South Asia, and on a world scale. We are fully confident that you will meet every challenge and overcome every obstacle, and that together we will ultimately achieve our lofty goal of a world free of classes and exploitation, communism. A World to Win, issue 28 from 2002. People's War in Nepal, Dramatic Advances. As our magazine goes to press in early April 2002, the People's War in Nepal has been facing a difficult test of strength with the reactionary regime and its Royal Nepal Army. On both sides, the level of fighting has increased dramatically as the newly arising people's power struggles to be born, while the guardians of the old, decrepit feudal and pro-imperialist order are waging an increasingly desperate and ferocious effort to stamp out the flames of revolution and the aspirations of the masses. As indicated in the previous issue of A World to Win, the revolution in Nepal has already been developing at a dizzying pace in the year 2001. Larger and higher quality assaults by the People's Armed Forces against the authorities of the old state resulted in some major defeats for the enemy, with large numbers killed and wounded and important stocks of weapons and ammunition captured. From its early origins in 1996, when it began with only a few outmoded rifles, the Revolutionary Armed Forces in Nepal have developed into a powerful People's Liberation Army, PLA, capable of waging not only guerrilla attacks but also, and increasingly, major assaults involving hundreds of combatants using modern weapons seized from the enemy. The advances in the People's War have gone hand in hand with dramatic shifts in the political landscape in Nepal. The ruling structures, increasingly battered by the forces of revolution, have proved increasingly incapable of serving the interests of the reactionary ruling classes. Even as all the reactionaries huddled together tightly to protect themselves from a more aroused people, their class nature and their fear of looming disaster has led to sharp, bitter and sometimes deadly conflict within their ranks of exploiters and their hangers-on. Events took a particularly sharp turn after the Royal Palace massacre in May 2001, when King Birendra and most of his family were murdered. Coming right on the heels of the resounding victories of the armed forces under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist CPNM, in April and May before the Palace massacre in June and July following it, in late July 2001 a new Prime Minister was appointed, who declared a ceasefire and opened negotiations with the CPNM. The ceasefire lasted for a period of 4 months, and was a kind of armed truce during which both sides made preparations for the inevitable renewal of hostilities. On the reactionary side, the class enemy used the period of the ceasefire to regroup their badly disorganized and demoralized forces in the face of the losses in the People's War and the crumbling of the monarchy, which has always been the linchpin of the feudal system in Nepal. In particular, it was necessary to try to establish the authority of the new king, Birendra, over the Royal Nepal Army, the pillar of the state apparatus. The ceasefire corresponded to the wishes of broad sections of people in Nepal, especially in the cities and from the middle and upper classes, who hoped that a peaceful solution could be found to the problems of the country. Both sides to the conflict strove to appeal to this section of people. The CPNM also made use of the ceasefire period to consolidate the process of forming a nationwide people's government and to further organize the People's Liberation Army. 3 rounds of negotiations were held. The Maoists, as the CPNM is popularly known, called for the establishment of a Constituent Assembly, formation of an interim government and the abolition of the monarchy. In the course of the negotiations, the CPNM withdrew its demand for an immediate abolition of the monarchy, saying that this matter could be referred to the Constituent Assembly. During the course of the negotiations came the 11th of September. This important development sharply underlined that events in Nepal, including the unfolding of the struggle for state power, do not take place in a vacuum. The negotiations in Nepal were being closely surveyed by Nepal's reactionary neighbors, China and, above all, India. For several months, while the maps on the Imperialist news broadcasts of the Afghanistan theater of war clearly showed Nepal, their commentators were strangely silent, despite the drama being played out in the country. The US and Britain were guarded in their comments, basically saying that whether the CPNM and the revolution in Nepal was to be considered quote-unquote terrorist or not would depend on the outcome of the negotiations. In other words, they held out both a carrot and a stick. At the same time, Nepal's reactionary ruling class, like many of their lookalikes in charge of repressing the people in other third world countries, felt emboldened by the so-called war on terrorism and the hope that in the new international climate they could count on US imperialist guns and money to root out the revolutionary forces. The demands of the CPNM, representing the felt needs of the great majority of the people of the country, were disregarded, and the ruling class essentially demanded what would have been an abject surrender: recognition of Nepal's reactionary institutions such as the monarchy, army and parliament. Meanwhile, the Royal Nepal Army was continuing to press ahead with its preparation for an all-out assault on the revolution. A new paramilitary force aimed only at the Maoists was being prepared, and terror was being unleashed against revolutionary students in the capital, Kathmandu. The rupture of the negotiations came on the 23rd of November with an announcement by CPNM chairman Prachanda. 2 days later, massive attacks took place in 12 districts throughout Nepal. The CPNM struck especially hard in the Dang Valley and its district capital Gorai. All of the district administrative offices were seized, including the police headquarters and the local prison. 45 or more security personnel were killed, including a number of Royal Nepal Army soldiers, and many more were wounded or taken prisoner. The press noted that hundreds of weapons were seized, including automatic rifles and machine guns. In Kali Damara, a 46-member patrol of the recently formed paramilitary armed police force unit was ambushed and 44 were reported missing. According to January 22 edition of People's March, a revolutionary journal from India, for, quote, 4 days after the Friday attacks, battles raged throughout Nepal, end of quote. The military attacks, the cutting edge of the People's Offensive, were accompanied by powerful political blows as well. A central People's Government of 37 members was created, representing a wide section of districts, national minorities and political tendencies in Nepal. The new government is called the United Revolutionary People's Council and is led by Comrade Baburam Bhattarai, a senior leader of the CPNM. The response of the class enemy was swift. On the 26th of November, King Girendra declared a state of emergency throughout the country. The government banned the CPNM and any organization affiliated with it as, quote, terrorist. The emergency declaration, quote, suspended all constitutional rights, including freedom of speech, the right to assembly, the right to move throughout the kingdom, press and publication rights, the right of information, right to property, right to privacy, and the right to constitutional remedy, unquote, People's March, and granted the government the right to preventative detention. Accompanying this were the typical efforts of the reactionaries to manufacture divisions in the party, anointing first one and then another leader as, quote-unquote, hard line or, quote-unquote, moderate. Like previous efforts of this type, these lies were shattered by the solid unity and determination of the party and its leadership. The offices of Chandisha and Janadesh, two newspapers that support the positions of the CPNM, were raided and all the staff present were arrested. Other journalists for left journals were also taken into custody. One issue of Nepal's leading English-language daily, the Kathmandu Post, was banned because it contained pictures of Maoists. Journalists from many political positions complained of arbitrary arrests by the government. In brackets, one journalist sharply opposed to the People's War protested that by late March 75 journalists had been arrested only for exercising their profession. End of brackets. The Royal Nepal Army (RNA) was ordered to carry out a nationwide offensive against the Maoists. According to reports from the CPNM, these operations were taking place using the typical methods of reactionary armies past and present, lashing out viciously but blindly and taking revenge on common people by murder, rape, theft and torture. While a number of Maoist fighters have been martyred, it is mainly villagers who have been the focus of the enemy's fury. The new laws made Parliament more and more irrelevant, exposing it as a meaningless quote-unquote talk shop, while the real business of the state is conducted by the executive and especially the military. Even Nepal's colorful array of revisionists and opportunists were restricted in some of their political movements. Despite the efforts of the class enemy to portray the Maoists as terrorists and responsible for the violence that has resurged throughout the country, reports to A World to Win indicate that the great majority of the population, even many of those who had been holding out unrealistic hopes for progress in the negotiations, are clearly seeing through the government's lies and holding the latter fully responsible for the war. During this period, the Nepalese ruling class turned to its imperialist backers, as well as to India and China for support against the Maoists. The CPNM Standing Committee of the Political Bureau adopted a resolution noting that, quote, "It is now crystal clear that the brutal aggression in Afghanistan was, objectively and ultimately, a part of the grotesque strategy of US imperialism to establish a strong military base there for carrying out its plunder and hegemony in South Asia. Western imperialism, under the cover of war against terrorism, is blatantly moving ahead in its so-called master plan to ruthlessly crush the right of rebellion practiced by the oppressed masses of South Asia. Caught in the quagmire of hatred, anger and rebellion of the masses, the ruling classes of all the countries of this region are playing the dirty game of ensuring their own survival against the masses by dancing to the tunes of imperialism in abject subservience," unquote, from the Maoist Information Bulletin, number 2, an occasional publication of the CPNM. It was the reactionary regime of India that took the most aggressive posture in support of the government. It promised to deliver several helicopters to the RNA, as well as all sorts of other military equipment. Jaswant Singh, who at that time was holding both the foreign minister and defense minister portfolios, was the first international leader to officially label the CPNM as terrorist, with all that implies in today's world situation. Even Colin Powell himself did not go that far on his visit to Kathmandu on 18th to 19th January, carefully avoiding applying the terrorist label. While pledging military equipment and help to the Nepalese reactionaries, Powell also clucked his tongue about the government's need to, quote, "eliminate poverty," unquote, and for an early end to the state of emergency. Under the guise of stopping Pakistani infiltrators from using Nepal to enter India, the Indian army began a major build-up on the entire length of the Nepalese border. On the 22nd of March, Prime Minister Doiba went hand-in-hand to India to meet with Prime Minister Vajpayee. All accounts indicate that the main item on the agenda was cooperation against the CPNM and, more generally, against the revolutionary forces in the region. Doiba specifically demanded that action be taken against forces in India that support the People's War in Nepal. Footnote: The CPNM also made some moves on the diplomatic stage with a letter signed by Comrade Prachanda as chairman of the party and supreme commander of the People's Liberation Army, and Comrade Bhattarai as convener of the United Revolutionary People's Council addressed to the United Nations, Indian, US and Chinese governments, and the European Union, denouncing the efforts of the Nepalese reactionaries to paint the insurgency as quote-unquote terrorist, and calling on quote all countries, international bodies and particularly the two immediate neighbors, India and China, not to interfere in the internal affairs of Nepal and let the Nepalese people decide their own political future themselves. Unquote, and end of footnote. The war continued to develop in much the same way for several months. Every day was marked by armed clashes between the People's Armed Forces and the RNA, and by reprisal raids by the enemy forces. Various kinds of illegal political mobilizations took place under the leadership of the CPNM in both town and countryside. On the 17th of February, the war leapt to an even higher plane with a massive battle in the district of Acham, a few days after the 6th anniversary of the initiation of the People's War, in brackets. It also occurred shortly before the 3 months expiration of the state of emergency had to be submitted to Parliament, where a 2/3 vote would be required for its extension. End of bracket. The world was astounded when the PLA carried out a massive assault on Acham. During the 6 hours of fierce fighting, 143 soldiers, paramilitaries and government officials were killed. Huge stocks of weapons and ammunition were carried off by the victorious PLA. A nearby airport was also captured and another 30 enemy security personnel killed. Only a few days later, another big victory was won, when on the 21st of February, Maoist rebels stormed the police post at Shitalpati in the Salyan district, killing at least 34 policemen, including 2 inspectors. These victories made headlines throughout the world. This blow gave great heart to the masses in Nepal, as well as to their friends all over the world. At the same time, it was a profoundly disorienting and panic-inducing blow to Nepal's reactionary classes. Even though the reactionaries were well aware of the certainty of attacks on the anniversary of the People's War, and even though the district administrator in Acham had been sending out more and more frantic calls for state protection, the state came face to face with its inability to defend all of its positions, even relatively important ones, at once from the revolutionary forces, which had been showing their capacity to attack suddenly in different parts of the country. As the echoes of the battle were still ringing, the nationwide Band, in brackets general strike, called for by the newly formed Central People's Government, the United Revolutionary People's Council, took place with resounding success. Perhaps no forces were more shaken than the opportunists and revisionists. While they had been careful to play their assigned roles of making noises against the government and the state of emergency, whilst focusing their attacks on the CPNM, in the aftermath of Acham, there was no more room for them to wiggle. In particular, the CPN, United Marxist-Leninists, referred to as UML, the largest opposition party in Nepal, was needed to vote for the extension of the state of emergency. In brackets, originally it had been floated out that perhaps the UML parliamentary members could simply arrange to be outside the hall during the vote and thus allow the state of emergency to pass using that underhanded method. But in the wake of the CPNM victories, it seems that the UML's masters decided that only full and active endorsement of the government's anti-people onslaught would do. End of brackets. True to its form, the UML, friend and allied party of the opportunists, revisionists and even some wavering communist forces internationally, in the finest tradition of the traitors of the Second International who voted for war credits in the First World War, or revisionists who have been helping reactionaries fight the Maoists in India, Peru, Turkey and elsewhere, voted 100% for the extension of the state of emergency. The only fig leaf, in brackets, or was it just pure bribery, end of brackets, that was accorded them was a promise by the government to carry out, quote, poverty alleviation, unquote, schemes. The badly stung Royal Nepal Army redoubled its efforts to take revenge. In mid-March, they announced with great fanfare that a camp in Rolpa had been raided and 68 quote-unquote Maoists killed. At the time of writing, we do not know the actual story of this development, but it is important to note the words of Chairman Prachanda from only a few weeks before, quote, "Any Nepalese who writes or speaks even a minimal truth has been branded as a so-called Maoist terrorist or his supporter. Whether a cadre of a political party or an anti-autocrat journalist, human rightist, social worker or intellectual of any ideological path, whether innocent, unarmed or common people engaged in small occupation for their livelihood in the rural areas, they are all made victims of the military terror and atrocities of feudal autocrats. Baseless and false propaganda, such as having killed 200 Maoists, though only 14 gallant warriors of the People's Liberation Army had attained martyrdom while capturing the district headquarters of Solukhumbu, killing innocent peasants in the villages but gabbing falsely about encounters with the Maoists. Presently, the basic leadership of highest to lowest level of our party has been safe amidst the masses, successfully advancing activities. Of course, the enemy has killed many and revealed some of our good activists in urban areas, and many have been captured. They have captured our alternate Politburo member Comrade Rabindra Shrestha in the capital. Similarly, dozens of our fighters have attained martyrdom in the real and successful war with the enemies, setting historic records of bravery and sacrifice. Having captured thousands of our supporters and well-wishers in bazaars and easy areas, the enemy has been torturing them mentally and physically. All these facts show the losses to the movement. But when we compare this with the sacrifice inevitable in defending and developing the revolution against the ultimate and total force of the enemy, we see that it is indeed very minimal. Sacrifice of the part for the defense of the whole is a law of science, unquote, from interview with Comrade Prachanda made available to a World to Win early February 2002. Almost immediately after the PLA victories in Acham and Salyan, the US and British imperialists began to sing a different tune. According to press accounts, quote, "After a weekend visit to Acham and Salyan, US Ambassador Michael E. Malinowski compared the Maoists with Al-Qaeda terrorists led by Osama bin Laden." Quoting him directly, "In democracies, the death of even one police officer or one soldier is a community and national tragedy. I salute each and every police officer and soldier who has died at the hands of Maoist terrorists." End of quoting him and end of the quote, from Spotlight, 1st of March 2002. The British imperialists sent the British Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs responsible for South Asia, Ben Bradshaw, to Kathmandu immediately after the attacks. He said, quote, "Britain will certainly help Nepal. We have also experienced in Northern Ireland a similar kind of problem for 35 years. There is a need for a robust attack on this type of terrorism. The insurgency has been ruthless and relentless. The government has received greater sympathy from the world community after the latest ruthless assault. Any democratic government has the right to defend its citizens. After the 11th of September attacks in the United States, there has been a greater obligation to stop terrorism in the world. We have already passed legislation to stop terrorist propaganda." End of quote, from Spotlight. Every great revolution, one that has truly aroused the masses in their millions and mobilized them in the fight to take political power, can only advance by confronting new problems and finding new solutions. Protracted people's war, like all revolutionary processes, is full of sound and fury, sudden twists and turns, periods of rapid breakthrough punctuating periods of quantitative development. The drama of the unexpected creates even more favorable conditions for bringing out the Maoist's greatest weapon, man's conscious dynamic role in waging war. The Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, under the leadership of its chairman, Comrade Prachanda, has been steering the revolution through the turbulent seas, whilst under constant fire from not only the reactionaries in Nepal, but increasingly from the world's leading imperialists, as well as the Indian reactionaries. It is of the utmost importance that the new upsurge in the People's War in Nepal is taking place at the very time that the US imperialists are leading a worldwide so-called war on terrorism, now focused a few hundred kilometers to the west of Nepal. The sacrifice and daring of the fighting peasants and workers of Nepal is making the Maoist alternative come alive in splendid color for all those who care to see. With millions of the poor increasingly mobilized to struggle, with vast and deep support from all sections of society, urban as well as rural, the flimsy, threadbare level of terrorist cannot be made to stick at all. A new power, people's power, is emerging and consolidating in the Himalayas, and it is already influencing the revolutionary situation as a whole in the vital South Asian region, home to 1/4 of humanity. What frightens the imperialists the most is not just the blows that the reactionary armed forces have received at the hands of the People's Liberation Army. It is that from the bottom of society, the millions of toiling masses who have been despised by the ruling class of Nepal as little more than, quote, talking tools, unquote, as the ancient Greeks referred to slaves, have shown that they can seize their destiny and challenge the change of centuries of exploitation and reactionary tradition. They are showing once again that, as Mao put it, quote, the people, and the people alone, are the motive force in the making of world history, unquote. In a time when, using the defeats of past socialist states, the imperialists have launched a propaganda onslaught to say that there is no alternative to a world of class division and exploitation. The thunder from the Himalayas fills those who hear its echo with hope and determination. A World to Win, issue 29 from 2002. Revolution in Nepal, a better world's in birth. As we go to press end November, the class struggle in Nepal is becoming even more acute. Starting on the 10th of November 2002, a 3-day nationwide band or general strike under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist paralyzed the capital, Kathmandu, and the increasingly few areas of the country still in the hands of the reactionaries. Right after the band was completed, at 10 p.m. on the 13th of November, simultaneous military offensives of the People's Liberation Army (PLA) took place in Kalanga, the headquarters of the Jumla district, and at a police post in Takukot in the Gorkha district simultaneously. In Kalanga, the fighting went on for 7 hours as the PLA kept 1,000 soldiers of the Royal Nepal Army pinned down in their barracks. 33 enemy were killed, including a number of officers. The Kathmandu press claims 55 PLA soldiers were killed by 2 night vision-equipped helicopters. The Gorkha district in central Nepal is only 95 kilometers from Kathmandu and the birthplace of the monarchy. In the police post in Takukot, the security forces were defeated, of whom 26 were killed in a 1.5-hour battle. Reports of the Kathmandu press in late November also expressed alarm at the advances of the PLA in eastern Nepal, openly bemoaning the loss of the Nepal's government's prestige if the approaches to Sagarmatha in brackets Mount Everest were to fall into Maoist hands. The parliamentary parties and the royal palace are bitterly divided as the Nepalese state staggers under the blows of the PLA, and the reactionary political system is thrown further into disarray by the silent coup by King Gyanendra, who in October dissolved parliament and dismissed the government. A world to win. This page and the next shows a mass meeting in a base area of the People's War in western Nepal. 1. Roman 1. Introduction. The poor, the deprived and the downtrodden of Nepal, who have been waging a people's war for 7 years to change the face of the country, are hoisting the red flag of the revolution up onto the so-called roof of the world. This country, once known as a land for churning out mercenary soldiers for foreign armies, has now been transformed into a land giving birth to soldiers of the international proletariat. The women of Nepal, fettered for centuries under feudal domination, have stood up and seized arms to take their destiny into their own hands, thus ushering in the 21st century. A country once simply known the world over as a haven for vacationers has now become a country of strategic importance for the imperialists as well as for the revolutionary people of the whole world. Under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist (CPNM) an invaluable arm of the revolutionary internationalist movement RIM, an army of a new type, now called the People's Liberation Army, Nepal, PLA, has been developed and organized. In the course of fighting the enemy and uniting and mobilizing the masses, it has now risen to the level of fighting in units of brigade strength, several hundred soldiers. In the face of this, the reactionary government has been forced to flee from large portions of the countryside where it could muster only small forces. Red political power, where the masses are rupturing with centuries-old traditions, is blossoming throughout the width and breadth of Nepal, and the whole society is facing the fact that the revolution is advancing towards countrywide victory. All this in a world where the lack of a single country under the rule of the people is so desperately felt. For centuries, life for the basic masses in Nepal had changed little. The economic and social relations of the country were shaped by Nepal's dependence on India and the West. Its people serve as a reservoir of cheap labor for India, and its natural resources fuel the Indian economy. The country's natural beauty has made it an quote-unquote unspoiled panorama for Western tourists who could gaze up at Mount Sagarmatha in brackets Everest and wonder at the lifestyle of a land seemingly bypassed by the chaos and turmoil of industrial life and all the money-grubbing, dog-eat-dog social relations so typical of modern capitalist societies. But this placid exterior harbored a life of wretchedness and misery for Nepal's people, whose labor was siphoned off into the coffers of feudal landlords, the Kathmandu elite and their Indian backers, and whose children were swept into a life of back-breaking toil, often as migrants to the lowest jobs in India. The political system in Nepal was the appropriate shell for such a backward social reality. For several centuries a monarch had ruled over the feudal system. Decades of reform efforts since the 1950s had only made cosmetic changes and left the oppressive system intact. In short, Nepal stood in need of a democratic revolution to liberate its people and unchain its productive forces. As Mao Zedong taught, in the era of imperialism it is up to the proletariat, represented by its vanguard Communist Party, to step to the fore of the people and lead in accomplishing this new democratic revolution, which would not only clear away the medieval cobwebs and dependence on foreign powers, but would open the door for Nepal to advance towards socialism and communism as part of the world proletarian revolution. On the 13th of February 1996, the CPNM dared to launch a people's war, a clarion call for a new future. It broke out in a carefully planned wave of attacks that swept the country, but that was belittled and scorned by the country's westernized elite in Kathmandu. For several years, small units of scattered guerrilla forces agitated and organized in the countryside. Armed at first with primitive local weapons and an occasional modern rifle, seized from the class enemy, they fought skirmishes with the police forces and the bands of goons and thugs tied to feudal landlords who maintained the peasants in a state of submission. But the revolutionaries' program of agrarian revolution and social, economic and political transformation won the hearts of increasing numbers of supporters and fired the minds of the youth, the women and the poor, and they steadily gained strength. In the more than 6 years since, the revolution has made big leaps forward as it confronted and eventually defeated successive waves of counter-revolutionary repression and terror by reactionary goons and militarized police forces, and most recently by the government's Royal Nepal Army RNA itself. The situation today in autumn 2002 is that the Kathmandu government has virtually no presence in the great bulk of the countryside. The armed forces of the old state have taken a series of major defeats, not only in the western region, the stronghold of the revolution, but also in the eastern and central regions. Outside the capital of Kathmandu, the RNA controls little but its barracks in district headquarters and some parts of the Terai region, a fertile plain lying along the southern border with India. 10 million people live in areas where red power dominates out of a total population of 23 million. The ruling elite is torn between despair and vengeful fury. Politically, the enemy is isolated and crisis-ridden. The strength of the revolution has prevented the Nepalese government from carrying out the elections planned for November 2002. As this article is being prepared, King Gyanendra has dismissed the Prime Minister and essentially taken power into his own hands, thus rolling back even the meager reforms that had been granted to the people after the mass upsurge of 1990. Even in enemy-held areas, support for the revolution is manifested by massive participation in bands, general strikes, and other forms of struggle. The future of Nepal is now poised between two headquarters, the capital city of Kathmandu and the rural areas gathered around the revolutionary heartland, the western district of Rolpa. Nepal's traditional Indian and imperialist masters are stepping up their aid to the reactionary regime in the hope that it can retake the initiative. And, at the same time, the revolutionaries are mobilizing the forces of the people for the coming decisive trials of strength. The outcome of these battles will have a profound impact not only on the country itself, but also on the destiny of the revolution in India and worldwide. 2. The objective situation. An unspoiled picturesque life, or harsh feudal oppression. Imperialism and feudalism have maintained the life of the Nepalese people in conditions that appear medieval in comparison with life in Europe. There are still tribes, the Raute and Kusunda, carrying out a nomadic existence in the forests and leading a life mainly dependent on hunting animals. The country's abundance of water stands in stark mockery of the people who are forced to share drinking water with cattle in ponds where water collects from rainfall. In the countryside, women have to fetch water in jars or pots from the nearest river or spring, often up to 3 hours away, climbing up and down steep foot trails. According to The Worker, the organ of the CPNM, gross domestic product per capita in Nepal is $180, the second lowest level in the world. About 70% of the population live below the absolute poverty line. The country is desperately poor as a whole, but it is further scarred by class polarization and inequality. 10% of the population gobble up 46.5% of the national income and own 65% of the cultivatable land. The situation of Nepal's women is especially oppressive. Daughters are virtually marginalized from education. They are not the heir of the family property and are obliged to handle household life. Some are married even before the age of 13. The general life expectancy of the Nepalese is only 56 years, but the life expectancy of women who hold up, quote, half the sky, unquote, is even lower. Nepal is one of the few countries in the world where a woman's life expectancy is less than a man's, a stark reflection of the weight of patriarchy. Huge numbers of women die in childbirth, and many children die of malnutrition, cholera and influenza. The infant mortality rate is more than 75 per 1,000, about 10 times the rate of countries like Japan and Sweden. Modern healthcare in the countryside is almost non-existent. Only a few villages have medicinal outpost facilities, let alone hospitals. In most of the villages, a sick person has only two choices: either get better by themselves by using herbs and the methods of traditional healers, or face an untimely death. Malaria, typhoid, cholera and tuberculosis are prevalent. Because of the commercialization of healthcare, health treatment is very expensive in the major cities, and even the Nepalese middle class find it very difficult to afford medication. Nepal has a very low literacy rate. According to government data, the rate is less than 50%, and an educated youth has to go to India or other countries for a job opportunity. In brackets, data obtained from The Worker No. 3, 1997, the third UN Conference on the Least Developed Countries, Nepal Country Paper, Brussels, 14 to 20th of March 2001, Encyclopedia Britannica, end of brackets. The misery of the peasant lies in their daily life of simply gathering basic necessities and selling the herbals, ghee and fruits that they produce in the countryside. Some people in remote areas have to get necessities such as salt, black pepper, medicines and clothing from the marketplaces, load them on their back and carry them a distance of more than 15 days of walking. Mules and horses are the basic means of transport in the hilly region. This kind of system makes the life of the people in these areas very expensive. For instance, the price of important goods can be up to 15 to 20 times higher than in the marketplaces. The imperialists do not now and never have touted Nepal as an, quote, Asian tiger, unquote. For decades they have looked indifferently on the suffering and impoverishment of the masses of Nepalese people and maintained the country in the conditions of an undeveloped, quote-unquote, backwater third world country. A country in chains to India and the West. These bitter conditions of life reflect Nepal's position within the global imperialist system. Most fundamentally, Nepal has been heavily dominated by India for generations. Several million Nepalese migrants work in the worst, lowest paid jobs throughout India's cities. Most of them are young or middle-aged males, ordinarily a key source of growth for a country's economy, but their labor is now harnessed to serve the wealthy elite of India. This also partly explains the particularly harsh conditions faced by Nepal's women, for they are left on their own at home to tend small farms and raise their children. Nepal is also a source of raw materials for India, such as timber, and in particular provides it with massive amounts of cheap hydroelectric power. Nepal has the third largest hydroelectric resources in the world, after Brazil and China, but these have not been developed for the masses of people, large numbers of whom live by the light of firewood and in some places paraffin lamps. Ironically then, the country does not have the power it needs, and in the cities and villages where an electric supply does exist, powering radios and TVs is considered a luxury. Nepal is also a captive market for Indian goods. Indeed, the so-called 1950, quote, peace and friendship treaty, unquote, between Nepal and India ties the hands of the Nepalese people and prevents them from establishing and developing national industry. According to the treaty, all industrial production needed by the Nepalese people should be supplied from India, keeping Nepal a safe market for Indian goods. Western tourism is one of the country's most important sources of foreign earnings, alongside the remittances from Nepal's other main export, the labor of its young people in India. Yet the vast majority of what is spent on the heart of its tourist attractions, namely mountain climbing in the Himalayas, goes into the pockets of Western middlemen, in brackets as much as 90% of the cost of a climbing expedition, end of brackets, not into the economy of the country itself. The Indian ruling class has made several secret treaties with the Nepalese ruling classes that make the country heavily dependent on India, even for its national security. According to a treaty in 1965, India is to provide the weapons and munitions needed by the Nepalese army. If India fails to provide any arms, Nepal must purchase them only from third countries recommended by India. All these treaties have strangled economic growth and especially a self-reliant economy. Plainly, the intention of the Indian ruling class is to treat Nepal as part of India under the pretext of a treaty of equality and friendship, and to subjugate the Nepalese people by controlling arms and industry. In short, Nepal under Indian domination in the imperialist global setup is designed to continue in abject poverty, with no development and no education, and wholly reliant simply on the tourism brought in by the country's beautiful landscapes and on the export of its youth. The internal chains shackling the people. Nepal is a multinational, multilingual country, but it is dominated by the Brahmin and Kshatriyas castes, whereas the national minorities known as Janajatis, in brackets collectively the majority of the population, end of brackets, have been living under class and caste domination, plunder and humiliation. These upper castes have grabbed most of the fertile lands in the valleys and the more prosperous Terai regions, as well as most government posts and most of the important trades and enterprises. The quality of the Nepalese land is divided into four kinds. The best are Bal, better Doyem, good Sim, and normal Cha. Most land of Abal and Doyem quality is controlled by the landlords. The peasants hold Sim and Cha quality. Nepalese rural society is divided essentially among landlords, rich peasants, middle and lower middle peasants, poor peasants and landless peasants. Because of the semi-feudal relations of production, a lower-grade Nepali landlord may have barely as much wealth as a jobless European who simply enjoys reliable social security. A Nepali landlord generally is a person with more than enough land to survive, and his own house, cattle and fowl for fertilizer and food, and he does not himself work in his field or tend his cattle. A rich peasant is someone who has 2 yokes of oxen, in brackets 4 oxen, cattle and fowl for milk and meat, as well as for fertilizer, and works in the field partly with hired labor and partly with shared labor, in brackets where people aid each other, particularly with seasonal work, end of brackets, and employs a servant in the house. Middle and lower middle peasants are those who have 1 yoke of oxen, land enough to share labor, and production from the land is scarcely enough to eat for a year. The poor peasants are those who have a small plot of land with no cattle, and the production barely yields food for half the year or so. He does not share his labor but sells it. The landless peasants sell their labor all the time, and the life of the family amounts to a form of bonded slavery. Because of the semi-colonial relations of production and Nepal's dependence on India, there is little industrial production. The handful of industries that have been established by the multinational companies and Indian bourgeoisie, with the collaboration of the Nepalese comprador capitalist class, mainly consist of alcohol, spirits, wine and drug companies. These companies are often set up to make profit from cheap child labor. The bulk of the industrial goods that are stamped, quote, made in Nepal, unquote, such as watches, radios and televisions, are not actually manufactured in Nepal itself, but are assembled from parts imported from India, Japan and other countries. There are 3 pictures on this page. The top left one is on the eve of declaring people's government in Shankuva Shaba district, eastern Nepal. The bottom far left, People's Liberation Army Company carrying out military exercise before the masses in district Teratum. Bottom left, Martyrs Memorial Pillar at Tawang in Rolpa. As a hybrid of feudalism and comprador capitalism, bureaucrat capitalism has developed and put down deep roots in the society. This bureaucrat capital has brought the people under the yoke of many-sided exploitation. For example, if a peasant wants to start a poultry farm, he has to bribe the government official concerned, as well as the industry concerned. Similarly, in many cases, bureaucrats in the land registration offices can be bribed to transfer the title of a peasant's land to a landlord. In the particular situation of Nepal, where there is no full-time production work in any sector, a landlord simultaneously is an industrialist, a parliament member or minister, and a bureaucrat capitalist. Similarly, a peasant is a farm worker, an industrial laborer, and a labor seller. On this page we have 2 pictures, top right, collective farming in Midwest Nepal, and bottom left, People's Liberation Army in the higher reaches of the Himalayas. This old rotten society, a prison house of different nationalities, is protected by the reactionary state power, by the force of the police and army, and by the system of reactionary rules and laws. 3. The People's Struggle. A brief overview. Crisis in the parliamentary system. The fall of the absolute monarchy. In 1990, a great mass uprising against these oppressive conditions arose in Nepal. This was the outcome of a long-standing struggle against the feudal monarchy, which grew much sharper in the 1970s and 1980s. Before 1990, all political parties were outlawed under the feudal panchayat system, in which the country was run by councils of notables known as panchayats, with the king as the ultimate authority. The upheaval of 1990 finally forced the ruling classes to accept changes to the ruling system, and the parliamentary system was re-established. The Nepalese people expected that after the re-establishment of the parliamentary system, they would have a better life. Highways would reach to the niches and corners of the country, houses would be electrified, the sick would get medicine, and overall the country would be developed. The people's miseries would be eliminated. Their children would get an education and better jobs. Moreover, the livelihood and living conditions of the people would be guaranteed by the new government. People expected the abolition of the many forms of social injustice, such as the unequal position of women and their oppression, caste oppression, the subordination of national minorities and the discrimination against them in government services. With the new government, people hoped that corruption and nepotism would become things of the past. Yet the many ills of Nepalese society became even worse, bitterly dashing people's hopes and expectations. Despite tremendous struggle and sacrifice, the establishment of the parliamentary system ended up being merely a change of regime. The downtrodden people found that these quote-unquote changes came to no more than quote old wine in a new bottle unquote. The social system and the social relations were the same as those under the previous regime, and the many forms of exploitation, oppression and backwardness remained in place. Establishing a parliamentary system, even one in which there was one of the broadest ranges of political forces in the world, could not bring about the new democratic revolution that Nepal so urgently needs. It failed to break with imperialism. It allowed the monarchy and royal army, the backbone of the state, to remain intact, and it failed to bring about agrarian revolution and thus preserved semi-feudalism. In other words, there was no change in the class character of the state or society. Since the establishment of the parliamentary system in 1990 and the first elections in 1991, Parliament has failed to address the problems of the people. A political tug-of-war has ensued between the main rival parties to seize power for themselves. All the parties in Parliament are engaged in a marathon competition with a view to ripping off the people. With this motive, they are all busy hatching conspiracies to outmaneuver and overthrow each other. Unbridled and extremely hideous forms of corruption and nepotism are rife in the government. Moreover, blatant and ruthless suppression of legitimate protest and opposition goes on unchecked. In the meantime, questions relating to nationality, democracy and livelihood are at stake. Furthermore, on the southern border, India has continued to interfere in Nepalese domestic affairs and increasingly encroached in the economic, political and even geological spheres. Parliament, instead of addressing these questions, revealed itself to be merely a rubber stamp. Successive governments in Nepal were neither willing nor able to abrogate the one-sided treaty securing Indian domination. Moreover, they have been more and more inclined to serve as puppets of the Indian ruling class, thereby betraying the people. Amidst the strong protests of the people, the Mahakali Treaty was negotiated and signed with the Indian government in 1996, whereby the Mahakali water resources were handed over to India. In fact, the forces that went on to form the CPNM criticized the tripartite conspiracy of the king, the Congress Party and the so-called Left Front, but the people were presented a shimmering mirage by domestic and foreign propaganda. As events proceeded in the country, and a growing number of people have come to realize the facts, this mirage has evaporated. In the course of these developments, the Maoists have been constantly and consistently leading the masses of people through a series of political struggles to unveil these conspiracies. Despite the new parliamentary facade, the government viciously suppressed its opponents. Hundreds of people who protested against the government's position were arrested, tortured, and imprisoned. In 1993, 3 people were killed in Kathmandu protesting against the government. On the whole, the notion of the democratic process has become reduced to dropping ballot papers into ballot boxes. While the regime from time to time prepared data to show miraculous economic growth, the country became ever more impoverished, and the livelihood of the people deteriorated with each passing day. Some people have asked why the parliamentary system failed in Nepal. They spontaneously come up with the answer that the young democracy has not sunk its roots deeply enough. But the more this so-called democracy sinks its roots, the more it carries out plunder, repression and country selling, and the more it generates crisis. Nepalese revolutionaries witnessed how, just across the border, Maoist China brought about major, undeniable improvement in the people's living conditions and, step by step, reduced the crying inequities that had marked the country. In the decades of existence of socialist China, it showed how millions of poor and oppressed could seize power and stand up to imperialism. And after the coup d'etat that put Deng Xiaoping into power, people have also seen that socialist China is no more, and that under bourgeois revisionist rule the Chinese people are once again experiencing the misery of capitalist exploitation. Across the other border, the world's, quote, largest democracy, unquote, exists in India. People have seen the misery of the people there, the plunder of the Indian bourgeoisie and great mass upheavals time and time again. Where is parliamentary democracy successful? The reactionary ruling class relies on the method of holding elections to sink the roots of their so-called democracy, but all this amounts to is giving a license to the reactionary bourgeoisie and feudal autocrats to sell the country, to allow them to plunder and suppress the people even more. A new future dawns. In a situation that was thus marked by the growing discontent and disillusionment of broad numbers of people with the quote-unquote peaceful road of change so beloved of liberal theoreticians, and where the conditions of life of millions called out urgently for dramatic change, the party carried out the preparations needed for the bold step of launching the highest form of revolutionary struggle, armed warfare. The CPNM initiated the People's War in Nepal in 1996 in a quite different way to those initiated by proletarian vanguard parties in other countries. It led many thousands of people in unleashing a wave of uprisings. The first targets of attack were the representatives of feudalism, comprador bureaucrat capitalism and the organs of the state power. Around 5,500 large and small-scale actions were carried out against the enemy in this initial wave. This triggered a great political debate amongst the different classes and amongst intellectuals and political parties inside and outside Parliament. Immediately after these actions, the enemy resorted to increased police suppression of the people, countrywide arrests, mass murders, and all sorts of atrocities. In brackets for more on the developments leading to the launch of the People's War in the first year of warfare, see A World to Win 1996 issue 22 and 1998 issue 23. End of bracket. With the initiation of the People's War, the political landscape underwent a sea change. Initially, the enemy became perplexed, not knowing how to deal with the new situation, but circumstances gave them no time to pause and think. The more the People's War developed, the parliament fell more into crisis. The people's guerrillas constantly harassed the reactionary police forces. The enemy's agents and the rural gentry were being driven out of the villages, first in the hilly regions and especially in the more backward western portion of the country. As the police forces weakened, the government of the Nepali Congress Party let loose its vigilantes and armed them to kill people. Some of these hoodlums set out to loot the people's property, rape the women and spy on the Maoist revolutionaries so as to set them up for ambushes. These armed thugs then tried to turn around and attribute their foul deeds to the revolutionaries. Yet when the Maoists punish these criminals, the ruling class propagates that the Maoists are killing so-called innocent civilians. The Maoist-led guerrillas seized the arms of these vigilantes and first tried to force them to cease their activities by taking punitive actions against them, warning them against continuing to prey on the people. Some die-hard reactionaries who were involved with the police in arresting and killing people and who persisted in their actions despite warnings were annihilated. As the People's War continued to advance, the activity of these vigilantes increased and the government unleashed police commandos in order to carry out even greater suppression, broadly targeting revolutionary supporters and sympathizers. The revolutionary forces conducted a campaign to, quote, make the elephant blind, unquote. This means destroying the, quote, eyes of the elephant, unquote, which in fact meant the Nepali Congress Party-run vigilantes, who were the eyes of the police commando, quote, elephants, unquote. Reducing the activity of these vigilantes gave the revolutionary armed forces greater freedom to fight the police commandos. The People's Armed Forces intensified their military assaults on the weak links of the enemy, mainly the less fortified police posts. This was advantageous politically, as the enemy could be pushed into a tactical defensive position, and thence from the tactical defensive to the strategic defensive. This means, as Mao put it, tactically pitting, quote, 10 against 1, unquote, and strategically, quote, 1 against 10, unquote. While the people's forces were and remain outnumbered by the enemy on a nationwide level and thus have to pit, quote, 1 against 10, unquote, in an overall strategic sense, it is possible to concentrate an overwhelming superiority tactically to wipe out enemy concentrations. In brackets, quote, 10 against 1, unquote, end of brackets. To accomplish this, larger and larger units of the People's Forces were developed, first by bringing together 3 platoons, in brackets about 30 soldiers, end of brackets, to make a company, in brackets 100 strong, end of brackets, and later 3 companies to make a brigade. A battalion, made up of 3 brigades, or about 1,000 soldiers, was first seen in the fighting in 2002. Some of these larger formations are permanently constituted, while in other circumstances the larger groupings are maintained only for the period of a specific campaign. As a consequence of applying the strategy and tactics of revolutionary warfare, the enemy was compelled to reduce its police posts to a limited number of big stations. In Rolpa, for instance, a total of 39 police posts were reduced to 8. In the adjacent Rukum district, 29 police posts were merged into 6. Similarly, in the Yarayakot district, also in the western stronghold, 15 police posts were reduced to 6, and so on throughout the country. At the same time, the enemy was losing political power at local levels, as government in these areas ceased to perform any role at all. These successful military actions against the reactionary militarized police force also cracked the morale of the police and the government itself, and led to many desertions among the rank and file of the reactionary forces. Because of the anti-monarchy psychology of the Nepalese people, as well as deep-rooted social problems, economic backwardness and the unbridled corruption prevalent in the reactionary government, many police personnel fled during their training period. True to the reactionary character of the state, 83 police personnel were punished for seeking leave in the year 2000, and 8 police inspectors were fined for refusing to go to the war zone. Similarly, 2 inspectors, relatively high-level officers, tendered their resignations. The CPNM, time and time again, called on the government to respect the Geneva Convention in dealing with prisoners of war. At that time, those captured by the Maoists were either released or convinced to take part in the great process of revolution. The Maoists captured a deputy superintendent of police, Thule Rai, who was released after 3 months in healthy conditions. But when he went to report for duty in Kathmandu, the reactionary state arrested him and put him in a mental hospital. Having seen the differences between the reactionary and revolutionary state, and having begun to realize that the Maoist war is a war to liberate the people, there's a growing trend among police and army personnel to desert the government forces and join the revolutionary guerrilla army. Comrade Ramesh from Rolpa is one such martyr who left the Royal Army. He emulated the heroic deeds of his comrades and in the course of one such action fell in combat against the reactionary state. The party provides political argumentation for the military actions, and the armed assaults in turn enhance the political offensive of the revolution. Also, as Mao observed, it is a law of war that the reactionaries try to provoke the revolutionary side to try to fight to the finish at one fell swoop. The reactionary state in Nepal tried to take this approach several times, and the party of the proletariat responded to these provocations by the Maoist way of fighting, luring the enemy deep into the red areas, encircling it, and delivering death blows at its weakest links. This page shows a picture of People's Liberation Army perform at a cultural event. District Shrankuva, Shaba, Eastern Nepal. In April 2000, the Maoist-led guerrillas successfully raided the Rukum-Kot police station. This police station was located in what the police believed was a very safe area strategically. It had a high-level military standard of fortification and was a decisive outpost of the paramilitary, a commando force. The successful raid at this outpost was not simply a military victory, but also a crucial political victory for the revolutionaries. The enemy had been sure that this strong, well-fortified force, with its sophisticated weapons, would bring success in keeping up the morale of the reactionary police force. This successful raid by the guerrillas boosted the people's morale and dealt the enemy a serious blow both militarily and politically. The Congress government launched several operations against the people, but each time met with humiliating defeat. The development of the People's War was rocking the old state repeatedly, as the party dealt the enemy ever mightier blows, both quantitatively and qualitatively. The qualitatively higher level of actions, such as the destruction of the Rukum-Kot police post and the capture in September 2000 of Dunai, the Dolpa district headquarters, not only pushed the enemy into an extremely defensive position, but also drew the attention of the imperialist powers, the overlords of the Nepalese reactionary state. The party leadership analyzed that the situation of stalemate between the two sides was emerging. but much greater challenges lay ahead. In particular, even though the militarized police had been mainly defeated and were being forced to stay holed up in their barracks, the revolution had not yet directly confronted the main forces of the reactionary state, the Royal Nepal Army. Ruling regime, bloody infighting, mounting attacks. US imperialism and Indian expansionism, as well as the domestic reactionary classes, were exerting pressure on the royal palace to mobilize the Royal Nepal Army against the people. But thanks to the internal contradictions within the palace and the power struggle between the palace and parliament, the king at that time, King Birendra, did not unleash the army. King Birendra also held back from carrying out the genocidal policies advocated by many within the ruling class. There was an emphatic demand by the government and enormous pressure from the imperialists to deploy the army against the revolution. The palace permitted the army chief to put out a statement that the army would not be mobilized to quell the internal violence, but rather that it was the responsibility of the government to deal with this using its police force. The army would act, but not to save its opponents in parliament. The ultimate motive of the palace was undoubtedly to regain the constitutional powers that it had lost in 1990. The blows of the revolution, coupled with the intensification of the internal conflict among the reactionaries, led to yet another governmental crisis and the resignation of Prime Minister Girija Koirala. Amidst this internal turmoil, and with a secretive conspiracy to crush the People's War brewing, the king, queen and most of the royal family were massacred on 1st of June 2001. The die-hard reactionary Gyanendra, Birendra's brother, took over a throne now devoid of all legitimacy in the eyes of the people. With the palace massacre, the century-old feudal system of monarchy in Nepal virtually imploded. A class of comprador capitalist businessmen, headed by the former drug dealer, idle brigand and notorious bureaucrat capitalist Gyanendra Shah, has emerged as the new rulers. Gyanendra Shah, who, for good reason, is believed to be the designer of the palace carnage, with the help of US imperialism and Indian expansionism, declared himself king of Nepal overnight. A large number of people took to the streets all over the country and denounced this suspected murderer, but the parliamentary political parties, including the so-called communists, helplessly stamped their support for him. Indeed, one important source of support for the monarchy has been the revisionists of the Communist Party of Nepal, in brackets United Marxist-Leninist, popularly known as the UML, the largest of the revisionist quote-unquote communist parties in Nepal. The great philosopher of the proletariat Karl Marx remarked that a forceful revolution engenders a forceful counter-revolution, and indeed, shortly after the palace massacre, the capture of 62 armed police personnel from the Holleri police post in July 2001 by the People's Armed Forces forced the Royal Nepalese Army to come out of its barracks. For the first time, the king's army was pitted directly against the guerrilla forces in a test of strength. This page shows People's Liberation Army perform at cultural program and Sherpas, a minority nationality, performing cultural program at a mass meeting. They reside in high altitudes, including around the edge of Mount Everest. The next page shows a map of Nepal with the districts and altitudes, and also the place of Nepal in South Asia. The RNA was initially given a threefold mission: to rescue the 62 captured armed police personnel, to recapture the arms seized by the Maoist guerrillas, and to disarm the revolutionary fighting force. The RNA not only totally failed in its mission, but also suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Maoists. However, none of the RNA personnel were killed in the fighting, though several were injured, and finally the Royal Army retreated with a promise that its troop would never attack the people on the orders of the regime. This battle indeed became symbolic of the struggle that was looming between the real contending rivals in Nepal, the RNA, the essence of the state power of the feudal autocracy, with the king as its head on the one hand, and the Revolutionary Army, the backbone of the emerging Red Power, with the CPNM at its head on the other. Negotiations interlude. The royal family massacre came at a crossroads in the revolutionary process in Nepal. The militarized police forces had been routed by the revolutionary armed forces, and, as we have seen, the first engagement of the Royal Nepal Army had ended in fiasco. With the reactionaries in disarray, Gyanendra chose a new Prime Minister, Doiba, who ordered the government armed forces back to their barracks and called for negotiations with the CPNM. The party accepted this call and entered into several rounds of negotiations with the government while maintaining a ceasefire during this period. The period of negotiations saw both of the contending camps carry out intense preparations for the resumption of hostilities. For the reactionaries it was necessary to try to install some order into their armed forces, which had been badly battered by the revolution and demoralized by the Post-massacre. They also stepped up their efforts to procure modern weapons and foreign aid. The revolutionaries too used the ceasefire to accelerate their work and mobilize the masses in favor of the people's war throughout the country and step up their military preparations for carrying the war to a higher level. It was during this time that the armed forces under the leadership of the CPNM were organized on a higher level at a national convention in September 2001, where the People's Liberation Army was formally founded. The Revolutionary United Front was also upgraded and consolidated by forming a central organizing committee, the United People's Revolutionary Council. The party felt that participating in the negotiations was necessary to win the battle of public opinion with the enemy. The CPNM believes that this front of struggle is one that any successful revolutionary force is likely to face. Indeed, historically few reactionary forces have been able to win war against rebel fighters by military means alone. Yet when insurgents are brought to the table for talks, they have almost always lost there. The great proletarian thinkers Lenin and Mao analyzed when negotiating or refusing to negotiate would serve the overall advance of the revolution. This page shows a picture of the masses gathered for a people's court. The CPNM believes that two wrong tendencies can emerge in relation to negotiations. One is the absolute rejection of all negotiations and the other is a capitulationist line. No revolutionary party can afford to compromise on party line, the people's army, the base areas, or the political power the people have gained from the struggle. Mao Zedong summarized that, quote, "How to give tit for tat depends on the situation. Sometimes not going to negotiations is tit for tat, and sometimes going to negotiations is also tit for tat. We were right not to go before and also right to go this time. In both cases, we have given tit for tat. We did well to go this time, for we exploded the rumor spread by the Kuomintang that the Communist Party did not want peace and unity," unquote, from Mao Zedong on the Chungking Negotiations, Selected Works, Volume 4. Also see A World to Win, 1995, issue 27, for an elaboration of the thinking of the revolutionary internationalist movement on this subject. In Nepal, the enemy's aim has always been to liquidate the revolutionary movement. To this end, it time and again calculates how it could attain the upper hand, the means of taking the initiative to destroy the Maoists, whereas the tactic of the Maoists is to isolate the enemy to the maximum degree, keep the initiative in the hands of the people and fight the enemy tit for tat. People in the revolutionary movement of the world are closely following and struggling over this experience. A new initiation. In late 2001, early 2002, the situation changed dramatically, having concluded that the enemy had been exposed and isolated, and that prolonging the negotiations would serve no further purpose. The revolutionary forces struck hard at 3 district headquarters. One of them, in the Dang district, was not only the location of an important army barracks, but also where the Royal Nepal Army stored the armaments required to carry out operations throughout the western region, where the revolution has been the strongest. 3 district headquarters were attacked after the CPNM notified the reactionary government of their withdrawal from the negotiations. The headquarters of the Siangya district of the central region came under attack at 10 a.m. hours. In Gorahi, the Dang district headquarters, the attack began 1 hour later, so the enemy was already on alert. The Dang action was a complete success and electrified the whole country. The following is an account received from comrades in the CPNM. Quote, "There were 175 enemy soldiers and 30 additional well-trained commandos, in brackets 205 in total, including officers." End of brackets. The forces led by the CPNM included 1 battalion, 2 additional companies and some platoons, a total of 1,335 from the PLA and 700 militia. in brackets, more than 2,000 in all, end of brackets. The Dang headquarters included the RNA barracks, the office of the district superintendent of police, DSP and the police station, Tana, the chief district office, CDO, the main administrative office, and one armed police training camp, as well as a bank, a district court, a land registration office, and all the other district level offices. In the DSP office there were 150 armed forces, in the Tana 45, and in the CDO there were 35 armed personnel. We captured the whole thing. The enemy was alerted. In the central region the attack began at a given time. The attack was 1 hour later in Dang, and the army headquarters had ordered them to be ready to fight, envisaging the possible attack by the Maoists. We attacked at 23 o'clock. The fighting took 2 hours. The major was killed. 16 others were killed. 7 comrades were martyred. The rest of the soldiers surrendered and were left alone. Some fled. The previous page shows 5 women who made a daring escape from prison by tunneling underground, a bridge built to connect Rolpa and Rukum, and a mass meeting on the day of declaring people's government in Shankuva Shaba district, eastern Nepal. Quote, "We captured enormous amounts. Previously we had in mind to mobilize thousands of people to carry out the captured material, but it became apparent that this was not adequate. We used buses, jeeps, tractors and captured army trucks. There were a total of 30 vehicles to remove the material." Continuing the quote, 92 self-loading rifles, 12 light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, 5 81mm artillery pieces, 3 rocket launchers, 3 2-inch mortars, 48 submachine guns, 40,000 rounds of ammunition and 9 9mm pistols. 150 bolt-action .306 rifles were also seized, and some weapons that we have not mastered yet. The vehicles could be driven some distance, after which it was necessary to carry out all the material either by people or by mules. All the captured vehicles and the material too heavy to carry were destroyed, although the enemy claimed with great fanfare to have recovered it." Unquote. These unprecedented actions represented not only a clasp of quote, "spring thunder" unquote, for the people, but also the opening of a new chapter in the country's revolutionary history. Party comrades, looking back to the wrenching process the party had gone through in 1996, when it took determination, daring and sacrifice to initiate the People's War, referred to this as a quote, "new initiation." Unquote. This new wave of struggle was also in keeping with the party's understanding that the revolution cannot stand still, that it will periodically be confronted with the need to accomplish new leaps or face the possibility of suffering setbacks. The successful wave of attacks and the success in confronting the full fury of the Royal Nepalese Army represented another breakthrough and a great leap forward in the history of the Nepalese communist movement. The death throes of a moribund monarchy. After the collapse of the negotiations and the spectacular attacks by the revolutionary forces, the Gyanendra clique suspended many clauses of the so-called Constitution and imposed a state of emergency. In the capital, progressive personalities were arrested, gatherings of more than 2 persons forbidden, and people's newspapers suppressed. Once the countrywide emergency was imposed, the new US-sponsored reactionary clique boasted that the Maoists would be finished off within 3 months. But the PLA, through several successful countrywide military operations, succeeded in putting the lie to this propaganda. In the last 8 months of the state of emergency, and particularly in 2002, there have been bigger and bigger engagements between the PLA and the RNA. Through these encounters, the PLA has attained qualitatively higher achievements. In the course of the 7-year-long war, development has been uneven in the different regions, and the state of advance is still uneven between the mountains and the Terai regions. But overall, the People's Liberation Army has been seizing the initiative, both militarily and politically. From the very inception of Gyanendra's state of emergency, the enemy tried to encircle the main area of the insurgency in western Nepal from 3 directions. It tried to invade from Baglung in the east and from Dang and Salyan in the south. Likewise, it moved in from Surkhet in the west. The aim of this encirclement campaign was mainly to destroy the 3 revolutionary districts of Rukum, Rolpa and Yaryakot. The RNA's policy was to go into villages where the Maoist forces had been reported to be absent. It adopted the cruel and barbaric policy of killing people at random, that is, quote, 1 for 10, unquote, and labeling the victims Maoists. This means that in order to kill 1 Maoist, the army kills 10 people. Their reactionary logic is that if there are 10 people, there must be at least 1 Maoist among them. The People's Liberation Army carried out a historic attack on Acham district headquarters and Sanfe Baga airport on 16th of February 2002 and destroyed the entire army and police force there. Similarly, it made another heroic attack on the Lamahi and Satbaria base camps of the reactionary army. These historic attacks pushed the reactionary regime further into crisis. The reactionary forces then retreated and turned to killing civilians again. In May 2002, 2 other key battles took place. The comrades of the CPNM report, quote, "In Lisne, our forces were concentrated according to the plan of capturing the district headquarters of Piutan. The enemy was alerted, in brackets, when there are 2,500 people amassing, it is very difficult to keep them from getting wind of it," end of brackets. They sent 3 companies, 1 from Piutan, 1 from Rolpa, and a 3rd from the base camp. They encircled us from 3 directions. So when we heard this, we changed the plan. Instead of attacking the district headquarters, comrades decided to confront the approaching enemy forces right at the battleground. We decided to divide our forces and take 1 each of the 3 attacking RNA companies. So we used the principle of fighting on interior lines to encircle them. Continuing the quote, "Our forces discerned by using communication sets that the enemy was marching towards Lisne to encircle and smash us. 1 section of our forces chased the company that came from Piutan. They fled and never tried to return. The remaining 2 RNA companies captured a nearby village. They ruthlessly cut a 10-year-old boy into pieces and raped the women. They forced 1 woman to show the route. When they were very close, the woman came running to us. The rapists were captured and punished with death according to the demand of the victim. So we encircled them in a U-shaped formation. It was 9 o'clock. The enemy fled and we chased them. They abandoned their uniforms and threw down their arms. The masses killed 5 escapees by throwing rocks. It also appears that, unknown to the PLA, there was 1 American advisor present among the RNA forces. It appears that he was among those who escaped by abandoning their uniforms and fleeing." Quote, "The other attacking company also tried to flee, abandoning arms and uniforms and jumping into the streams. They were crying in the road about their failure. The masses were applauding and celebrating. Even we ourselves were not so clear at first about the magnitude of their defeat, because it is a remote area. Later on we found out the real situation. The RNA fled after only 1/2 hour of fighting." Continuing the quote, "Right after the 2 days of the Lisne battle, the PLA captured Gam, one of the best fortified camps of the RNA. It seems that the fortification was prepared according to the plan of US military advisors. Most of the RNA forces were smashed and all their arms and ammunition captured. The RNA was badly demoralized after these 2 big defeats." Quote, "The defeat of 3 companies of the RNA in broad daylight and the big defeat at Gam were considered by the party as an example of a whole new stage of fighting in which, while guerrilla war remains a constant factor, the PLA has carried out mobile and also even positional warfare. This confirms the formulation of the party regarding the present stage of the People's War." Unquote. Towards the end of August 2002, another important encounter took place between the RNA and PLA at Chalabang, Rolpa. In this battle, the Royal Army was completely defeated. Out of 500 RNA and 450 PLA troops, 13 army men were killed and 7 guerrillas were martyred. In the first week of September, the CPNM launched a series of attacks. In the first Santikarka, the district headquarters of Argarkanchi was totally destroyed. Around 69 army and police were killed and hundreds were arrested. On the day before, a police station in Biman of the Sinduli district of the eastern region was raided and 59 police killed. All the arms and ammunition, including 60.1 million rupees, were captured by the PLA in these daring raids. In the face of these developments and in desperation, the regime has been carrying out campaigns both politically and militarily against the people. Politically, it enacted the Prevention and Punitive Ordinance against terrorism and labeled the Maoists as so-called terrorists. It suspended even the nominal rights of the people. Dozens of journalists and revolutionary, progressive and even non-progressive people were arrested or harassed. Krishna Sen, the revolutionary poet, artist and the editor of the well-known weekly Janadesh and the news daily Janavan, both closely connected with the CPNM, was tortured to death in a government army camp. The aim of this blatant dastardly act was to prevent the Maoist message from reaching the people, to send out the regime's message of, quote, no mercy, unquote, for revolutionary supporters, and to stop the people's protests against the RNA's brutality. One of the reactionaries' aims is to cut off relations between the party and the people and, quote, decapitate, unquote, the revolution. They hope to separate the people from the party, capture activists, isolate the leadership, and arrest and eliminate the leaders. For this purpose they have even placed a bounty on the heads of several dozen party leaders in the same, quote, Wild West wanted dead or alive, unquote, style as their model, US President George Bush. At the same time, through their innumerable crimes against the people, they are trying to provoke the People's Liberation Army to engage in fight-to-the-finish confrontations. Under the sinister design of this war against the people, the RNA committed the heinous crime of chopping off the heads of a number of people and burying them in mass graves. Just as in Peru, they killed several political prisoners who had been brought to Lamahi from different jails in the country, and also Maoist sympathizers from nearby villages. After killing them, the army propagated that the Maoists had been killed in encounters. Having decapitated the prisoners, the RNA stuffed their heads with jute sacks and attributed these deeds to the Maoists, and fabricated that the Maoists had mutilated their comrades and friends in order to hide their identities. In the countryside, the RNA avoids patrolling openly wherever it believes the PLA forces to be present. One high-ranking RNA officer, Deepak Gurung, admitted that the war against the Maoists would be protracted. This is because, according to him, if the 50,000-strong revolutionary militia converts into an army, it will be very difficult for the RNA to achieve a quick victory. Nevertheless, the enemy keeps dreaming of victory against the people till its final demise. Crisis reaches new heights. The resounding successes of the PLA on the battlefield have sent shockwaves not only throughout the Nepalese ruling classes, but among the imperialist masters as well. The US and especially the UK, which has taken a front-line role in opposing the People's War, stepped up their support for the embattled Gyanendra clique. On the 4th of October 2002, Gyanendra invoked the Nepalese constitution and, clasping all executive power, dismissed the Doiba government and indefinitely postponed the national elections that were originally scheduled for November. This represents a rapid, qualitative change in Nepalese politics. It puts a complete end to the nominal achievements of the Nepalese people during the course of the 1990 uprising. It also unveiled the mask of the UML revisionist clique, which is still working overtime to prop up the monarchy in Nepal. Yet the more the enemy tries to clamp down on the revolutionaries, the more it provokes outbursts of resistance. This is a law of dialectics. After the enemy conducted Operation Romeo, the party succeeded in initiating the People's War. After they launched their Kilo Sera II operation, the revolution established guerrilla zones and afterwards base areas. And after they imposed a state of emergency, the strength of the Maoist forces reached the stage of strategic equilibrium. The enemy is bound to lift another rock, only to drop it on its own feet. That is, the defeat of the state's intensified suppression could well lead the revolutionaries to declare a new democratic revolutionary government of Nepal. On the strategy being applied in Nepal. One of the important characteristics of the People's War being waged under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, it has been advancing by leaps and bounds successfully in a rapid motion. Yet the People's War is a protracted one, of the type propounded by Chairman Mao, which is applicable in countries with semi-feudal and semi-colonial characteristics like Nepal. 80% of the population live in the countryside, and the production relations of the country are semi-feudal. Most of the people are dependent on agriculture. Because of semi-colonial relations, industrial development is lopsided and is integrated not with Nepal's native economy, but with the Indian and global imperialist economy. Another feature of Nepal is that the bureaucrat capitalist class is the hybrid of the feudal landlords and the comprador capitalist class. The strategy of protracted people's war is to surround the cities from the countryside by establishing rural base areas, seizing power from the oppressor classes bit by bit, and finally seizing countrywide political power. This process develops through 3 stages. The first is the strategic defensive, the second strategic equilibrium, and the third the strategic offensive. In the first stage it is necessary to go through guerrilla warfare, and in the course of fighting, the People's Army develops mobile and positional warfare. Similarly, along with the development of the strength of the new political power in the hands of the people, the development of the People's Army advances to higher levels of formation, from the initial squads and platoons of the early years to the companies, brigades and battalions of today organized in the People's Liberation Army, which are concentrated so as to be able to fight large and well-armed enemy forces as the strategic stages of the war develop. In the historic Third Plenum document of the CPNM Central Committee, which outlined the military strategy and tactics of the Nepalese Revolution, it is stated that Nepal has its own particularities, which means that the development of the People's War also has to go through its own particular course. Many people had argued that in a small landlocked country like Nepal, protracted People's War could not proceed in advance, nor could base areas be established. The CPNM outlined the characteristics of the country that are specific to Nepal, and precisely because of the particularities, the revolution has advanced successfully. These specificities include a centralized feudal state power, favorable terrain, where large parts of the population live in remote areas with a weak government presence, the people's abject poverty, the widespread influence of communism and the revolutionary spirit among the people, and the fact that large numbers of Nepalese are employed in India and have been exposed to revolutionary ideas and can act as a kind of rear support area. In brackets, this historic CPNM document is reprinted in The World to Win 1998, issue 23, and The Worker number 3 1997, end of brackets. The party has determined that the principal contradiction in Nepal is that between the people and the reactionary state, made up of feudalism and comprador bureaucrat capitalism, buttressed by imperialism. It was the representatives of these reactionary institutions that were the first to be targeted at the launch of the People's War, which gave rise to a nationwide political debate. From the very beginning of the People's War, the party has stressed the interrelation between the political and military struggle. That is, when there is a military attack by the enemy, the party not only must deal with the attack militarily, but also may respond with political attacks. And when there is a political attack by the enemy, the party may also respond with military attacks. In synthesis, military attacks are justified by the political and vice versa. Indeed, quote, political intervention at the center, unquote, by which the party refers to its political initiatives at a countrywide level, is based on military attacks from below. There are 2 basic strategies for carrying out the proletarian revolution in the era of imperialism, developed respectively by Lenin and Mao, the strategy of insurrection and the strategy of protracted People's War. Lenin applied the strategy of insurrection in Russia, which had developed capitalist production relations and the working class, and where the main contradiction was between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The characteristic of insurrection is that the working class leadership plans the strategy and tactics for insurrection, and the working class and other sections of the masses take up arms and seize political power in certain centers, or seize power at the political center, and then launch a civil war against the enemy throughout the rest of the country, so that, by seizing territory bit by bit, the proletariat finally conquers countrywide political power. In the semi-feudal, semi-colonial countries, the characteristic of protracted People's War is that the proletariat seizes political power, starting from the countryside by carrying out civil war from the very beginning. The CPNM argues that in the present context of world development, that is, the maximum polarization of property through the International Monetary Fund, globalization and structural adjustment programs, the unheavable gap between rich and poor, the development of electronics and communications, and, along with the internationalization of capital and the capitalist class, the internationalization of the working class and the poor people, and in essence, at a time when the whole world is squeezed into a small village, the application of a single strategy is not sufficient to make revolution in today's world. While the fundamental differences between the two basic kinds of countries remain, the CPNM stresses that it is necessary to incorporate aspects of the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary road in the imperialist countries into the overall strategy of protracted people's war applied in Nepal and similar countries, and vice versa. Thus, the party has formulated this as the, quote, fusion of insurrection and people's war, unquote. The CPNM comrades are very aware that Nepal is a small country on the map of the world. Yet in the past 7 years, since 1996, it has been a powerful attraction, rousing the hopes of the world proletariat, hoisting the red flag on the roof of the world, and advancing as a base area for world proletarian revolution. In the age of imperialism and proletarian revolution, and in the 21st century, whether in a large country or small, no truly revolutionary force can be considered weak. As Mao put it, if we are fighting a just war, no matter how much bigger the enemy is, a small country or small force can defeat a much larger enemy fighting an unjust war. The war in Nepal is an internationalist war, a war of the international proletariat. The situation today, strategic equilibrium. The defeat being inflicted by the revolutionary fighting force, the PLA, on the old state, epitomized by the RNA, symbolizes the victory of the people over the enemy. The defeat of the government troops is simply the reflection of the defeat of the morale of the old state, caused by several quote-unquote debacles inflicted on the police and commando forces in their well-fortified military-type camps. This situation has created a stalemate between the reactionary state and the revolution. This means that the people's war has leaped to a higher stage, to the balance of power between the party and the enemy, from the stage of the strategic defensive to strategic equilibrium. In June 2002, following an important meeting of the CPNM Central Committee, the party released an important document that stated, quote, in spite of the uneven development of the people's war in accordance with the uneven state of development of the country, it has reached the stage of strategic equilibrium through the viewpoint of development of the people's war, and it is necessary to understand that it is making preparations for the strategic offensive through tactical offensives, unquote. This state of stalemate cannot remain static for long. The enemy will desperately try to regain its lost positions, and the party has to go on the tactical offensive to move over to the strategic offensive. This is a situation of equilibrium, a decisive turning point, in which the revolutionary and reactionary forces both try to shift the situation in their own favor and push the other side onto the defensive. How have the Maoist revolutionaries arrived at an evaluation of the strength of the people and the enemy? And how have the party and the revolutionary forces reached a level of strategic equilibrium? Does it mean that the numbers of soldiers and amounts of armaments are equal between the party and the enemy? No. The reactionary army still possesses greater strength in armed forces, and it still has a larger amount of arms. And as the people's war has advanced, the enemy has been receiving greater military support and financial aid from the imperialist forces from around the world. But the Maoist revolutionaries, despite fewer soldiers and armaments, are exploiting their political and military supremacy on the ground. What is important to note here is the political power the Maoist revolutionaries have been able to create and sustain with the People's Liberation Army and the mobilization of the masses of people. This power stands head-to-head with the power of the reactionary system. This is a crucial juncture in the revolutionary movement. The fact that there is a strategic equilibrium in the war does not mean that the situation is the same everywhere in the country. The party analyzes that while the country as a whole is in an overall situation of strategic equilibrium, the reactionary army in the western region is on the defensive and the revolutionary army is on the offensive, both politically and militarily. In the central region of the country, it is still the reactionary army that is on the offensive, whereas in the eastern region a kind of equilibrium prevails. It is also important to note that the country is divided into three fighting zones, namely the main zones, guerrilla zones, and propaganda zones. The main zones are areas that have developed an embryo of red political power. The guerrilla zones are areas where the enemy concentrates its forces and where fighting, blocking operations, and armed resistance takes place. And the propaganda zones are areas where political propaganda, open mass activities, and the mobilization of the middle classes are the main forms of struggle in support of the People's War. The dialectics of successful actions in both spheres, armed attacks in the guerrilla zones and successful mass strikes in the propaganda zones, are enmeshing the enemy in a series of very difficult political crises. In the recent period, guerrilla actions have become one of the main forms of struggle in the former propaganda zones. Urban guerrilla war is being carried out in the capital Kathmandu as a dress rehearsal for the future insurrection to seize countrywide power. The CPNM is striving hard to break the stalemate by taking the war to a qualitatively higher level. The party had long been weighed down by the mechanical understanding prevalent in the communist movement that quantitative development automatically leaps over to qualitative development. Quote, in the course of the struggle against the reformist and evolutionary concept of development prevalent in the Nepalese communist movement, unquote, Chairman Prachanda writes, quote, the party did its bit specially to sharpen the science of development of Marxist dialectics regarding collision, rupture, leap, and catastrophe, unquote, from The Worker, number 6, page 10. Experience has shown that further advances to new stages have required new leaps and new ruptures. The need for making these ruptures in the first place and continuing to take qualitative leaps as the revolution progresses is an important experience for our party in Rim, and the entire movement is eagerly learning from the experience of the Nepalese comrades. Exercising red political power. The growth of the people's power means the growth of red base areas. These represent the, quote, bone marrow of the revolution, unquote, as Chairman Gonzalo of the Communist Party of Peru explained with regard to the People's War in Peru. As no enemy of the people could or would allow red base areas to flourish, likewise the Nepalese reactionary state tried to nip the People's War in the bud. But despite the enemy's wishes, the revolution has sunk roots ever more deeply among the masses of the people. The concept of political power and base areas has been carried in the knapsack of party cadres from the very beginning. As the police and armed forces were driven out of the countryside, people faced a new situation where even the rudimentary functions of government had ceased to operate. Yet people need power to function, to organize the conditions of life and obtain their daily necessities. Hence, under the leadership of the party, they set themselves the task of setting up new political bodies, which have become the embryo of red political power in the countryside. People's power means empowerment of the people, a combination of social, political, and military capabilities to lead the day-to-day administration of life in the liberated areas, especially in the areas of administration, legislation, and judiciary. The major tasks that the new political power has to meet include social security, development projects, and setting the framework for economic transactions among the villagers and their educational and cultural development, as well as politicizing and militarizing the people to carry on the revolutionary struggle. The CPNM takes a dialectical approach to the relationship between destruction and construction. The principal aspect during the current phase is indeed the destruction of the old state, and the construction of the new political power is secondary, but the latter too must be undertaken and is, in fact, essential to the advance of the principal aspect. At the point of completing the 5th year of the People's War in 2001, the expansion and consolidation of the primary form of the base areas in different parts of the country gathered pace. Rukum, Rolpa, Yayakot, and Salyan are districts in the western region of Nepal where United Revolutionary People's Committees now openly exercise red political power and function as the main organs of administration. The major newspapers published in Kathmandu regularly cover news from these areas. Some of the People's Committees, which are popularly called the People's Government, invited journalists from around the country to participate and report on mammoth open rallies. On the 26th of August 2000, the Korchawang village committee held a big open rally just 3 hours walking distance from Liwang, the district headquarters of Rolpa, where the committee held a press conference the following day. The aim of the press conference was to make it known throughout the country that the people's committees have been functioning as the embryo of the new democratic government at local levels. These committees at local levels carry out political, economic, social, cultural and educational activities and exercise coercive powers through organs like the People's Armed Forces, People's Courts and People's Jails. Advances in political power go hand in hand with advances in the war. Without developing military power, which is the core of the people's power, to qualitatively and quantitatively higher levels, consolidating these base areas and expanding them to relatively stable bases of the revolution would be impossible. The People's Committees, which usually contain 11 members, are elected in general elections called by the party on the basis of the 3-in-1 combination system. This is a form of organization developed under Mao's leadership in China's Cultural Revolution. Note of the reader, actually first by Cheng Yunggui. This is a form of organization developed under Mao's leadership in China's Cultural Revolution, which brings together representatives of different sections of society. In Nepal, this means a combination of representatives of the party, the People's Liberation Army and other forces like democratic and nationalist personages, and elements from the petty bourgeoisie, who take part as representatives of various parties such as local rebel cadres from the Nepali Congress or the UML. In these elections, candidates including independent persons, but also elements who supported and worked previously for such parties as the Rashtriya Prajatandra Party (RPP), and who go against the reactionary policies of their party, as well as other forces, take part and are eligible to be elected. These committees run different departments. Some of the main ones are the administrative, economic, social, cultural, education and development departments. Administrative development in general takes care of legal activities such as matters concerning land issues, business and financial transactions and issues relating to the People's Court. Minimum rates for all types of goods are fixed for transactions. One important aspect of exercising red political power in the base areas is providing for the people's security. Now that base areas have come into existence, the People's Committees run their own mobile prisons and labor camps, where captured police personnel, corrupt administrative officials and arrested hooligans, vandals and vigilantes are held. While right now protecting the new society from these oppressors is the principal aspect of these camps, they are run on principles that stand in direct opposition to the torture chambers of the old society, and instead genuinely seek to transform the thinking of those held and teach them to become useful members of the new society. Self-reliance and land to the tiller. Self-reliance and land to the tiller. One of the key challenges that revolutionary forces face is that, while confronting the enemy in the battlefield, they must also restructure economic relations in order not only to provide for the needs of the people's war, but also to lay the foundations of a self-reliant economy that serves the people's interests. Doing this means rupturing with the economic relations that have shackled the Nepali economy and shackled it to the needs of the Indian market and the global imperialist system. This will prove impossible unless the Nepalese people are unleashed in this sphere to create new forms of economic organization that not only support the further advance of the people's war today, but also ensure that a revolutionary Nepal could withstand a counter-revolutionary economic embargo or even outright invasion on the morrow. At the heart of Nepal's economy is the land question. Most of the fertile land, the flat lowlands, is known as the terai. These are the plains found in southern Nepal, running east to west along the border with India. These and the valleys, including the inner Terai, have long been held by the royal family and its numerous relatives, the Ranas. Most of the rest of the land cultivated by the people has been grabbed by high-ranking bureaucrats. The party's policy is to expropriate the land from these landlords and distribute it to the peasants based on the principle of, quote, land to the tiller, unquote. In the course of advancing the people's war, and developing the base areas. Most of the local feudal landlords have abandoned their land and fled to the cities. Some land is also captured directly from the enemy. All these parcels of land and other properties are turned over to the peasants, principally to the landless peasants, who have priority over others, and to the poor peasants, while the rest of the expropriated land is earmarked for cooperative production. This means that the production systems on these lands are established on a cooperative basis. Along with the application of the cooperative farming method, the people's committees have also begun to institute collective production. Villagers have settled for the collective farming system, and the Juni commune has been established as a model of collective farming. In the western Terai region, most of the land is cultivated by the Tarus, a Nepalese community dwelling in the southern plains. The reactionary feudal landlords grabbed their land and made them bonded slaves, kamayas, on their very own property. Now these kamayas have stood up under the leadership of the CPNM and are struggling to overthrow landlordism and retake their land. Just as this Terai movement was underway and reaching a high point, Parliament declared the, quote, eradication of the Kamaya Prata slave system, unquote, but real change does not come from the banquet halls of the rich and powerful, nor did these gentlemen produce some magical plan. Without solving the problems rooted in the production relations of society, the problem of the Tarus cannot be solved. Merely abolishing the Kamaya system on paper without creating a viable alternative simply added new problems for the landless and homeless peasants. This reactionary attempt to sow confusion among the large majority of the Taru people and divert them from the path of Maoist revolution completely failed, as the contradictions between the landlords and landless peasants continued to intensify. Currently, almost the whole of this community is fervently rallying to the Maoist call of, quote, land to the tiller, unquote, thanks to the correct handling of the land question as well as the mass line of persistently politicizing and arming these peasants. Since the present task of the party is to overturn the reactionary relations of production, the main thrust of production policy has been to develop a self-reliant economic system by mobilizing all local resources. It is from this perspective that in the base area small industries are being set up and supplied with the raw materials available in the countryside. Production is geared to meeting the immediate and basic needs of the people. In particular, these types of enterprise are mainly based on producing the materials needed for the people's army, as well as personal and household goods, such as caps, socks, gloves, sweaters, shawls, bedsheets, bags and paper. Many problems are being looked at from new perspectives, in ways that were never considered before. The production of alcohol has now generally been banned, not only because it is associated with drunkenness and the abuse of women, but also because it consumes especially large quantities of grain. The first priority for grain is now feeding the people and the soldiers of the Liberation Army. Quote, no more traditions, chains shall bind us, unquote. The culture of the people is a very important factor in transforming and revolutionizing society. Unless cultural revolution is carried out from the very beginning, it would be impossible to raise the consciousness of the masses and change their world outlook in a relatively equal wavelength with those of revolutionary activists. For this, the Maoist revolutionaries need to teach and mobilize the masses ideologically, politically and culturally from the very beginning of the movement, and most importantly right from when the revolutionary society has begun to be established. In this field, great changes are taking place in the base areas. Revolutionary masses are breaking with the old rotten and oppressive customs and traditions, such as arranged marriages and sexual harassment, and establishing new emancipatory practices. The long prevalent taboos on widow remarriage, intercaste marriage and love marriage are today being challenged and combated in the base areas of Nepal. In the red areas, revolutionary festivals are superseding the old reactionary festivals based on different religions. In Hindu tradition, there are innumerable religious rites and rituals. Dasein and the Tij were the major festivals that people celebrated before red political power was established. With the growing prestige of the revolutionary festivals, the celebrations of old festivals have sharply declined. People are abandoning these now and creating a new culture. the 1st of May, the Day of the International Proletariat, as well as the birth anniversaries of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin and Mao, have become very important celebrations in the base areas. Similarly, the historic initiation day of the People's War, the 13th of February, Martyrs' Day, and International Women's Day have also become very important days there. Having lost their old backwards-looking cultures, the reactionaries have been ranting and raving that, quote, women are being raised to the rooftops, unquote, that, quote, the cordial relations of brothers and sisters are being shattered because the parents' property is being divided amongst them, unquote, and that, quote, untouchable elements are being brought into the kitchen, unquote. Angered by these reactionary rants, the masses are hammering more and more upon the old social relations and practices until they are completely done away with. More and more people are coming to understand that religion is, quote, the opium of the people, unquote, as Marx observed, and moreover that Hindu beliefs ideologically and politically support the feudal monarchy. They are also beginning to see that all sorts of religious fundamentalist practices, especially those with inhuman characteristics such as the breaking up of society into caste divisions, are reproduced and reinforced through religion. The Hindu religion is particularly cruel and cunning on this point. It holds that the misery and oppression of the downtrodden is punishment for sins committed in past lives, whereas the luxury and privileges of the upper castes is a reward for their past goodness. By nurturing such divisions, the exploiting classes have been perpetuating the downtrodden condition of the basic masses. Since the beginning of the People's War, and through the development of the base areas, the people have begun to cast away religion and rediscover the human race in themselves. In the course of mobilizing the masses, the fighters of the People's Liberation Army take part in production and politics as well as in military activities. Whilst carrying out these activities, illiteracy is an enemy that needs to be eradicated in the course of the revolution. There have been adult literacy campaigns among the masses, as well as campaigns concerning health and hygiene awareness. From the very emergence of this embryo of red political power in the countryside, the CPNM has paid serious attention to the rights of the national minorities. Hence, the principle of the right of nations to self-determination is applied. Wherever the national minorities, Janajatis, have been living and the old state has been driven out, they now exercise power. So for the first time since power was snatched from them, that is, since the unification of the country into a single nation state in the late 18th century, the people themselves are involved in building their own future. Indeed, Janajati comrades play leading roles in party affairs. From this practice, the domination of the Kash nation, in brackets, the dominant caste group in Nepal, originally the inhabitants of the Kashan region of western Nepal, end of brackets, over the national minorities is beginning to be ended. The, quote, 3-in-1, unquote, combination referred to above is being applied in the People's Committees to build red political power. The People's Committees are built on the basis of the Worker-Peasant Alliance. Here, representatives from nationalist and democratic forces are active, as well as representatives from the party and the People's Army. The CPNM has led in establishing people's courts in the areas of the red political power. In the old society, people suffered at the hands of government officers and the feudal lords and their usury capital. Land belonging to poor peasants was seized by landlords, and many people were forced into indebtedness and misery. Even though the people have always known the truth, that the exploiters have been ripping them off, they were unable to utter a word against them, since the landlords used to enjoy complete state protection. Now, wherever power is in the hands of the people, injustices imposed by the reactionaries are being overturned through people's courts. In areas under people's control, peasants have been able to retake their land previously seized by the landlords, including by raiding and capturing the banks in which landlords had deposited their mortgage papers, which had put them into lifelong servitude, and destroying those papers. Women throw off the 4 mountains. While Nepalese society has been dominated by 3 mountains of oppression, feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism and imperialism, Nepalese women carry an additional burden, that is patriarchy, or male domination. Furthermore, Hindu women of the so-called lower castes experience untold brutalities and immense social suffering. Women in feudal society are absolutely denied property rights. Even in well-to-do or wealthy families among the bourgeoisie, holding property in the name of a woman is only occasional. Women have to accept as their husband any man arranged by their parents. Child marriage and the marriage of young women to much older men is commonplace, both because Hindu custom allows this and because of poverty. Women are not allowed to divorce, but men can marry more than one wife. Widows are not allowed to remarry, and they are obliged to serve their husband's family as slaves for their entire lives. But a man can remarry if his wife dies. In the base areas of revolution, such unjust and unreasonable social practices have become things of the past. Since the establishment of people's political power, land entitlement is granted to women as well as men. This has shattered one of the major fetters on women, which has forced them to lead lives of absolute subordination and servitude to their men and hence to society at large. As this process is initiated, many women have gained enthusiasm and the strength to demand and attain social respect. This is one of their biggest social achievements, along with actively taking part on the political and military front. This is an accomplishment born out of Nepalese women's active participation exercising red political power and through their passionate involvement in the People's War. The participation of women in the party, the People's Liberation Army and the new political power has increased with each passing day and to ever higher levels. Growing numbers of women have begun to organize themselves into the Maoist-led armed forces. Armed with Maoist ideology and guns in hand, they have unleashed their fury against the hated exploiters and the reactionary state that safeguards the notorious enemies of the people. Nepalese women who are born as virtual slaves of men in this patriarchal system, who have endured countless reactionary feudal rights and who have been treated as no more than ornaments and objects of men's sexual gratification, have now begun to challenge such outlooks and violently shake these social relations. These changes are taking place very many times faster in the few years of People's War than in decades of reform. Women fighters, on several occasions, have expressed their own surprise at the extent of their newfound daring and power to overturn their conditions and punish their enemies in society. Indeed, they are guided by the bright red proletarian ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and are applying the science of revolution to the harsh realities of Nepal today. They have become conscious of their own interests and those of the enemy in the class and caste-ridden society, and this is the source of their courage and power, their love for their people and their hatred of the enemy. The courage of women in the revolutionary movement is truly inspiring, if not awesome. When some of them were captured by the enemy, they did not beg for their lives, even though the enemy troops brutally tortured and gang-raped them, and even gouged their eyes out before pouring petrol on their bodies and setting them alight. The commitment of many women to the great process of revolution has truly awakened the whole of Nepal. A case in point is the story of a 50-year-old woman in the western region who sought to avenge the death of her husband, who had been martyred by the notorious army during the state of emergency, after having been compelled to lead an underground life for many years. This news of her cold determination to join the party and the People's Army struck fear among the enemy troops, just as it inspired many people to join the revolution. This reaction was so great that voices arose even from the section of the middle classes, arguing that military suppression of the People's War alone could not lead to a lasting solution of the social-political conflict. The country was also electrified by the daring escape of 5 women Maoist political prisoners, who bit by bit painstakingly dug an underground tunnel from inside the prison where they were being held. The rise of women means the rise of half the population. Reactionaries of all types never consider women to be a force capable of epoch-making events. They cannot but treat them as simple powerless beings. But like revolutionary women the world over, women rebels in Nepal have shown that they can make history by conquering political power and remaking social relations on new foundations. A brief history of the Nepalese communist movement. The rumble of people's power throughout the Mahabharat and the Chure hill ranges of Nepal reflects not only an upsurge of the peoples, but also a long battle on the ideological and political front within the Communist Party, that is to say, a fierce line struggle that went on until a correct ideological and political line was established. Once the kernel of the genuine Maoist leadership was developed, through both line struggle within the party and class struggle in society, the cause of the people has progressed uninterruptedly against the enemy, albeit through twists and turns. From the very beginning, the Nepalese communist movement was greatly influenced by the revolutionary process in neighboring countries. The CPNM stresses that the Maoist line that has been developed in Nepal by this contingent of the international proletariat is a synthesis of the most advanced wars that our class has launched, historically in China and Russia, but also more recently in Peru. It is also the synthesis of the deep study and fierce struggle of the revolutionary internationalist movement, RIM, within the international communist movement. A brief history of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist has been published in a past issue of our journal, See A World to Win 22, from 1996. In its historic second conference in 2001, See A World to Win 27, 2001, the CPNM devoted serious attention to the history of proletarian ideology and its development in Nepal. The development of the People's War in Nepal flows from the party's ideological development and, as Lenin put it, ideology is the decisive factor in the revolution. Mao further clarified that if a party has a correct line, it can build a people's army, base areas, and finally win political power, and if it has an incorrect line, it will lose everything that it has. Every revolution is the product of a correct line. This line develops along with the application of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to the concrete conditions of the country. This has been proved yet again in Nepal, where the forging of a correct line by the CPNM has been the key to the advances of the revolution. Of particular importance in the struggle to initiate the People's War in Nepal was the long struggle against the opportunist group led by Mohan Bikram Singh. Singh had fallen into an eclectic variation of Hoshite dogmatism, a revisionist trend that arose immediately following the death of Mao in 1976, which sought to reverse correct verdicts within the international communist movement on Mao's contributions to revolutionary theory. In particular, Singh argued that it was wrong to use the term Maoism, or consider it a third stage in the development of proletarian ideology, using the pretext that we remained in the era of imperialism. Further, Singh clung to the errors of Stalin and the previous communist movement to deny and fight against Mao's further developments of proletarian ideology. He concluded that People's War could not be carried out successfully in Nepal. The Maoist revolutionary line developed in Nepal through fighting against the dogmato-revisionism of the so-called Singh school of thought. Of course, there have been many other important two-line struggles in the course of developing the communist movement in Nepal. As mentioned earlier, the Communist Party of Nepal United Marxist-Leninists, known as UML, has played a particularly despicable role in trying to prop up the faltering reactionary regime. In 1998, the UML was a leading partner in government for 9 months and held, among other posts, the ministry directly responsible for the repression of revolutionaries. In the recent past, as the monarchy has become an empty and discredited institution, the UML has tried to breathe new life into it by swearing allegiance to the king. The UML has even received the US ambassador in its offices, where the photos of Lenin, Stalin and Mao were conveniently put away, so as not to offend the, quote, honored guest, unquote. The Maoists have also been compelled to fight other reformist lines, such as the, quote, insurrectionism, unquote, of Nirmal Lama. One important lesson of the fight against all these tendencies was the understanding that without bringing into being a revolutionary alternative, no revolutionary organization can truly prevail over revisionism. In the course of these line struggles, the CPNM has tried not only to uphold revolutionary principles but also to apply them in practice. It has further developed the Maoist understanding that, quote, a party is a unity of opposites, unquote, and emphasized that the path of revolution goes through collision, rupture, leap, and catastrophe. Guided by these Marxist-Leninist Maoist principles, the CPNM went for unity with different trends that were found mainly within the revolutionary arena, and thus further polarized the revolutionary and reformist camps. Similarly, in order to initiate the People's War, the CPNM itself had to rupture with prevailing traditions and thinking in the Nepali communist movement, including parliamentarism. In brackets, the forerunner of the CPNM had 13 representatives in parliament, end of brackets, having safeguarded the basic revolutionary principles, that is, the party, the revolutionary line, and the revolutionary forces. 4 preparations were simultaneously carried out. These were ideological, political preparation, organizational preparation, logistical preparation, and preparation for war. The party believes that these preparations are still valid for further developing the war, and the party carries out these preparations to achieve a certain level of war qualitatively and quantitatively, and to make breakthroughs and further leaps. The CPNM calls its synthesis of the revolutionary process in Nepal, which developed through twists and turns and great challenges, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and Prachanda path. According to this understanding, Marxism-Leninism Maoism is the basic ideology and political theory, the science of revolution, and Prachanda path is the set of ideas relating to the specificities of the Nepalese Revolution, which serve as guiding principles. In this process of correctly applying Marxism-Leninism Maoism and making further advances militarily and politically, the party's understanding is that there have been ever more contributions to Marxism-Leninism Maoism in the course of advancing the People's War in Nepal. Imperialist and expansionist intervention in Nepal. As a result of the advances of the People's War and the all-out deepening crisis of the reactionary ruling class, and especially as the feudal monarchical system is being effaced from Nepal, US imperialism and Indian expansionism have been actively stepping up their role against the Nepalese people. Because the reactionary regime is desperate and increasingly unable to face the challenges posed by the people's power, the US is making serious preparations for more direct intervention. The situation has become even more unstable in the wake of the recent changes in the political scene, including the dismissal of the Prime Minister, the usurpation of executive power by the monarchy, and the installation of a government that consists of people who either do not belong to any political party or have not been recommended by any party, including some faces infamous for their loyalty to the Panchayat system, which is the form of monarchy that prevailed in Nepal before 1990. In February 2002, US Secretary of State Colin Powell visited Nepal. Sometime later in March 2002, Prime Minister Deuba visited the US and European Union. The UK and US have provided respectively $40 million and $22 million in aid. The US also sent a dozen military experts who surveyed all 3 parts of the country in order to map out general operational plans. 2 US Army personnel were witnessed in the Lishni Cordon action. It is evident that imperialist forces are already moving into Nepal. US aggression worldwide is now climaxing, threatening the security and stability of countries everywhere. The US is lashing out in the Middle East, and its emissaries are roaming the Asian region and baring their teeth like mad dogs. In this regard, the US rulers are wielding the 11th of September incident as, quote, a magic weapon, unquote, to intervene anywhere and anytime they like. The general strategy of US imperialism today is to suppress every kind of struggle against its interests, such as anti-feudal, anti-imperialist struggles, national liberation movements, and democratic and socialist movements. It puts a, quote, terrorist, unquote, label on them all in order to justify its own counter-revolutionary efforts to crush all opposition and intensify its exploitation of the billions of people the world over. But the US imperialists' fantasy of using their military might to establish the US as a perpetual unipolar superpower is calling forth increasing resistance all over the world. Because of the enormous misery caused by the imperialist plunder of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, these countries have been the epicenter of this uprising, what Mao called the, quote, storm center of world revolution, unquote. The emerging red political power in the Himalayas, set amidst such a turbulent global backdrop, has profound implications for South Asia as a whole and beyond. To counter the potential for wider regional upheaval, the US has already taken the unprecedented step of setting up an FBI spy agency right in Delhi, the capital of India. When the CPNM led the historic raid on the Acham district headquarters, the US administration disclosed its intention of putting a military outpost in Nepal itself, asserting that, quote, Nepal is a country of strategic importance, unquote. Even though the US imperialists' actions seem to be coming from a position of strength, in essence they are the manifestation of the compulsions, of the contradictions of the world imperialist system. However hard US imperialism tries to clamp down on the revolutionary movements, it will only succeed in further intensifying and sharpening the principal contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed nations and people, whilst also intensifying the inter-imperialist contradictions. Alongside this US aggression, India has been taking increasingly fascistic action against the people of South Asia. The Indian rulers have been suppressing the revolutionary movements and national liberation movements throughout the region. They have enacted several draconian laws, including the Prevention of Terrorism Act, POTA, to maintain their heaven of plundering the Indian masses. Under this law, they have arrested Nepalese journalists and social workers and extradited them to Nepal without even a trial or other democratic quote-unquote niceties. They have also arrested wounded Maoists from Nepal who were being treated at private hospitals in India and handed them over to the Nepalese police. This reflects India's determination to maintain its long-standing domination over Nepal. The Indian hegemonic state will never accept seeing the Nepalese people win liberation and determine their own fate. India's rulers are haunted by the spectre that the Nepalese government could be overthrown by a new democratic revolution and the country converted into a base area for world revolution. They are also seriously concerned that the revolutionary advances in Nepal could further stir up the discontent already boiling up in India itself. At a time when India's rulers have been forced to tie down 1 million troops along the borders with Pakistan, and when Maoist insurgency is rife in a number of states in India itself, the prospect of having to turn their attention to Nepal is not one that they relish. Moreover, war with the Maoist revolutionaries could be several times more costly than the war India has already been fighting against the Kashmir and Bodo national liberation movements. L.K. Advani, the Home Minister of India, expressed alarm over the vision of a South Asian Soviet Federation proposed by the CPNM, in which the liberated peoples of South Asia would join together in a voluntary union. Following the formation of the Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations in South Asia, CCOMPOSA, the Indian ruling class has been putting its bully eyes on Nepal and preparing a juggernaut campaign to repress the Maoist movement. There is a possibility that the Indian government may intervene in Nepal at any time. In response to a Nepalese government request, it immediately supplied weapons and ammunition. It has also sent a number of helicopters to help the Royal Nepalese Army fight the Maoists. The arrest and extradition of a CPNM Central Committee member who was handed over to the government of Nepal is the latest effort in this regard. From the other side of the border, revisionist China is closely monitoring events in Nepal. The Chinese bourgeoisie, still horrified by the memory of the great proletarian cultural revolution, would be most unwilling to see a Maoist Nepal rise on their own southern borders. Yet, they would also be extremely concerned at any outright attempt by India to occupy Nepal, as this would upset the long-standing and fragile balance of power on the China-India border, where serious warfare has broken out before. The Chinese rulers would look with great unease on any attempt by the Indian government to send its troops into Nepal in collaboration with the US-British combine. It is not possible to conclude a discussion on the role of the imperialists without mentioning one other force that has unfortunately been only too willing to do some of the dirty work of their propaganda machine. Here we are speaking of the domestic and international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that have received enormous amounts of money to help thwart the revolutionaries. These forces have emerged like seasonal mushrooms and propagated hundreds of lies such as, quote, the revolutionaries are violating human rights, unquote, and, quote, recruiting children into the PLA, unquote. If they were to witness events with their own eyes, they would definitely see who the actual terrorists are and who is violating human rights. Were these people in deep slumber while their masters were killing thousands of people these past 7 years? Wasn't it so-called terror when the government killed peasants working their farms in western Nepal? Wasn't it terror when the reactionary army killed political prisoners in different parts of the country, and when it brought dozens of political prisoners from different prisons and massacred them in cold blood in Lamahi? Wasn't it terror when the government killed the school children Dil Bahadur Ramtel, Subhadra Sapkota, Yamuna Chowdhury and others who were simply protesting the arrest of their teachers. Whilst these forces have been shouting themselves hoarse about so-called human rights violations by the revolutionaries, they were silent as lambs when the fascist Gyanendra Paras clique put huge cash bounties on the heads of the Maoist leaders and cadres who have been fighting for dramatic change to bring Nepalese society into the 21st century, and they see quote-unquote human rights violations whenever the people rise up to resist the genocidal army. They have simply been playing the role of a fig leaf for the reactionary state and the imperialist powers by attributing legitimacy to the state while it murders the people. As the people's power develops in the country, the imperialists and reactionaries will work overtime to smash it. In this situation, it is crucial that the Maoist revolutionaries develop worldwide solidarity with the people's war. As the revolutionary internationalist movement has put it, we must weave support for the Nepalese Revolution into all of the activity aimed against US aggression in Iraq and elsewhere. The recent tour of Europe sponsored by the World People's Resistance Movement to promote solidarity with the people's war in Nepal succeeded in reaching thousands of people and showed the potential for greater actions in the future. The time has most urgently come for the Maoist revolutionaries to carry out their internationalist duty, which Lenin defined as, quote, working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement and the revolutionary struggle in one's own country, and supporting, by propaganda, sympathy and material aid, this struggle, this and only this line in every country, without exception, unquote, from the tasks of the proletariat in our revolution. Red political power shining on the horizon. Nepalese society is passing through a merciless test of fire. Unprecedented violent encounters are taking place between the forward-going and backward-going forces. Under the leadership of the CPNM, the most advanced forward-going forces have united throughout the country and launched their offensive against the rotten old feudal state. The most backward-going and reactionary elements have united under the medieval, barbaric Gyanendra Paras clique, which is surviving on the blessings of US imperialism and Indian expansionism. The forward-going current of the People's War, being waged by the great heroes of the Nepalese people for their complete liberation from all kinds of exploitation of man by man, has developed into the People's Liberation Army and founded base areas and red political power, and it is posing an historic challenge to the autocratic feudal regime. In contrast, the feudal regime, in order to safeguard the interests of the reactionary system, has degenerated into the Gyanendra fascist clique and further declined into Royal Nepalese Army fascism to suppress the movement of the great Nepalese people. No one today can deny that the country has divided into two poles, that it is split between the royal palace and the Rolpa headquarters. These two poles stand in opposition to each other as the manifestations of two ideologies, two epochs and two armies on the battlefield. Millions of the country's people, from all sections of the community, whether peasants or laborers, proletariat or middle class or national bourgeoisie, have already risen to the side of the new society, rejecting the old reactionary rotten society. Now is the historic time for people of all sections of the country urgently to choose between the nascent, forward-going scientific Maoist revolutionary power and the imperialist-backed medieval feudal autocratic system. In the history of the Nepalese revolutionary movement, there have been many times when a correct understanding was lacking, when the weaknesses of the revolutionary forces gave the reactionaries room to inflict their interests on the masses. But under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, the Nepalese people now have a People's Liberation Army, base areas and countrywide mass bases. In contrast, the reactionary system has become totally isolated from the people, has a rotten base and superstructure and is held up only by the reactionary army and imperialist aid and support, and even though the reactionary regime is getting support from the imperialists, this does not reflect the will of the people of these countries either. The proletariat the world over naturally has a class obligation to smash the reactionary states and build red bases on the world proletarian revolution. And in general, the people of the imperialist countries have every interest in standing with the revolutionaries and the people of Nepal. The resignation of Vice Prime Minister of Belgium, Miss Magda of the Green Party in protest at the delivery of arms to Nepal is an expression of the contradictions among the governing circles in the imperialist countries, and it also reflects the sentiment amongst the masses of those countries against intervening on behalf of reactionary regimes like the monarchy in Nepal. Some people still argue that the revolution in Nepal will not be successful. They hold that neither the objective nor subjective conditions are ripe for revolution. According to them, even if the revolution is successful, there would be no other revolutionary states to support the new Nepalese state. In these circumstances, unless a revolution takes place in India or other big countries, they believe, the revolution in Nepal will simply prove premature. But their logic does not conform with objective reality. First of all, if one has nothing to do with revolution and revolutionary war, the subjective and objective conditions will never be ready for them. For Maoist revolutionaries, the majority of the subjective and objective conditions is relative. It was Mao who argued that the objective conditions in the world as a whole are ripe for revolution, and that what the revolutionaries have to develop is the subjective conditions. Since then, a great many political developments have taken place. Imperialism has been tightening its grip on the masses of the world, and the contradictions between imperialism and the oppressed nations and peoples have further intensified. This situation has further prepared the conditions for a revolution the world over. Secondly, no revolution can advance from banquet halls. It requires practice based on the scientific ideology and politics of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. If the subjective conditions were really lacking, the People's War would never have developed to the level it has. But the fact is that the subjective conditions are being developed through the process of war led by the Maoist Revolutionary Party. In Nepal, the people had neither base areas nor political power before the initiation of the People's War, and neither the People's Militia nor the People's Liberation Army were formed at the time. As Mao said, we learn warfare through warfare. Thirdly, even if there are currently no revolutionary states in the world, the process of revolution throughout the world is on the rise. In the neighboring country of India, the revolutionary struggle being led by the Maoist parties, the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist People's War, and the Maoist Communist Center MCC, is advancing in important parts of the country, and the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist Naxalbari and other Maoist forces are preparing to open new fronts of struggle. Furthermore, the whole of South Asia is simmering with national liberation movements. Likewise, the growing number of mass movements developing qualitatively and quantitatively in revolutionary character against imperialism in Europe and America, and the forceful resistance against imperialism in the Middle East, indicate that the rage smoldering under the surface of society has reached an explosive point. The revolutionary internationalist movement RIM has been linking the Maoist movements, providing ideological leadership to the international communist movement, and is developing as an embryo of the Communist International of a new type. In South Asia, CCOMPOSA is serving to help coordinate the struggles of the Maoist parties and organizations in the region. All this provides powerful backing to the struggle of Nepal's people. Imagine too the impact a victorious Maoist-led revolution in Nepal would have on the downtrodden peasants in neighboring India, and the clarity such a victory would introduce into the line struggles raging in the Indian revolutionary movement. Discontent and rebellion are already seething across large parts of the country, and there are millions of Nepalese scattered across India's urban centers. Nepal borders some of India's most inflammatory regions, which have been centers of revolutionary discontent in the past and present: Bihar, West Bengal and nearby Jharkhand. The historic village of Naxalbari, from which the armed struggle began in India in the 1960s, is located right alongside India's border with Nepal. The importance of this battle being fought out in Nepal is not lost on the imperialists, and it should not be lost on the proletarian revolutionaries either. At stake is the possibility of a much-needed and long-awaited breakthrough for the proletariat at a time when the imperialists are stepping up their intervention and aggression the world over. This is a struggle being waged clearly under the leadership of a Marxist-Leninist Maoist party determined to liberate Nepal in the service of the world proletarian revolution. The revolution in Nepal requires and deserves the support of all those who are fighting against the current masters of the old world and are struggling to bring about a new one. The destiny of the 23 million people of Nepal will be decided in the times ahead. On the one hand lies a future that is shackled to the past, a world of oppression and misery only too familiar to anyone who has lived or seen life at the bottom of the imperialist global order. On the other lies a vision that could not be more different. One where the Himalayan mountains are beaming red, and Mount Sagarmatha is smiling with the advance of new days, with the dawning of a new democratic Nepal. The day is indeed coming when a section of the planet's most downtrodden people stand up, hoisting the red flag once again on the earth, and continue along the path of history hewed by the Paris Commune, the Great October Revolution, and the Great Chinese Revolution. It will be the day the international proletariat advances one more step in making socialist revolution and advancing towards transforming the world to classless society, communism. A World to Win, issue 30 from 2004. Building Red Power in Nepal. Throughout the year 2003, Nepal has continued to be a vital battleground in which millions of Nepalese peasants, workers, revolutionary intelligentsia, and other progressive forces have, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist CPNM, been locked in a fierce and complex struggle with the forces of the old Nepal, the landlords and bureaucrat capitalists, and the discredited political forces linked to them, led by a feudal monarch backed by world imperialism and reaction. Nepal is one of the few countries where a genuine Marxist-Leninist party has clearly established its leadership over the revolutionary process, and where the revolutionary vision of the future illuminates the path ahead. This stands out in stunning relief in a world where, unfortunately, the struggles of the people are all too often encumbered by the cobwebs of different forms of dead-end ideology promoted by opportunist, bourgeois, or even reactionary forces. For these reasons, the eyes and attention of the class-conscious proletariat and genuine revolutionary and democratic forces have been increasingly focused on the drama being played out in Nepal. For much of 2003, there was a ceasefire in the People's War launched in 1996, during which the revolutionary and reactionary camps each sought to reinforce its position and prepare for the more intense struggles that both knew lay ahead. When, after repeated provocations by the Nepalese reactionaries, the ceasefire was formally terminated at the end of August 2003, a fierce new wave of fighting swept from one end of the country to the other. The reactionary forces, emboldened by infusions of weapons, funds and advisors from the US and some other reactionary powers, have committed atrocity after atrocity, usually against common villagers, and in a grisly reminder of US imperialist tactics in Vietnam, often label the corpses falsely as so-called Maoists to disguise their crimes and boost sagging morale. The intense fighting of the latter months of 2003 has not only been a continuation of the whole process of People's War begun in 1996, but also in a more immediate sense the violent continuation of the political battle that took place under conditions of temporary ceasefire in the first half of 2003. Through this process, the CPNM is emerging more clearly than ever as the acknowledged leaders of the great majority of the Nepalese people and the only political force that has the capability and is prepared to provide an alternative to the decrepit monarchy and the rule of the reactionary classes. Background to the ceasefire. As we analyzed at length in A World to Win, 2002, issue 28, the revolution in Nepal has been developing at a dizzying pace, especially since the Royal Palace massacre in June 2001, when the reigning king Birendra and most of his family were killed. Although the massacre stripped the monarchy of any remaining legitimacy in the eyes of the masses, the ruling classes and the foreign imperialists recognized Birendra's brother Gyanendra as the new king and hoped that he would be able to finally crush the People's War. Gyanendra immediately called out the Royal Nepal Army (RNA) to directly confront the People's Liberation Army (PLA), led by the CPNM. Up to that point the RNA had stayed mainly in the background, aiding and advising the militarized police who had been the spearhead of the enemy's counter-revolution. But the ruling class's hopes and dreams of quickly defeating the CPNM on the battlefield were soon crushed, as the PLA showed itself more than capable of standing up to the RNA and inflicting stinging defeats on them. On one occasion they even surrounded a contingent of RNA soldiers who had arrogantly ventured into the western region, revolutionary strongholds, and forced them to put down their rifles and pledge never to fight the people again. Amidst the turmoil and revolutionary advance that followed the Palace massacre, The enemy was divided and demoralized. The new king and the RNA felt it necessary to call a ceasefire with the revolutionary forces. The CPNM leadership, analyzing that the People's Forces would benefit from a temporary pause in the hostilities and taking into account the wishes of different sections of the people, accepted a ceasefire. Some initial exploratory talks took place during this first ceasefire, which lasted 3 months in the late summer and early autumn of 2001. Mainly, however, both sides used the interlude to prepare for the next round of military clashes. For the enemy it was a time to try and re-solidify a badly shaken RNA and reunite the ruling class and its political parties around a widely hated king, who was generally considered responsible for the massacre of his own brother and other family members. It was also a moment for the old state to reinforce its ties with US and British imperialism, as well as with neighboring India, which has always considered Nepal its protectorate. The attacks on the 11th of September 2001 and the US imperialists' subsequent announcement of a global war on terrorism made the king and the ruling circles more confident in their backing from the US and made the US all the more insistent that the so-called Maoist problem be resolved by force. On the part of the CPNM, the 3-month ceasefire was used to solidify and formalize the People's Liberation Army, whose founding conference was held in autumn 2001. It was also a moment to strengthen organs of political power at the local level with the election of revolutionary councils in numerous districts. Huge mass meetings held in the district centers and the capital of Kathmandu further revealed the extent and depth of support for the revolution in Nepal. After this short ceasefire ended, the party undertook what it called a, quote, new initiation, unquote, referring back to the initiation of the People's War in 1996, when the entire party made the ideological, political and organizational transformations necessary to actually begin a People's War. This so-called new initiation involved massive attacks by the PLA against enemy strongholds, in some cases involving thousands of soldiers organized into brigades and well armed with the equipment that had been captured from the enemy. Footnote. For more on these events, see A World to Win 2002 issue 29. End of footnote. In particular, immediately following the party's announcement of the withdrawal of the ceasefire, a stunning military victory was achieved in the district capital of Dang, where the most important enemy military base for the entire western region was captured and huge stocks of weapons and ammunition were seized and carted away in lorries by the victorious PLA. Enemy strongholds were routed on a number of other occasions. In the political sphere, resounding blows by the PLA hammered away at the efforts of the ruling class and its political party to forge a new reactionary consensus around King Gyanendra. On the 4th of October 2002, the Prime Minister and government were dismissed and Parliament dissolved, and the king effectively centralized all governmental power in his own hands. Shortly thereafter, the king appointed an unelected and hated flunky, Lokendra Bahadur Chand, as his Prime Minister. The central goal of the king, his foreign advisers and indeed the entire Nepalese ruling class was to crush the rebellion of the masses of people by brutal force. Despite the enemy's all-out attempts at suppression, the revolutionary forces persisted. Different district headquarters of the reactionary state were demolished, large numbers of enemy soldiers were put out of action, and further stocks of weapons and ammunition were captured. The country's top police chief was annihilated in the capital Kathmandu. As the reactionary regime floundered and weakened on every front of the war, it was eventually forced to call for another ceasefire. In addition to the resounding military actions, the party continued to lead other forms of struggle as well, including a very successful strike of the country's university students and repeated bans or general strikes, whereby all economic activity in the country was halted for 1 or several days. The powerful blows of the People's War and the ever-growing allegiance of Nepal's masses to the program and leadership of the CPNM sent the whole reactionary ruling class into a quandary. In every corner of the country, the overwhelming political issue on the people's minds had become the outcome of the war. On what basis would peace be restored? What form of society and what form of rule would replace the old state whose bankruptcy was becoming more and more evident. The reactionaries of Nepal are and remain divided into many competing fiefdoms with different interests. But the most important division to note is between those who see the preservation and strengthening of the monarchy as the key link in maintaining the rule of the reactionary classes and others, especially the Nepali Congress Party and the Communist Party of Nepal, United Marxist-Leninist, usually referred to as UML, who are the strongest parties in parliament, and who see their own futures connected to the preservation of some sort of parliamentary system. These latter parties describe themselves as the defenders of the 1990 Constitution, which was established after a nationwide anti-monarchy movement knocked down the old non-party Panchayat system that was headed by the king and based on councils of so-called notables. While these two basic trends in the Nepalese ruling class have been locked in sharp conflict, they also interpenetrate. Even the so-called Marxist-Leninists of the UML have sworn allegiance to the monarchy, and even the king finds it useful to combine the defense of an autocratic and medieval system of rule with what the Nepal rulers like to call multi-party democracy. In addition to the shrinking support for the ruling class political parties on the one hand, and the bedrock support for the Maoists among the poor peasants and workers on the other, there are also important sections of the people who hesitate between the different political solutions. These strata are particularly significant in the capital of Kathmandu, where an urban petty bourgeoisie has developed. As in other countries, the class position of these strata make them particularly susceptible to falling for illusions about the possibility of peaceful change through elections, or to chasing after solutions other than the decisive victory of one of the two fundamentally opposed camps. From the beginning of the People's War, the CPNM has fought hard and achieved important success in winning wide sections of these classes and strata to support the revolutionary camp. On the other hand, the UML and other revisionists have made it their special task to try to play the bourgeois democratic prejudices of the urban petty bourgeoisie and hold up the illusion that some so-called third way, other than the victory of the Maoists or the RNA, is available to the country. The party has analyzed that a state of strategic equilibrium now exists between the old and dying state represented by the king on the one hand and the emerging new state under the leadership of the Maoists on the other. Mao Zedong analyzed that, as a general rule, revolutionary warfare proceeds in three stages: from so-called strategic defensive, where the revolutionary forces are weaker than the enemy and must accumulate strength over a protracted period of time on the basis of guerrilla engagements with the enemy, to the stage of so-called strategic equilibrium, in which the two sides are relatively equal and neither is yet able to decisively destroy the other, and the fighting is more and more characterized by larger scale mobile and positional warfare, to the so-called strategic offensive, when the forces of the revolution are able to launch an overall offensive aimed at decisively destroying the enemy's armed forces and establishing the rule of the people throughout the country. In Nepal, the party holds that strategic equilibrium is reflected by the fact that the entire society recognizes that there exist two different states in the country, each with its own army and institutions. Experience has shown that both the revolutionary and counter-revolutionary camps used the period of strategic equilibrium, which by its nature is transitionary and unlikely to last long, to prepare to resolve the question of the revolution by decisively defeating the opposing camp. Under the conditions of the strategic equilibrium and the reality of two states and two armies, a clamor for a negotiated solution to the war arose from many sectors of society, including from some sections generally supportive of the revolution, but whose class position made them susceptible to hopes of some sort of peaceful solution. Comrade Prachanda, the chairman of the CPNM, put it this way, quote, "Generally, as the Revolutionary People's War develops to strategic equilibrium, enormous pressure mounts on the state establishment to find a way out through negotiations. In the concrete conditions of enormous military pressure from the People's Liberation Army, as well as political pressure from the masses, the possibility of negotiations grows stronger, especially during the stage of strategic equilibrium. This is clearly shown by the history of people's wars around the world. But this does not mean that the stage of strategic equilibrium, ceasefires, and negotiations necessarily take place, nor that their occurrence should be viewed as some kind of principle. A process of a ceasefire and negotiations might be necessary and productive in one particular context of the national and international balance of power, whereas in another situation it might be unnecessary and even counterproductive. In the present context of Nepal, the process of ceasefire and negotiations can be understood and defined as reflecting several particular factors. A specific international situation marked by more aggressive and unbridled imperialism, a specific situation of strategic equilibrium in the country, the wishes of the Nepalese masses to find a political solution through peaceful negotiations, and our party's policy on war and negotiations." Unquote. From China Weekly, the 24th of March 2003. From the outset, negotiations and ceasefire had two entirely different contents for the two opposing camps of revolution and counter-revolution. Within the reactionary camp, both the parliamentary forces and the state power grouped around the army and the king tried to utilize the ceasefire and negotiations to isolate the Maoist revolutionaries and destroy them by bringing their ranks to the surface. The tactics and strategies of both sets of reactionaries, the parliamentarians and the monarchists, have been the same in essence. Both groups wanted to utilize the Maoists against their ruling class rivals as a ladder to climb to the throne and then turn on and destroy the Maoists. The enemy ceasefire declaration was also an expression of deep internal contradictions within the reactionary camp itself, which the People's War and the tactics of the CPNM have greatly intensified. Furthermore, the reactionary ruling classes and their foreign advisers hoped that the Maoist revolutionaries could be corrupted through the ceasefire and negotiations process. They recall past experience in Nepal, whereby a section of former Marxist-Leninists who in the late 1960s had even taken up armed struggle under the influence of the Naxalbari upsurge in nearby India, later degenerated into the ossified, quote, Royal UML, unquote. Other such examples can be found elsewhere in the world. Similarly, they hoped that if the CPNM could be enticed into the parliamentary lockhouse, it could be transformed into a parliamentary party. They also expected that the party could be divided, or that its members and leadership who swim among the masses like fish in the sea could be brought to the surface so that even if the ceasefire collapsed, the revolutionaries could be picked off like beached fish, ultimately leading to defeat for the revolution. For the enemy, then, the ceasefire was a time of political conspiracies and of illusions of placating the Maoist revolutionaries and eliminating the People's War. The leadership of the CPNM was quite aware of the conspiracies the reactionaries were hatching, and it was determined to navigate the ceasefire and negotiations carefully. Through this process, the CPNM was determined to make clear to all sections of the Nepalese people that the party had a program for addressing the basic needs of Nepalese society and a reasonable and just solution to the war by transferring all power to the masses of the people themselves. While it would be highly unlikely that the ruling classes and their foreign masters would allow such a solution, the struggle at the negotiating table and in the overall political arena would make it clear to millions more, including the wavering middle strata, that it was the reactionary forces, especially those grouped around the king and the RNA, that were blocking any possibility of fundamental change. As such, it is they who bear full responsibility for the hardships of war that the Nepalese people are suffering. At the negotiating table, the CPNM thus faced a situation marked by new lurking dangers, but also great new opportunities to advance the revolutionary cause, if they could rise to the challenge. As CPNM Chairman Prachanda noted, quote, "Revolutionaries have been victorious by steadfastly applying the science of social revolution, upholding the fundamental interests of the masses, and being firm in principle and flexible in tactics. If a revolutionary party has not acquired this political and ideological capacity, it will not only be defeated on the front of dialogue, but also on the front of war itself. Examples of defeats of armed struggle on the war front abound throughout world history, as to defeats on the front of dialogue. By avoiding the dangers of the rocks to the one side and the whirlpool to the other, the vessels of revolution can advance steadily to sea. If a captain lacks the capacity to avert unseen rocks and dangerous whirlpools, the vessel may break apart on the rocks or be sucked into the whirlpool. Here the captain means the revolutionary party." End of quote. In this situation, the CPNM formulated 3 principal demands for a political solution to the war as follows: a round-table discussion, an interim government, and the election of a Constituent Assembly. The ceasefire was announced on the 27th of January 2003 when, according to CPNM chairman Prachanda, Gyanendra had expressed his willingness to enter into serious discussion on all 3 of these points. These 3 demands themselves are not the final goal for the Maoist revolutionaries. The party considers them tactical means to reach the goal: to abolish the present reactionary system and to establish a revolutionary new democratic system as the necessary first stage before advancing to the socialist revolution. It is the new democratic revolution alone that can, in a real sense, empower the masses of the people and make them sovereign. As Mao defined it, the new democratic revolution is, by its nature, bourgeois democratic in that its immediate targets are not capitalism and the bourgeoisie as a whole, but rather only the landlords, foreign imperialists, and those sections of the capitalists (in brackets the bureaucrat comprador bourgeoisie) end of brackets linked to foreign and domestic reaction. In Nepal, the need to complete the democratic revolution is stark indeed. It has been clear since the Sugauli Treaty of 1815, following the war with British India, and especially over the last 50 years, that the country has achieved neither democracy nor national liberation. Furthermore, in the hands of the reactionary classes, these 2 goals have been made to appear opposite and contradictory. While the comprador bureaucrat capitalist class claims to be democratic and is supported by imperialism, the feudal autocratic monarchy claims to uphold the nation's sovereignty and independence. Likewise, in the process of attaining political power, the comprador bureaucrats have always taken help from one section of imperialists and foreign reactionaries, while in the name of safeguarding national independence, the feudal autocrats have been dropped by other imperialist and foreign reactionaries. So on the surface, the power tussle at the top appears to be between reactionary national chauvinist feudalism (in brackets actually linked to imperialism) end of brackets, and bourgeois democratic forces, who in reality are comprador bureaucrat capitalists and also puppets of imperialism. The only ones who have never had the opportunity to decide their own fate are the Nepalese people themselves. On every occasion, the constitutions were written either by the feudal autocrats or by the compradors. The Constitution of 1962 was written by feudal autocrats, as were the 1980 amendments. However, the People's Movement of 1990 changed the situation to some degree, and another group of puppets of imperialism, the bureaucrat capitalists, wrote the current constitution, which enshrines so-called multi-party democracy (in brackets) while preserving a powerful monarchy (end of brackets). The CPNM has long made it clear that the Constitution of Nepal is already defunct. The Post-massacre of June 2001 dealt a heavy blow to the monarchical system, but the monarchists, ignoring the fact that even the semblance of the monarchy's legitimacy had perished along with King Birendra, have gone all out to reinforce Gyanendra's rule. Following his ascension to power, the king declared a state of emergency, and the parliament and its elected government were formally dismissed. The feudal despot abolished in all but words the remaining traces of the 1990 constitution, and even the parliamentarians were deprived of their bourgeois rights. One section of the imperialist puppets, the parliamentarians, demand a return to the 1990 status quo, whilst another section of the imperialist puppets, the monarchist feudal autocrats, demand an active monarchy. This has led to a deep, ongoing constitutional crisis, and fueled the desire of all sections of the people to seek a progressive way out. The party's call for a Constituent Assembly is an effort to speak to this demand, and it has achieved a wide echo throughout society. The question of a constituent assembly is also inseparably linked to the question of control over the Royal Nepal Army, RNA. The so-called Democrats, that is, the parliamentary forces, believe that when they hold the government post, the king is a constitutional monarch and the army is under the control of parliament. This illusion could persist only so long as the interests of the feudal autocrats were not harmed. As the People's War developed and base areas were established, people began to exercise real power according to the revolutionary principle of the masses controlling their own destinies. Under the leadership of the Vanguard Party, the people built up their own political power and their own army, which ran completely counter to the interests of the monarchy and their feudal autocrats. Under these conditions, the thin veneer of a constitutional monarchy was shattered by the reality of the RNA directly reporting to the king and nakedly exercising reactionary dictatorship. The so-called triangular struggle that on the surface seemed to be taking place between three forces, the king and the RNA, the parliamentary political parties, and the people's forces under the leadership of the CPNM, was thus shown in reality to be a two-sided battle between the old reactionary state, with the king and the army at the center, and the new state led by the CPNM, whose pillar is the People's Liberation Army, PLA. The proposal for a round-table conference attempts to provide an alternative that could serve as an interim parliament of different sections of the people, with proportional representation for different nationalities, regions, downtrodden castes, like Dalits, genders and other sections of the people. This round-table conference would also name an interim government whose task would be to organize the election of the Constituent Assembly. Through this process, the legitimacy of the RNA would virtually be finished, and the abolition of the absolute monarchy would be solidified. In fact, there have been demands for a Constituent Assembly in Nepal going as far back as 1950. This continued to be raised by various forces until 1980, and some left forces again raised the demand for a Constituent Assembly during the anti-monarchy movement of 1990. But the concrete reality was that the people were unarmed and had no real political power. Even if a Constituent Assembly had been elected back then, based on the demands of the political parties, the result would not have differed substantially from the result of the 1980 referendum that endorsed the old Panchayat system. During the 1990 upsurge, the Maoists emphasized that the way forward for the country was to prepare for People's War. Today, the slogans raised by the CPNM exist in a completely different subjective and objective context. Now the people have their own people's army and their own revolutionary political power in vast areas of the countryside. They have been exercising political power based on the principle of self-rule. In a large area of the country, the principle of self-determination has won respect, and the Maoist revolutionary politics of, quote, its right to rebel, unquote, have been ideologically, politically and practically established. The reactionary system has disintegrated more than ever before, and the masses of Nepalese people have expressed their yearning for the complete transformation of society. The reactionaries in Nepal and abroad understood themselves that the slogans for a round-table discussion, interim government and constituent assembly would, under existing conditions, represent a transitional form led by the CPNM whose end result would be none other than the overthrow of the reactionary classes and the countrywide establishment of the new democratic power that already exists in vast parts of the countryside. The three demands had an electrifying effect throughout the country. Even among the main parliamentary parties, significant sections have supported their demands. The revisionist UML even instituted disciplinary procedures against 4 of its leaders simply for wanting to put the question of the three demands on the agenda. The US and British, at different times and different ways, made clear that no Maoist-led political solution would be tolerated, and so they promptly announced an increase in military aid. The US even had the nerve to place the CPNM on the US State Department's list of quote-unquote terrorist organizations, even as mass rallies all across Nepal were demonstrating the support of millions of Nepalese for the newly arising political power. Footnote: the US State Department actually publishes 2 lists. The CPNM figures on list B, terrorist organizations to be observed. End of footnote. Ceasefire and aftermath. While the reactionary regime agreed to the ceasefire and to negotiations in words, it covertly harbored a different agenda. The CPNM leadership was keenly aware of the reactionaries' character and was thus able to skillfully expose their hidden agenda. It also became clear early on that one tactic of the reactionaries was to avoid major matters and divert discussion to secondary issues. Through all this, the Nepalese masses have now had an opportunity to witness clearly the reactionaries' double-dealing policy, holding one hand forward for an embrace while the other clinches a knife to stab the people in the back. Within a week of declaring the ceasefire, the CPNM prepared a policy and program for this period and clarified its policy on the question of negotiations, that is, that the ultimate purpose of negotiations was to empower the Nepalese people, and that if the interests of the people were undermined by the enemy, the party reserved its right to terminate the ceasefire at any moment. While the party named a high-level 5-person negotiating team led by Dr. Babarum Bhattarai, the enemy suffered a stinging humiliation when it had great difficulty even constituting its own negotiating panel. For its part, the CPNM respected the ceasefire, not only by circulating its policy among the rank and file, but also as a goodwill measure by withdrawing a scheduled general strike (in brackets Band). It also stopped fund collections (in brackets such as taxation) end of brackets except voluntary contributions. The Maoist-led People's Liberation Army, the Maoist cadres, and the revolutionary people throughout the country exercised a high level of revolutionary discipline. Meanwhile, the Royal Nepal Army violated even the most minimum norms of the ceasefire. They engaged in encirclements of smaller PLA contingents, seized arms from PLA units, conducted raids, and arrested and intensified spying against Maoist revolutionary supporters, cadres, and leaders. Some of the police posts that had been removed under the pressure of the People's War were re-established. Instead of releasing Maoist leaders and political prisoners from prison and publicizing the whereabouts of so-called disappeared people and cadres, the royal government killed several Maoist revolutionaries. After protracted discussion, a 22-point "code of conduct" to govern the ceasefire was agreed by both sides and publicly announced on the 13th of March 2003. Footnote: the Code of Conduct agreed that 1. Both parties should be committed and effortful to find a peaceful solution through dialogue. 2. Both sides are committed and effortful to find mutual agreements on matters of national importance. 3. Both parties will stop violent activities and will not deploy security forces that could ignite fear amongst the general public. 4. Both parties will refrain from aggressive activities around high security areas. 5. Both sides will gradually release prisoners. 6. Both sides will work for the interests of the general public peacefully and without hindrance. 7. Ideas of both sides to get fair and impartial treatment in the state media. 8. Both sides to refrain from publishing comments that could mar the talks and peace process. 9. Both sides to be civil while making comments. 10. Both sides to refrain from forcibly taking money or goods as donations. 11. Both sides to organize peaceful meetings to protest. There will be no strikes, bans or transport strikes during the ceasefire. 12. Both sides to refrain from searches, arrests and kidnappings. 13. Both sides to help each other in maintaining peace throughout the ceasefire. 14. No obstacles to be created in the transportation of food, medicine and essential goods. 15. Both sides will not obstruct the free movement of people. 16. No obstructions to be placed on both sides while exercising fundamental rights. 17. Both sides to allow movement of negotiators without impediment. 18. Both sides will help in the return home of displaced persons and their assimilation. 19. A monitoring team will be formed with the understanding of both. 20. Changes to the Code of Conduct can be made with mutual understanding. 21. Both sides will amicably settle differences in the interpretation of the code. 22. The Code of Conduct can be terminated through mutual understanding. From www.nepalnews.com. End of footnote. In the meantime, the royal government filed criminal charges against Comrade Baburam Bhattarai and other party leaders and conducted army movements throughout the country camouflaged as public health efforts. Their so-called doctors were in fact busy killing Maoist revolutionaries and arresting people. In the negotiations themselves, the enemy camp refused substantive discussions concerning the three demands put forward by the CPNM and the future of Nepalese society. Despite these provocations, the CPNM declared that the party would persevere in the negotiation process to the logical end. In the second round of these negotiations, the old state agreed to confine movements of units of the Royal Army to within a 5-kilometer periphery of their barracks. This agreement caused a nationwide furor, since it effectively meant that the old state would be able to exercise power only within a small part of the national territory. In brackets, the 18% of the country within 5 kilometers of army barracks, end of brackets, while the people's rule over the vast majority of the countryside was tacitly recognized. The very next day, one member of the old state's negotiating team tried to deny that there had been any so-called 5-kilometer agreement. The RNA proceeded to arrest many cadres and tried to stop the political activities of the Maoist revolutionaries in the countryside. Under pressure from the whole country, the RNA was finally obligated in words to recognize the so-called 5-kilometer agreement. Why did the old state repudiate an agreement reached by its own negotiators? No doubt this is explained in part by the double-dealing and treacherous nature of the ruling class and its army, like those of reactionaries the world over. But it is also necessary to take full note of the insidious role of US imperialism. From the time the ceasefire was declared, the US imperialists were actively and openly interfering in Nepalese internal affairs. They welcomed the ceasefire on the day following its announcement, yet, after some days, demanded that the CPNM lay down its arms. This would mean nothing less than disarming the people in the face of reactionary suppression. Some days later, the US blamed the Nepalese government for not having fought harder against the CPNM. All this was plainly aimed at provoking the Nepalese feudals and bureaucrats to violate the minimum norms and conditions of the ceasefire and negotiations. Even whilst negotiations were still going on, the US stepped up its training of the Royal Nepal Army, supplied it with more advanced weaponry, put the party on its B list of terrorists, and signed a 5-year agreement with the Nepalese royal government. These facts show that the US goal is to push the reactionary classes into an all-out bloody conflict with the revolutionary people. Throughout the ceasefire it became clearer and clearer to the masses, and indeed the whole society, that the Nepalese ruling classes are part and parcel of the world system of imperialism and reaction, which could never accept the will of the vast majority of the people and would instead seek to crush their revolution by force. Mass meetings, some attended by tens of thousands, were held to welcome the CPNM negotiators, not only in the capital but in other cities and district towns as well. Meanwhile, the party took great care that the temporary cessation of hostilities did not lead to the identification of the various levels of party leaders, who remained strictly underground. The third and final round of negotiations was held in the city of Dang in western Nepal, the site of the tremendous military victory of the Maoist-led armed forces in 2001. Earlier, a huge mass meeting had welcomed the CPNM negotiating team. When the enemy negotiators and international press arrived, they noted that the entire city was decorated with slogans and banners in support of the positions of the CPNM. Yet once again the representatives of the old state refused substantive discussions, and both sides prepared for what was now seen by all as the inevitable resumption of full-scale warfare. In the face of the continuing violations of the ceasefire and the old state's repeated refusal to engage in substantive discussions, on the 27th of August 2003 the party finally declared its intention to resume military action. As for the RNA, its undeclared violations of the ceasefire had been mounting daily for weeks and months before that. The BBC World Service reported that one factor behind the collapse of the ceasefire was, quote, the added interest of major outside powers in the country's domestic affairs, mainly the US, UK and India. All three of them have helped the Royal Nepalese Army fight the rebels, but India is said to be apprehensive of growing US influence in its backyard. End of quote. Indeed, while these powers will doubtlessly work together to thwart the advance of the revolutionary forces, the ongoing rivalry and the general weakness of the central Nepal state makes it difficult for the reactionaries to unite their ranks against the CPNM. It remains to be seen how much they will pull together as the revolution advances, or how much they will instead turn on each other like rats in a sinking ship. In any case, one of the chief aims of the US imperialists is to try to stand over the fray and knock heads together to forge unity against the revolution, but this effort might well stretch its own resources, especially if it becomes even more bogged down in Iraq and Afghanistan. In any case, while the CPNM carried out a few large-scale actions immediately following the end of the ceasefire, the most significant activity was the forcible removal of enemy armed forces and spies from vast sections of the countryside. This took place not only in the hilly region of Nepal, which had long been under PLA control, but also in the agricultural plains of the Terai, which provide most of Nepal's grain and where feudal land ownership has weighed on the peasantry for centuries. The Terai borders India and is an area where communications and transportation are more developed than in the hilly region. Hence, it has long been an enemy stronghold that is militarily more difficult for waging people's war. So the fact that it too has been overwhelmingly liberated is of tremendous importance. The CPNM's support is not confined to areas where the masses rule. Only 3 weeks after the collapse of the ceasefire, the party called for a 3-day Band (general strike), which completely halted all economic activities in the country from the 17th to the 20th of September 2003, paralyzing Kathmandu and costing the economy an estimated $10 million per day. Inside the base areas, the functioning of the people's government is making steady but rapid progress. The old state had sought to nip the revolutionary war in the bud. It made many attempts to destroy revolutionary construction, people's power, revolutionary politics, and the gains the people had generally won in the course of the People's War. But revolutionary political power has not only involved fighting a resistance struggle in the base areas, it also meant applying a revolutionary social, economic and judicial policy. The country's poorest, most oppressed and marginalized people have been establishing their revolutionary state power in remote areas where the old state had little presence. The CPNM is learning from the policy adopted in revolutionary China under the leadership of Mao, where certain countries were established as models for the whole country. In Nepal today, alongside model industry and model agriculture, the revolutionary people have also been developing model state power. Model state power involves the understanding and the exercise of the fundamental rights of the people, including production, the supply of basic necessities, education, sanitation, communications, transportation, and the establishment of a judicial system. While the areas concerned are located on difficult poor terrain, once the people have grasped the essential points of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and once they have realized their own strength and capacity, they have been able to turn the whole society downside up, just as in China's Tachai, where despite poor, hilly and unproductive land, the formerly downtrodden and oppressed masses were able to transform it into a model county, so too the Nepalese Maoists have been building several Tachais in the hilly terrain of Rapati, Beri, Karnali and Seti in western Nepal. As the Chinese revolutionaries said, quote, "When the broad masses of poor and lower middle peasants, who are the masters of socialist agriculture, study Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, in brackets which we now know as Marxism-Leninism Maoism, end of brackets, and master Chairman Mao's line and general and specific policies, they acquire indomitable strength and become powerful enough to tame mountains and harness rivers," end of quote, from the Shanghai textbook, Banner Press USA, page 164. Like the revolutionaries in Maoist China, the revolutionaries in Nepal and the broad mass of poor and lower middle peasants more generally have been learning to wield Marxism-Leninism Maoism, the general line and specific policies of the CPNM, and have been acquiring indomitable strength and are becoming powerful enough to tame Mounts Sagarmatha, in brackets Everest, Machapuchre, Chalchala, Malika and Chilkaya, and harness the Koshi, Narayani, Karnali, and Mahakali rivers. As the Shanghai textbook said, quote, "They can transform unfavorable natural conditions into favorable ones, transform low yields into high yields, advance from a condition of owning no agricultural machines to owning various agricultural machines, and realize the potential of agricultural mechanization." End of quote. With this Maoist understanding, the revolutionary people of Nepal are not only destroying the old system and its infrastructure of exploitation and oppression, but also constructing and building a new economic base and new relations between people, in short, a new social system. In the Humla district of western Nepal, the aim is for at least one ward of each village development committee to be selected to build model state power. By the time the state of emergency was declared, the development of model state power was underway. When the ceasefire and negotiations began, the Humla and Mugu Unified District Organizing Committee had selected Srinagar, Madana Kalika and Viyi as model areas. These are extremely backward areas where famine has been rampant. Hundreds of people die every year because of hunger and the lack of medicine. Because of the lack of an irrigation system, fertilizer and proper seeds, and since the masses are not mobilized, farmers reap only one harvest a year. The area is marked by extreme differences in climate, from scorching weather in the summer, when malaria takes dozens of lives every year, to extreme cold and snowfall in the winter. In the past, the old state did nothing. Documents seized from the enemy suggest that the old government had allotted some funds to these areas, yet no work had been done on the ground. Where did the funds, however limited, disappear? Into the pockets of officials and flunkies. The party mobilized all possible resources to develop models of new state power. Since the country is still in a state of civil war, the models of state power are designed to meet the demands of the existing situation. The comrade responsible for leading the CPNM's work in Humla and Kalikut told Chanadesh on the 3rd of June 2003, quote, "The division of the districts for the development of model state power was scientifically determined according to the needs of the civil war," unquote. By the time negotiations began, 13 institutions had been established to systematize model state activities. The major institutions in the model state power deal with housing and local development, public education, health, sanitation and culture, public security, agriculture and husbandry, industry and mines, public administration, law and justice, information, communications and propaganda, women and society, the development of oppressed nationalities, water resources, population control, forestry and ecological preservation, and financial and distribution cooperatives. In the Humla and Jumla districts, barely 15% of the population is literate, and the rate for women is considerably lower than for men. The old state had established a ratio of 1 primary school for every 2 or 3 ward areas, and at most 10 to 15% of all children actually attended school. Most children had to spend 4 or 5 hours every day walking to and from school. Since the model state power has been established, schools have been systematized, evening schools have been opened, a literacy campaign has been launched, education has begun to be seen as a necessity for everyone, and hundreds of men and women are turning out for evening schools in both the formal and informal education systems. In these evening classes, a minimum of 2 hours of lesson time is scheduled every day. The first 1-hour session is allotted to learning the alphabet and writing, while the second hour is for discussion. The subjects discussed include politics, society, the rights of the people, and the national and international situation. People also discuss what is happening in the village, local needs and possible resources, public health, and the needs of the children. Participants are asked to take notes on the discussion in their notebooks. In most districts, red political power and the development of model systems began during the state of emergency period, that is, prior to the January 2003 ceasefire, though model forms of state power and communes had begun in parts of the Rolpa and Rukum districts even earlier, see A World to Win from 2002, issue 28. The people had been aroused politically before the establishment of model state power. people grasped the Maoist political line, and as Mao said, quote, "Once the correct ideas characteristic of the advanced class are grasped by the masses, these ideas turn into a material force that changes society and the world." Unquote. The people of the Humla and Jumla districts have become a material force to destroy all the old relations and establish the new, and they are pointing the way for millions of others throughout the country. As the People's War has developed, a new revolutionary culture has superseded the old culture. In model areas, revolutionary culture has become part of the people's lifestyle. In the old state, only the birth of a son was celebrated, whilst the revolutionary culture celebrates the births of both daughters and sons. A custom of 13 days of isolation on the death of a family member has disappeared. The marriage system has drastically changed. Polygamy has been abolished, and adultery has become rare, as monogamy and love marriages are promoted. The custom of Chari Prata has also been abolished. According to this custom, if a woman marries with a second husband, the new husband had to pay the former husband a property equivalent of 100,000 rupees, and the price of a wife from a better family could be even higher. In essence, this practice reflected and represented the enslavement of women, whereby the wife was traded for money. Old religious festivals have given way to new revolutionary festivals. In revolutionary areas, such festivals are held on historic days of the revolution, such as the day the People's War was initiated, the birth dates of great revolutionary leaders and teachers Marx, Lenin and Mao, May 1st and International Women's Day. Songs, melodies and poems have been adapted and now convey revolutionary love and passions, or reflect the national and international political situation, or celebrate actions against the enemy, or express sorrow at the deaths of revolutionaries and anger at atrocities carried out in the villages by the RNA. Under the old culture, a woman used to be treated as untouchable and forced to live away from home for up to a week during her menstrual period. That custom has been abolished. Traditional superstitions and non-scientific practices are combated, and sometimes their former practitioners are transformed and even enroll in the People's War. On the other hand, positive aspects of traditional practices, such as the use of local herbals and medicines, are promoted. One significant aspect of this cultural transformation has been the transformation of ideology to reflect changes in the political, economic, cultural and social spheres. In the revolutionary basis and the model new state powers, a culture of sacrifice has been developed. The understanding of life and death has changed radically from the understanding that existed under the old state. More and more people are ready to give their lives for the revolution and the development of humankind and put their personal interests in second place. Love for the people and hatred of the class enemy has become the essence of revolutionary culture. The feudal nature of the family has also begun to be transformed. The feudal family, based on dependence, patriarchy and narrow self-interest, is giving way to the family of the future, which is free and independent and looks out for society as a whole. Economic development projects are underway in the red areas. People previously believed that as long as the old state embargoes everything, development was not possible. This made things more difficult, as the red political areas are cut off from the state development budget. The reactionaries try to attribute any stagnation to the Revolutionary People's War. In reality, as the political and economic relations of the old state were transformed in the course of developing the People's War, revolutionary people's committees have built up their own budgets and begun their own development projects. The responsible comrade in the United District Committee of the Revolutionary Developing People's Committee in Rukum reported that the third convention of the Revolutionary People's Committee, held in February 2003, budgeted 23 million rupees, equivalent to $30,000, and aimed at doubling the volume of development work by relying on the donation of operative bridge construction and road building. The achievements of the people and their capacity to rely on their own efforts have delivered a severe blow to predatory imperialist financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and to the whole reactionary imperialist so-called development model, which relies on foreign capital and ends up further enslaving the people. The ADB has not been able to sell its expensive electricity produced in eastern Nepal, as the revolutionary people in the red base areas in Kolagaon, Kochhari and Garaila have already been using electricity that they have developed themselves. The People's Committee collects funds from different local sources, including land registration, revenue from industry, mills and factories, commercial duties, public forests, trade in herbals, stone quarries, electricity, taxes and fines and expropriations of class enemies. These income sources have been temporary and irregular, but the People's Committees have been organizing to systematize them. The party is giving due attention to assuring that fund collections take place on an equitable basis, belying the enemy's propaganda that levels CPNM taxes as so-called extortion, while the old state continues to fleece the people and engage in widespread corruption. Similarly, in most of the developed organized base areas, such as the Rukum and Rolpa districts, public health, education and care for the martyrs' families and orphans, and the elimination of poverty have been accorded high priority. Extremely poor people as well as families are employed in collective farming, orphans are placed in childcare centers, martyrs' families are politicized, and children are provided education. Nevertheless, the central question is still the destruction of the old state. The highest priority has been given to the war, to politicizing the masses and arming the people ideologically and politically. In the revolutionary base areas, the morale of the people is higher, and self-respect has taken deep roots, along with a feeling that they are the people who will usher the world to the profound changes that will mark the 21st century. The revolutionary wave, though at a peak in the western districts of Nepal, is not confined to this area. In the eastern districts and the Terai areas, Maoist revolutionaries have been applying the party policy and program in all spheres of ideological, political, economic and public welfare. The roots of the old state are basically cut off from the countryside. Wherever revolutionary governments are established, regional exploitation and cash national domination is being uprooted by the application of the CPNM's program of regional and national autonomy. The party leader of the Solokhumbu district Revolutionary People's Committee in eastern Nepal said that all the institutions of political power are run on the basis of the right to self-rule, and that in the 21st century no one would return to the old state slavery. As the oppressed Nepalese people have stood up to exercise people's rule, significant numbers of doctors, engineers and other intellectuals in the cities have moved to the liberated areas to live alongside the poor peasantry and other sections of the basic masses, and they are putting their training and experience in the service of building the new society. Eliminating national oppression. January 2004 saw the electrifying declaration of autonomous regions in different parts of the country. On the 9th of January 2004, Magarat national autonomy was declared, meaning that the Maga nationality of the Magarat region have gained real political power for the first time in around 300 years. The centralized reactionary feudal state of Nepal has long oppressed the people of different regions. Empowering these oppressed and marginalized people by winning them real sovereignty has been a key part of the CPNM agenda. The party politically stressed that the liberation of the people would only be possible by combining the national liberation movement with the People's War. In order to unite these movements, the party laid foundations in its first national conference in 1995, declaring that regional and national autonomy with the right to self-determination, including secession, would be granted to the oppressed regions and nationalities. The advance of the People's War has now turned words into deeds. According to the party plan spelled out in January 2004, there will be 9 national and regional autonomous areas around the country. Regional autonomy has been declared in the Seti Mahakali and Beri Kanali areas, and national autonomy in the Magarat, Thamuvan, Tamang, Neva, Madesh and Kirat areas, proceeding from the west to the east of the country. Politically, the declaration of regional and national autonomy is a big step in uprooting the feudal system. Militarily, there has been progress in developing the strategic equilibrium closer to readiness for moving over to the strategic offensive. Similarly, In the international political arena, the declaration of national and regional autonomy has once again proved that the success of the national liberation movement is only possible through people's war led by Maoist revolutionaries. Especially after the Second World War, even powerful national liberation movements such as the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, the Kashmir fighters in India, the Palestinians fighting Zionism, the PKK in Turkey, the Irish Republican Army in Northern Ireland, and others in Latin America, have been fighting but are having difficulty winning their struggle. The heart of the problem is political line. Under the leadership of Nepal's Red Detachment of the International Proletariat, millions are achieving national liberation. This is a powerful demonstration of the truth that the revolutionary internationalist movement asserted long ago, that revolutionary people's war is the path to national liberation. Conclusion. Every day in Nepal, fighting takes place as the revolutionary regime seeks to consolidate the rule of the people, and the old and dying reactionary regime lashes out in an attempt to re-establish its authority and crush the people's rebellion. The reactionaries are counting heavily on the US imperialists and other reactionaries like the UK and India to come to their rescue. Frequent articles in India's press bemoan the advance of the revolution in Nepal and express fear that the so-called contagion will spread south and further inflame areas of India, such as Jharkhand, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh and Dandakaranya, where revolutionary warfare is already growing. Imperialist politicians and intelligence agencies, parroted by their media, repeatedly attempt to portray the Maoists of Nepal as so-called terrorists. But facts on the ground show just who the real terrorists are. Human rights groups like Amnesty International, that tend to oppose revolutionary and reactionary violence alike, are not known for sympathizing with armed insurrection like that in Nepal. Yet report after report from these groups show an incontrovertible truth, that the waves of violence inflicting on the masses come from one side, the reactionary state. The latest report from Amnesty International from October 2003 documents hundreds of cases where the RNA has quote-unquote disappeared people, many of whom are thought to have been killed in custody. Thousands have been the victims of quote arbitrary arrests and detentions, end of quote, often under laws that Amnesty describes as quote in clear breach of the Constitution as well as international treaties to which Nepal is a state party, end of quote. One typical procedure used by the police is to arrest people under the Terrorism Act for the maximum allowable 90 days, release them, and then before they can even leave the jail area, rearrest them again. Amnesty reports that of 1,000 people detained under the Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Ordinance enacted in April 2002, not a single person has ever been presented to a judicial authority. At the same time, the report acknowledges that support for the ideologies expressed by the CPNM has surfaced from the most economically and socially deprived areas of Nepal. Unquote from Amnesty International, widespread disappearances in the context of armed conflict. Amnesty International Index ASA 31/045/2003. It is true that out of the dozens of pages in the report, there are a few paragraphs that refer to so-called abductions by the Maoists, and Amnesty calls on them to abide by the Geneva Convention. This is undoubtedly intended to some extent to make the overwhelming condemnation of the Nepal government more palatable to powerful reactionaries, but it nevertheless tends to sow confusion by focusing on the issue of violence abstracted from whether it is in the service of liberation or oppression. It thus winds up confusing contradictions between reaction and revolution with contradictions among the people themselves. A reactionary government agent with the people's blood on his hands, who is arrested and punished by the popular power in accordance with the guidelines of the new revolutionary state, is thus treated as a so-called victim who has been so-called abducted, whereas a revolutionary activist arrested by the reactionary state and judged in accordance with the reactionary rules of the old legal system elicits no comment. Amnesty's so-called equal-handed treatment of reaction and the revolution thus conceals an inherent bias to accommodate with the established order. The fact that, despite this, the overwhelming bulk of Amnesty's report is devoted to exposure of the government's crimes is thus testimony to how vicious and widespread the state repression has become as the war has intensified. What no pro-imperialist analyst wishes to face is the obvious question of how a force that began with no arms and small numbers has been able, in the course of only 7 years, to quote-unquote terrorize virtually the whole population of the rural areas and rely on them for support and sustenance against the well-documented, widespread brutality of the enemy's police and armed forces. In fact, the enemies of the Nepal Revolution know only too well that the CPNM and the forces that it is leading are most definitely not terrorist, but this is undoubtedly the reason for their biggest fear of all, that the example of a Maoist-led revolution will inspire the downtrodden around the world to see the way out of their miserable conditions and spark the hope and the struggle for a different life, not in the so-called paradise of Bin Bush or Bin Laden, but right on our own planet Earth, ripped free from the plunder and repression of the imperialists and reactionaries. Yet the history of the imperialists and reactionaries and the parroting of these lies by some forces from whom the people generally expect better has ominous implications. Footnote. For example, the prestigious monthly Le Monde Diplomatique repeated these kinds of silly lies in November 2003. In its November 2003 issue, quoting the claims of unnamed Western diplomats that Nepalese fighters received training in Peru. The CIA and other reactionaries used these claims to tar the people's struggles as devoid of indigenous support and fomented by a conspiracy of quote-unquote outside quote-unquote terrorist agitators. End of footnote. It is under the signpost of combating so-called terrorism that the US and other reactionary powers are stepping up their support for the pathetic monarchy holed up in Kathmandu. And these same reactionaries are also trying to paint the supporters of the revolutionary masses of Nepal, especially the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement and the parties that make it up, with the same terrorist brush to try to justify their suppressive measures. As the BBC reported on the 20th September of 2003, quote, "The rebels are battle-hardened and have areas of the countryside under firm control, but they remain poorly armed and the international community, including crucially India, is lining up against them." End of quote. The reactionary powers are indeed trying to pull their ranks together under the baton of the US imperialists to save this corrupt and endangered reactionary regime. The revolutionary people of Nepal, who have raised their heads and sacrificed so many of their sons and daughters as they stand on the front lines of the world revolution, will doubtlessly face unprecedented challenges in the days ahead. They need and deserve the full support of people around the world. Their struggle is truly opening a breach in the world imperialist system for the international proletariat and the oppressed. A World to Win, Issue 30 from 2004. Denounce the crimes of the Indian authorities. Defend Comrade Gaurav. As A World to Win goes to press, the Indian government has just abducted 2 leaders of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist CPNM, and illegally handed them over by night to the torturers of the reactionary monarchy running Nepal. The 2 are Comrade Matrika Prasad Yadav, a member of the political bureau of the CPNM Maoist Central Committee and head of the newly organized Madhes Autonomous Government, and Comrade Suresh Ale Maga, an alternate Central Committee member who accompanied the former and is also a leader of the World People's Resistance Movement South Asia. CPN Maoist Chairman Prachanda issued a statement saying, quote, "By arresting Comrade Yadav, a popular leader of the entire Nepalese people in general and of Madhesi people in particular, and Comrade Ale Maga, a popular leader of an oppressed nationality, the Indian ruling class has struck at the heart of the entire Nepalese people from the Terai to the hills. This die-hard reactionary conduct of the Indian ruling class, which proclaims itself a republic and the world's biggest democracy, has today stunned and enraged our party and the masses of people who are fighting against the medieval autocratic monarchy in favor of a republic." End of quote. This latest outrage comes as an international battle has been heating up to prevent the Indian authorities from committing the same crime in relation to Chandra Prakash Gajurel, known to millions in Nepal and South Asia as Comrade Gaurav, who has been held in an Indian gaol since the 20th of August 2003 when he was arrested by the Indian authorities at Chennai Madras airport as he attempted to travel to Europe to carry out party work. Since Comrade Gaurav is a member of the political bureau of the CPNM, which is leading a people's war to free Nepal from feudal oppression and foreign domination, naturally he could not travel freely. The Indian authorities have charged him only with possession of false papers. Even if this were true, India does not usually treat such matters as a major violation of their laws, and usually deal with this kind of thing in a matter of hours, not months or years. In this grossly unequal world, millions of people from oppressed countries do whatever is necessary to pass through the iron wall around Europe and North America. The way the Indian authorities have treated Comrade Gaurav shows clearly that, regardless of the formal charges, in their eyes his real crime is not quote-unquote illegal travel, but being a leader of a mass revolutionary upsurge in a country that has long been considered India's protectorate. India is, along with US imperialism, one of the main backers of the reactionary and thoroughly corrupt monarchy that has been fought into a corner by the CPNM-led People's War. The handover of Comrades Yadav and Ali Maga, without even the pretext of a legal procedure, shows that the danger is real indeed that the Indian authorities may try to do the same with Comrade Gaurav. Even before this latest outrage by the Indian government, the CPNM Information Bulletin No. 4 warned, quote, "There is a real danger of the Indian state handing him over to the butchers in Nepal." Even though the prevailing extradition treaty between the two countries does not legally bind one to hand over the political detainees to the other side, the Indian rulers have been selectively invoking different treaties and laws to suit their own interests. For instance, they did not hand over the people accused of plane hijacking and the bank robbery case belonging to the Nepali Congress in the 1970s, but readily and stealthily handed over Comrade Bamdev Chetri and others from the CPNM last year. End of quote. Full text at www.cpnm.org. Protests against the detention of Comrade Gaurav have been held in many countries around the world and have served as schools of internationalist solidarity. Support statements were issued by a politically broad range of forces immediately upon his arrest, including the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, the Workers' Party of Belgium, the Communist Party of Norway, the Communist Party ML of Greece, the Maoist Communist Center of India, and the Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia, CCOMPOSA, and these were quickly followed by many others. In Istanbul in Turkey, a protest was held outside the Indian High Commission, and a delegation of well-known human rights activists and lawyers met with the representative of the Indian government to make their concern. The World People's Resistance Movement WPRM has organized protests around Europe, and faxes and emails demanding Comrade Gaurav's release have poured into the Indian authorities. WPRM Benelux, Belgium, Netherlands and Luxembourg, and Stop USA, a platform of more than 50 groups that helped organize demonstrations against the invasion of Iraq, staged a protest rally in front of the Indian embassy in Brussels on the 12th of November, at which the protesters handed India's ambassador a memorandum addressed to Prime Minister Vaipayi demanding Comrade Gaurav's immediate and unconditional release. Spokespersons for the Workers' Party of Belgium and WPRM highlighted the recent increasing brutality of the reactionary regime in Nepal and urged the justice-loving people of the world to fight for his immediate release. A protest letter organized by Nepalese students in Norway was handed over to the Indian embassy in Oslo, Norway on the 10th of November. At the time Comrade Gaurav was attempting to travel to Europe, the ceasefire between the government and the CPNM was still in place. But since then the war has resumed. The monarchy, with its arsenal reinforced by weapons acquired from the Imperialists during the ceasefire, has stepped up the bloody intensity of its US-style counterinsurgency war. Human rights groups like Amnesty International have denounced a wave of disappearances carried out by government forces. The Nepal government has sent Interpol, quote, red corner notices, unquote, for a number of revolutionary leaders, and the US recently listed the CPNM among its second tier of so-called terrorist organizations. But the world's press, even establishment media like the BBC, France's Le Monde, the New York Times and India Today, have had no choice but to acknowledge that millions of Nepalese have rallied to the side of the popular insurgency in Nepal against the decrepit monarchy. Fighting to win the freedom of Comrade Gaurav is a crucial battlefront in the larger fight for the liberation of the oppressed of Nepal. The task of defending Comrade Gaurav is particularly important for the Indian Communist movement, which has a special responsibility to oppose these reactionary moves by its own ruling class. A committee in defense of C.P. Gayurel has been formed in Delhi. It includes prominent university professors, lawyers, journalists, political activists and well-known personalities. Some 500 to 600 people took part in an 8th of November meeting in Chennai, Madras, to support Comrade Gaurav. Speakers from a broad range of forces, including a member of India's parliament, demanded Gaurav's immediate release and threatened a, quote, strong storm of struggle, unquote, if India turns him over to Nepal. A World to Win, issue 31 from 2005. Nepal, the People's War in Nepal, taking the strategic offensive, by F.O. F.O. is a supporter of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, who prepared this article on the basis of party documents. As we were going to press, Nepal's King Gyanendra openly took all power into his own hands. He dissolved parliament and sent troops to place its leaders under house arrest. He also declared the suspension of political rights guaranteed under the 1990 constitution and unleashed so-called feudal fascist brutality, as the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, called it, by outlawing all anti-government protests of any kind, including criticism in the press. When students in the city of Pokhara held a rally, the army surrounded their residence. A BBC reporter outside heard shooting and cries as the troops stormed in. CPNM chairman Prachanda called the king's coup an attempt to, quote, push Nepalese society of the 21st century back to the 15th, unquote. He characterized it as, quote, a turning point of decisive battle between autocracy and republic, unquote, and repeated the party's call for a, quote, united front against the feudal aristocracy, unquote, quote, a storm of united countrywide rebellion under a minimum common slogan of a People's Democratic Republic and Constituent Assembly against this last lunacy of the feudal clique, unquote, to, quote, overthrow the feudal autocracy to its roots, unquote. The CPNM statement also said that the king's proclamation was an act, quote, of foreign reaction against the country and the people, unquote. Recently, the US ambassador and other representatives of the imperialist world order have warned of the real possibility that the Maoist-led People's War could seize countrywide political power. A World to Win. Introduction. When the last issue of A World to Win went to press in December 2004, the People's War in Nepal had reached the state of strategic equilibrium. Since then it has continued to develop towards a higher level amid vigorous struggle and a number of triumphs, both politically and militarily, over its foes. The enemies of the people at home and abroad were dealt severe blows that resulted in tremendous changes in the subjective conditions of the Nepalese proletariat. In light of the realities of the relatively favorable objective situation and developments in the subjective conditions, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist CPNM, has concluded that the People's War in Nepal has advanced from a state of strategic equilibrium to a state of strategic offensive. In 2004, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, held a historic plenum, after which party chairman Prachanda issued a statement on the 31st of August, making the plenum's decisions public and proclaiming it a success. The party drew important lessons from the experience of 9 long years of fierce battle in the vigorous civil war against the enemy. It summarized many important political questions related in particular to the strategic offensive and the growing possibility of Indian expansionist military intervention, and it spelled out the need for ideological, political and organizational rectification to meet these challenges. Strategic equilibrium matures through quantity to quality. According to the military theory propounded by Mao Zedong, the protracted People's War develops through the stages of strategic defense, strategic equilibrium, and strategic offensive. After the accomplishment of the new democratic revolution in China, revolutionary forces in many of the world's countries tried to apply this theory in practice. In the course of this, there have been serious differences in understanding how to grasp and apply Mao's military theory to the concrete reality of particular situations. In the classical concept of many Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties and organizations, there has been a tendency to understand the strategic equilibrium in particular as a situation characterized more or less by a balance of power. The Communist Party of Nepal Maoists tried to develop a viewpoint based on grasping all the stages of protracted People's War in their interrelationship and their motion and process of development, from quantitative development to qualitative transformation. The strategic defensive is a state where the people almost with bare hands, under the leadership of the Revolutionary Party, begin fighting the formidable enemy. In the process of leading the People's War, the revolutionary people, under the leadership of their revolutionary vanguard, who are equipped politically and ideologically with Marxism-Leninism Maoism, MLM, equip themselves militarily by seizing weapons from the enemy, and lead the guerrilla fighters to build a People's Liberation Army and attain political as well as military supremacy over the enemy. The ideological, political and military strength of the party enables it to lead the war to create base areas, the marrow of the revolution and of the people's political power. The development of people's power and the decomposition of the enemy's power at a certain point reaches a position where the enemy is not able to defeat the revolutionaries and the revolutionaries are not yet able to overthrow the reactionary state power. The power balance is defined as a state of strategic equilibrium, a state in which the people's strength and the enemy's strength are in certain sense equal. Yet arguments are made from various quarters in this situation that the enemy is still a bigger force, and in particular that it has superiority in terms of weaponry, so that declaring this situation of unequal stores of arms a state of equilibrium amounts to adventurism. But the balance of power between the new state and old state never means absolute numerical equality in purely military terms, gun for gun, tank for tank, or regiment for regiment, that is to say, in static terms of military force or the possession of firepower. It refers instead to the qualitative situation between the revolutionary army and the masses of people on the one side and the reactionary state on the other. The emergence and existence of two states, two armies and two ideologies in the process of the development of the People's War has been the most basic condition for the emergence of a state of strategic equilibrium. The destruction and near collapse of the old state and the fact that it is in the process of being superseded by the new revolutionary state has been the main factor in the development of the strategic offensive. Quantitatively, the enemy may have acquired better hardware and greater manpower, such as a larger number of military personnel and a larger quantity of weapons and ammunition, as well as military, logistical and financial support from foreign and imperialist powers. Yet the People's Liberation Army (PLA) enjoys political and military supremacy that is ultimately qualitatively more important than that of the enemy. While the feudal state has support only from reactionary and imperialist states, the People's Army enjoys all-out support from the broad masses of the people of Nepal and the growing sympathy and support of the oppressed of the whole world. Against more than 70,000 mercenary Royal Army personnel, more than 50,000 armed police and several hundred intelligence agents trained by Mossad (in brackets Israel's spy agency) end of brackets, and helped by the CIA, the PLA has developed brigades in all three regions of the country and thousands of other military units, including people's militias in the cities and villages. Against the enemy's huge stores of weapons and ammunition, the People's Army now has a larger number of weapons that have been seized from the Royal Army. Most of these were supplied from abroad, which means that the PLA's real quartermaster is the government of the United States, India and Belgium. Seizing these weapons from the reactionaries represents a great victory for the revolutionary forces. While the reactionary regime has the financial support of the imperialists, the party has the self-sacrificing support of millions of oppressed and also seized banks and state economic institutions. Of all these, the most important factor behind the advance in the People's War is the active support of the broad masses of Nepalese people. Stressing the essence of the quantitative and qualitative difference, the document of the 2004 party plenum said, quote, "In view of the numbers of the Royal Army, the quantity of weapons, the quality and conditions of supplies, imperialist and expansionist support, economics, logistics and the state of other material resources, it can be seen that the enemy's power greatly exceeds the power of the People's Liberation Army. Looking only at the existing situation, the question obviously can arise as to whether declaring a strategic offensive amounts to a left adventurous mistake. But if our analysis takes into account the process of development of the People's War over the last 8 years, the military strategy and tactics developed by the party, the skills developed by the PLA, and the instability, anarchy, and internal contradictions that are wrecking the whole state, the picture of the balance of power looks completely different." End of quote. While the People's War has been developing from the level of the strategic defensive, and the people's power has been growing stronger and stronger, the parliamentary system, the royal army and the feudal monarchy have been disintegrating and growing weaker and weaker. The reactionaries at home and abroad, in order to prove that the Maoist revolution has brought only misfortune to the country, have been making a hula-baloo, proclaiming that the Maoist revolution has undermined the economic infrastructure, that the national economy has been downsliding, and that the People's War has been destroying long-standing social norms and values based on traditional harmony. But the fact of the matter is that the new political power has been steadily advancing through the dialectical process of destruction and construction. What the CPNM has targeted for destruction is the old state and the old economic infrastructure that serves the Nepalese feudals and their imperialist masters, and indeed it has been destroying social values based on the old norms and values that served this economic foundation. It has been striving to build a new revolutionary infrastructure and to establish new norms and values in their place. But the CPNM never destroys things simply for the sake of destruction. It destroys only those that stand in the way of the emergence of a new and better society. On the backdrop of the development of people's political power across the country, and amid the tumultuous process of destruction and construction, the Revolutionary War has entered the strategic offensive. The plenum document further said, quote, "The following picture shows that to delay entering the strategic offensive is to commit rightist errors, such as self-preservationism, and would throw the overall People's War into perplexity and recoil." Unquote. In accordance with dialectical materialism and the Maoist understanding of the laws of revolutionary war, the state of strategic equilibrium does not remain static or continue for a long period of time. The People's War has developed through a process of uneven development, which is characterized by political offensives in all regions, while the military situation differs according to the region, meaning that the revolutionary forces could be on the military defensive, equilibrium, or offensive, depending on the region. This process has developed over time, so that the PLA has developed its political and military supremacy over the Royal Army, such that the enemy has not been able to seize both the political and military initiative in any part of the country at all, including in the district headquarters or even the capital itself. The state of strategic equilibrium saw a rapid change in the power balance of political and military strength on both sides. For instance, politically, the CPNM achieved unity with different revolutionary forces who had been waging national liberation struggle in Nepal. The unity of the Maoists with the Kirat Workers' Party in the east, as well as with other forces who had been fighting for national liberation, was a tremendous achievement for the Maoist movement. It is important to note that every communist party in the world upholds the principle of the right to self-determination as propounded by Lenin. To apply this into concrete reality of the Nepalese Revolution, the CPNM laid the ideological foundations from its very inception from the 1995 historic First Conference of the party, where it advocated that without uniting the national revolutionary movement with the Maoist revolutionary movement, the victory of the People's War would be difficult. The process of uniting the national liberation movement and the revolutionary People's War had also been defined in the Second Historic National Conference of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist as a Maoist military strategy, one of the important military, political and ideological points to be applied for a revolution in the 21st century, as the fusion of the two strategies of People's War, the strategy of protracted People's War and the strategy of insurrection. As every revolution advances through revolutionary practice, by relying on the masses to take their destiny into their own hands, the Nepalese Revolution has also liberated millions of Nepalese from national and regional oppression. In this process, the people's power has been further strengthened through the declaration of national and regional autonomy, applying the MLM science, granting the right of self-determination to resolve contradictions caused by the national and regional discrimination imposed by the reactionary system. In this process, hundreds and thousands of people across the country forcefully rallied behind the party's plan and program. Even a simple call of the Maoist-led mass organizations, such as the trade union organization, peasant organization, women's organization or student organization, won great support from the broad masses of people, leading to the success of even blockades of district headquarters and general strikes called by the party. Hundreds of thousands of students in colleges and schools across the country have been mobilized under the leadership of the CPNM-led student organization. Most significantly, on the eve of going over to the strategic offensive, a blockade of the capital by the revolutionary district governments surrounding it and the shutdown of major industries by the Trade Union Federation reflected the achievement of unprecedented power. Militarily, the CPNM has developed the strength of the People's Liberation Army to the brigade level in all three regions, and thousands of people's militias have been readied to throw themselves into battle. The PLA was able to destroy the reinforced fortifications designed by the US imperialist military experts in Nepal and seize weapons and ammunition they supplied. As the military defeats suffered by the Nepalese feudals and bureaucrat capitalists mounted, so did the dismay of the US imperialists and Indian expansionists. Imagine their fury and frustration at the idea that their agents were being wiped out by their very own weapons. On the other side, in the enemy camp, political and military degeneration and fragmentation continued throughout this period. The reactionary camp of the semi-feudal, semi-colonial state had been undergoing ever-deepening crisis and political degeneration. The enemy has not been able to resolve the deep-going political crisis that emerged with the palace carnage in 2001, when the king, crown prince and other members of the royal family were killed, and with the dissolution of parliament and parliamentary government by the autocratic moves of Gyanendra Shah on the 4th of October 2002. Nepal has continued to suffer imperialist and foreign domination and has been a ground for vulgar infighting between the imperialist and expansionist forces. The direct political control and intervention of the imperialist and expansionist powers over the royal palace, the royal army and the parliamentary parties in their ranks has been repeatedly exposed, and as a consequence the demoralized palace, army and parliamentary parties are losing their remaining links with the Nepalese people. Facing political defeat, and in this demoralized situation, the royal army has suffered defeat after defeat in battle against the PLA, and desertion by the rank and file is an everyday occurrence. Fragmentation and degeneration are thus prevalent within the army and police. The contradictions have sharpened for the soldiers not only because they have had to fight their brothers and sisters in villages in the service of imperialist flunkies and the Nepali feudals and bureaucrats, but they have also suffered from their own internal contradictions, in brackets, including that the military and police personnel were not paid for 6 months, end of brackets, despite the carrot and sticks being dangled, such as additional allowances to any soldier who goes to fight in the Maoist base areas, and hundreds of thousands of rupees, a small fortune for Nepalese masses, being offered as compensation to the families of soldiers killed in action. Similarly, all quarters and strata of the people countrywide outright reject any promises made by the royal regime, such as the promise that the owners of automobiles destroyed while defying the revolutionaries' calls for strikes would be compensated. Despite the efforts of the reactionaries, the call to blockade Kathmandu was an unprecedented success without the use of major force by the Maoists. Despite this, imperialist flunkies in Nepal argued that the blockade had been successful more because of the Maoists' armed power than their popular support. These reactionaries failed to understand that if the people were influenced only by weapons, it would be the reactionary regime with its superior weaponry that would prevail. The government quote-unquote secured the empty highways, but the people refused to heed its calls. Through corruption and nepotism, entire budgets were gobbled up in the course of weapons purchases. The morale of the police and military has fallen so low that without help from the imperialists or Indian expansionists, the Nepalese reactionary system would be on the verge of collapse. Taking all this into account, and having analyzed the balance of power in the given situation between the developing revolutionary forces and the degenerating reactionary forces, the party has reached a synthesis that the People's War has entered the stage of the strategic offensive. Strategic offensive, the larger situation. The document adopted by the historic plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, entitled, quote, "By raising revolutionary transformation to new heights, let us enter into the stage of the strategic offensive," unquote, highlighted the basis for the strategic offensive laid by the development of the People's War. The plenum discussed some fundamental questions concerning this matter, both in the political and military field, and in doing so has further enriched and developed Marxist-Leninist Maoist theory and practice, contributing to a new wave of political discussion in the international communist movement. The strategic offensive is the final stage in the overall development of the People's War, during which the party prepares to seize political power. This stage is clearly very important and also very sensitive. The advance by the people's power towards the seizure of countrywide political power inevitably brings with it the heightening danger of expansionist and imperialist intervention. The strategic offensive starkly confronts the enemy with the immediate prospect of a life and death battle to protect itself in justice, the reactionary system. As the party implements the first phase plan of the strategic offensive, the signs are already visible that the imperialists and expansionists are stepping up their efforts to prevent and suppress the people's victory. In complete violation of the principle against interfering in the internal conflicts of sovereign countries, US imperialism has already increased its open military support to the Nepalese regime to $40 million last year from $32 million in the previous year. In addition to this regular assistance, the US has provided the regime with $1 million to initiate immediate actions against the Maoists. By the end of September 2004, a cargo plane filled with American weapons had landed in Kathmandu. The US has tried to justify its violation of international laws against internal interference with gangster logic, arguing that the Maoists are destroying democracy, violating human rights, destroying the country's economic infrastructure, attacking American interests, forcing the people to fight the Royal Army, using people as human shields and turning Nepal into a sanctuary for so-called terrorists. Some US officials have even branded the CPNM terrorist. This is outrageous hypocrisy coming from a government that has, to take just its most recent war crime, according to the British medical journal The Lancet, slaughtered over 100,000 civilians in Iraq in its vicious quest for oil and global hegemony. Some of their charges are laughable. They and their Nepalese puppets have made a huge cry about how the Maoists, quote-unquote, abducted 1,000 poor peasants, and then went on to complain that these peasants were provided land seized from the landlords. The imperialists and their agents complained that the Maoists are preventing the students from getting an education. Yet it is the Royal Army that has turned schools throughout the country into military barracks, evicting the students in the process. Some forces have concocted arguments that the people are, quote-unquote, caught between two fires, between the armed forces of the monarchy and the armed forces of the Maoist. These people have eyes, yet fail to see the indisputable sight of the broad masses of the people throughout the entire countryside, rising up to exercise red political power. In brackets, The CPNM International Department has released an 8-hour documentary video showing that many dozens of revolutionary events throughout the country involving tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. This provides powerful testimony to how people themselves are taking their destiny into their own hands. This video offers a vivid refutation of the flimsy reactionary propaganda spread by the US State Department and other reactionaries. End of brackets. As it enters the strategic offensive, the People's War will also confront the increasing threat of intervention by India. Shortly after the party declared the strategic offensive, the Prime Minister appointed by the monarch Gyanendra Shah visited India, which committed itself to providing whatever the Nepalese monarchy needed to defeat the People's War, including military hardware, financial support and Indian armed forces. The Imperialists are working hard to coordinate efforts against the People's War. Army officers from different countries, including Sri Lanka, India and Britain, gathered at the end of September 2004 in Kathmandu. Nepal's location between India and China also makes it a ground of contention. None of the main forces want to see an other's domination lead to superseding its own political, economic and military interests, so even as they cooperate, there is also contention amongst them. This could be seen, for instance, when a Bulgarian airline chartered by the US to deliver a consignment of weapons to fight the Maoists was stopped and held in India for 5 days. This episode was hidden by the Indian authorities, while the US denied the nature of the cargo. On the one hand, these are lies and deceptions to hoodwink the people of Nepal and the world about what they are doing, especially in the face of the growing solidarity of the revolutionary masses across the world, the growing popularity of the People's War, and the growing desire for revolution worldwide, while they are also expressions of mutual mistrust and inter-imperialist expansionist contradictions. Nevertheless, despite their differences and contradictions, they are united on their fascistic agenda to suppress the People's War and defeat the Nepalese proletariat. This shows the gravity of the stage on which the People's War is being fought. The importance of the stage can be seen from other angles too. The proletariat has suffered a severe setback in Peru, especially since the People's War there had reached the stage of strategic equilibrium at that time. Despite whatever vital questions of ideological as well as political line existed within the Communist Party of Peru, PCP, the revolution had tremendous possibilities for success had party chairman Gonzalo and the bulk of the PCP's central leadership not been captured. This blow resulted from the reactionary efforts of the CIA and its flunkies, the Peruvian secret police Dincote, combined with low-intensity warfare. The CPNM has attempted to analyze and learn from this experience, including how the PCP handled the issue of the transition to the strategic offensive in theory and practice. Overall, this has been a challenging experience for the proletariat to learn from and apply to lead the Nepalese Revolution to victory. Having witnessed these historical complexities in our international movement in the past, and synthesizing the experience of the tumultuous revolutionary war in Nepal itself, the Historic Central Committee Plenum adopted the document presented by CPNM Chairman Prachanda and concluded that, quote, any right or so-called left subjectivism or confusion seen in this context will impact negatively on the overall People's War, unquote. The document emphasized raising the party's political and ideological understanding to the heights of the People's War to meet the challenges posed before the proletariat, and further stated, quote, the importance of maintaining uniformity in understanding and spirit about the theoretical conception of the strategic offensive, the objective as well as the subjective conditions to enter this stage, and the general outline of future development remain several times higher in comparison with previous years. End of quote. Some particular questions on the strategic offensive. The document of the plenum has laid out a theoretical outline in which it is stated that the principle of the strategic offensive developed by Mao Zedong remains intact in the context of the protracted People's War. But in order to bring the revolution to success, the Maoists should be free to apply this creatively. Comrade Prachanda said in the document, quote, Comrade Mao Zedong developed the basic principle of the strategic offensive as well as its meaning, importance and definition within the protracted People's War. In spite of the same theoretical premises developed by Mao Zedong, in the context of today's 21st century, it is not possible to use them mechanically." Unquote. The CPNM's vision of strategic offensive has also been developed in conjunction with its vision of the synthesis of military line adopted at the Second Historic National Party Conference, which discussed the, quote, "development of democracy in the 21st century," unquote. Having summarized the experiences of 5 years of vigorous People's War, the CPNM adopted the theoretical premise that in order to make revolution in the 21st century, the Maoist Revolutionary Party should combine the fundamental characteristics of both military strategies of People's War, the strategy of protracted People's War, and the strategy of insurrection. The CPNM drew the conclusion that in every stage of development, such as from the strategic defensive to strategic equilibrium and to a strategic offensive, while there is certainly a qualitative change still in the present national and international context of the balance of power, the strategic offensive should not be understood as a stage immediately aimed at insurrection. The situation of armed insurrection can be understood as a process of developing through substages, such as the initiation, continuation and development of the offensive, and also depends in particular on the development of the war and the national and international situation. On the basis of this summation, the party has prepared to seize the opportunity if at any time an armed uprising or insurrection to seize nationwide power becomes possible. And the party, since the historic Second National Conference, has explained that such an insurrection may happen at any time. The essence of this summation points to the need to develop the People's War intensively, to further organize and mobilize the masses of people broadly and effectively, to analyze the national and international contradictions more dialectically, and to be prepared to take a forceful initiative at any moment if possibilities could lead an uprising to accomplish a revolution. Without the degeneration and destruction of the reactionary armed forces as the backbone of the enemy's state power, revolution is impossible in any country. This kind of degeneration, combined with a relatively favorable international situation, will certainly give birth to revolution, provided that the Maoist revolutionaries are prepared. Hence, the basic element of strategic importance for revolution in the present world could be summarized as the fragmentation of the enemy's military force and the emergence of a relatively favorable international situation, combined with the powerful leadership of the proletarian vanguard, a Maoist party in the respective countries, that is inseparably fused with the revolutionary internationalist movement, RIM. The fragmentation or degeneration of the reactionary forces largely depends on the subjective strength of the Maoist revolutionaries. In the international communist movement there is also a view that once the People's War enters strategic equilibrium from the strategic defensive or enters the strategic offensive from equilibrium, it cannot or should not in any circumstances revert backwards from the position it has developed. Obviously, there is a question about how much this view deals with living facts if, for example, at the global level it keeps setting out strategy and tactics based on being in the world's strategic offensive, even after the world's revolutionary movement has been put back on the defensive following the reversal of socialism in Stalin's Russia and Maoist China. Having made a breakthrough in its own understanding, the CPNM went on to say in this document, quote, "To continue analyzing strategic offensive even after the revolution in the world and the country itself has faced a serious defeat can only be termed a mockery. Our party has already made its position clear in the course of explaining strategic equilibrium in the past. Definitely, we must always be cautious about being swayed by subjective impatience to change the strategic stage based on the influence of a few events or victories and defeats. But if a big change takes place in the situation because of particular national or international reasons, or if the People's War suffers big setbacks one after another, the party, based on an objective analysis of the situation, must be prepared to build up plans to defend and develop the achievements of the revolution by going back to the strategic defensive from the stage of the offensive." Unquote. Hence, it would not be dialectical to keep on repeating the slogan, quote, "strategic offensive of the world revolution," end of quote, or of the revolution in a particular country if the revolutionaries suffer a severe setback due to imperialist and domestic repression. It is true that the severe repression and ruthless plunder by the Imperialists and their puppets compels the masses of people to resist and rise up to a certain degree, but in the absence of subjective strength, an organized vanguard party at the core to lead a revolutionary war, tackling ideological, political and military issues in the context of new challenges, and masses of people willing to overthrow the system, such resistance and uprising alone will not enable the stage of strategic offensive to persist forever. The correct Maoist understanding is to define the revolutionary situation according to the objective conditions, and to return even to the strategic defensive from the offensive if necessary, and to reunite and reorganize the struggle to attain the lost position, with the aim of achieving victory. Constituent Assembly, revolutionary or reformist? The last two issues of A World to Win discussed the CPNM demands concerning a Constituent Assembly. See A World to Win issues 29 and 30. Debate over the last 3 years about whether the election of a Constituent Assembly is essential to resolve the crisis of the reactionary system has now become the central agenda of the whole country. Apart from the CPNM, which considers this a tactical agenda, from the feudal autocrats such as the RPP, in brackets Rastriya Prajatandra Party, National Democratic Party, end of brackets, to the die-hard revisionists such as the United Marxist-Leninists UML leadership, the parliamentary parties have begun to advocate the need to elect a Constituent Assembly. This change in the minds of the revisionists and reactionaries did not come about because they are voluntarily showing their willingness to see the Nepalese people become sovereign, but because the Great People's War has forced them to accept the political demand of the people for a political solution. It is clear that even if they are indeed really willing to participate in electing a Constituent Assembly, their agendas focus on safeguarding bourgeois interests, not the interests of the Nepalese people. The feudal reactionaries have clarified this by making it a condition that a constituent monarchy be included in any new constitution and that control of the army be left in the hands of the feudal monarchy. For their part, the revisionists stand on the old 1990 constitution and want to make some cosmetic reforms in the system by asserting the right of the bourgeois parliament over the army. Hence, the general points made by Chairman Prachanda in his article, quote, Constituent Assembly, Revolutionary or Reformist, end of quote, in analyzing the demand for a Constituent Assembly during the 1990s movement are still of great relevance today. In reference to the Constituent Assembly, this article analyzed that 3 main trends have been visible in Nepal. One trend, represented by the feudals, the RPP and pro-US elements, wants to drag the political situation backward to the medieval feudal autocracy. A second trend wants to keep the country at the status quo by electing a Constituent Assembly. This trend is represented by a pro-Indian Nepali Congress faction and the ossified royal so-called communist UML leadership. Neither of these reactionary factions wants to see the Nepalese people become powerful, sovereign, and stand up as a vanguard of the world proletarian revolution. The third and main force in Nepal, the CPNM, upholds elections to a Constituent Assembly as a tactical policy. What is indisputable is that whether or not elections to a Constituent Assembly are held, the people desire a revolutionary, not a regressive outcome. During the struggle over the Constituent Assembly, the feudal fundamentalists and imperialist forces have played several tricks to avert any risk of empowering the people, including by fomenting fractions among the parliamentarian parties and pressuring the parliamentary parties to support or at least unite with the moribund feudal king. The struggle has revealed the inability of the parliamentarians to lead the country forward, due to their dependence on the imperialists and their clinging to the monarchy. This has led them even to take action against any of their own cadres who come out in opposition to imperialist and expansionist intervention in Nepalese politics. As for the monarchy, the feudal, quote, royal assassin, unquote, Gyanendra, acting as a pawn of US imperialism, has now appointed as Prime Minister the same man, Doiber, that he has previously fired and treated as too, quote-unquote, inept to hold the post. In these circumstances, the content of the government is very much like the previous governments that held dialogue with the party, but failed to make a breakthrough whenever political issues came onto the table. negotiations with no perspective of political resolution then become meaningless. This is why CPNM Chairman Prachanda stated, referring to the historic plenum document, quote, "Out of deep concern for the situation and the regime's expressed ferocity, the document has abrogated the meaningless and purposeless hula-bulu of negotiations with the flunkies of the so-called government of the feudal palace. The document has clarified that negotiations could be held not with the flunkies of the old state, but with the master himself, centering on the issue of making the Nepalese people a fully sovereign power." End of quote. On rectification and working style. Unless the contradiction between line and practice is solved, a revolutionary party cannot make revolution. In general, line refers to the guiding principles of a particular party or organization based on a particular theory, ideology and politics. Similarly, practice requires an organization that is developed in order to apply the line. Along with the enrichment and development of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism in the course of analyzing contradictions, synthesizing experience and applying this to the concrete reality of people's war to make revolution, a party's revolutionary line always demands a revolutionary organization capable of meeting the needs of the revolutionary struggle. The dialectical relations, the contradictions between line and practice, affect each other. For instance, if the organization is not prepared based on the revolutionary line, then the revolutionary line will tend to be dragged down to the existing level of organization. That means practice. Dragging the revolutionary line down to the existing organization level means dragging both the line and organization further backwards, towards reformism and revisionism. As was observed in a recent issue of the RCP USA weekly newspaper, in brackets RW 1262, end of brackets, quote, "The problem is that most of the time most communists don't act like communists," unquote. This is related to the problem that arises among many party leaders and cadres, either to lower their sights away from crucial issues of line or to grasp only the parts of a thing and not the whole. At the same time, even during wartime, it is the possibility of opportunism developing and eventually becoming predominant within a party, so these weeds need to be combed out politically and ideologically to preserve the party's militant revolutionary line and spirit. Bearing in mind the all-encompassing importance of the need to rectify the party's working style, Chairman Prachanda has stressed the complete transformation of the party's ideological, political, organizational, cultural and working style and the need to lift all this to a new height. In an interview with the Jana Dash Weekly published on the 21st of September 2004, Chairman Prachanda said, quote, "The principal decisions of the historic plenum of the Central Committee of the party can be understood in 4 main points, based on their specificity and importance. First, in order to meet the imperialist economic, political, strategic, as well as cultural challenges in the 21st century, the decisions have been taken to make an ideological synthesis focused on developing all 3 component parts of Marxism-Leninism Maoism: philosophy, political economy, and scientific socialism. Second, in the context of the changed new situation, the struggle that the party has been waging against imperialism has been decided to be focused against Indian expansionism from the viewpoint of strategy and tactics. Third, having defined the old feudal state as a national capitulation state, the decision has been taken to launch a strategic offensive against it. And fourth is the decision to carry out a massive rectification campaign with a concrete policy, plan and program aiming at strengthening the party and the movement from the viewpoint of ideology, organization, culture as well as working style." Unquote. The first 3 decisions are clearly the most historic the CPNM has ever made in the country's history, and the 4th decision is to make the organization an objective material force to accomplish those decisions. Here it is important to note from the history of the CPNM that the rectification process has never been merely a particular phase or an activity that is isolated from the party's political and military plan and program, and the party gives constant attention to the application and development of the so-called four preparations. Once again, based on the history of the vigorous class war led by the proletariat in Nepal, it has been powerfully shown that a party or organization developed in a certain period to meet a certain level of contradictions will not be sufficient to fulfill the task of resolving contradictions as the situation changes and develops. In order to meet newly developed contradictions, the ideological, political, organizational, cultural and functional capability of the party and movement needs to be developed to the level of the new challenges. What are those challenges the party must meet in the coming days? The answer lies in the development of the concrete situation, including not least of all the threat of external intervention. As the People's War develops to new heights, the moves of the Indian regime have become an important factor hindering progress in Nepal. The Indian regime has beefed up its military assistance to the feudal regime. It has been openly threatening to launch a military attack against the Nepalese Revolution, and it has arrested more than a dozen CPNM leaders in different parts of India, including leading comrades Kiran and Gaurav, along with more than 80 other Maoist leaders and cadres. The danger of direct US intervention is also growing. In this context, the historic plenum of the Central Committee of the CPNM has taken the decision to fight any imperialist intervention with total war, including by developing tunnel warfare. The difficulty and hardship involving in waging such warfare, and the need to do this in such a way as to safeguard the Nepalese Revolution and serve the world proletarian revolution, is another factor demanding that the party raise its ideological, political and military level to new heights. In brackets, see A World to Win, 1986, issue 6, for an article on tunnel warfare in Vietnam. End of brackets. Furthermore, the impact of a mass life and death war in any country brings about fragmentation and degeneration within the reactionary system. The reactionary state is a conglomeration of competing reactionary interests, and once a revolutionary war becomes a major force in the country, it is bound to fragment and decay. Revolutionary war is also inevitably accompanied by ideological, political and organizational struggle within the party, in other words, two-line struggle. Two-line struggle within the party is the direct reflection of the class struggle in the society. Hundreds of experiences throughout the country, both negative and positive, need to be summarized. Hundreds of flowers blooming in the glow of the new political power need to be nurtured, while hundreds of weeds growing within the revolutionary superstructure need to be uprooted. In essence, the party needs to sweep its rectification broom through every corner, ideological, political, organizational and cultural. As Mao said, where the broom does not reach, the dust does not go away by itself. For instance, as power is seized, big changes are made, meaning new contradictions emerge and certain mistakes become inevitable. In this situation, charges and counter-charges become possible, for example between different areas or different fields of work, or between military and political leaders. As the party advances towards state power, some may become more concerned about their individual rights, while declining to take individual responsibility. There are also tendencies to confuse or conflate strategy and tactics, taking one for the other and reducing the long-term plan to the short-term. For instance, demanding freedom in a certain realm while failing to take into account the related necessity. These kinds of contradictions emerge and ferment in any living party, demanding rectification time and again. Without rectification, without preparing ideologically, politically, organizationally and culturally to bring each individual and the organization as a whole to a higher stage of understanding, it will not be possible to meet new challenges. Continuing to develop our MLM heritage is the only way it will be possible to be flexible in tactics while remaining firm in strategy, rapidly adapting tactics to the moves of the enemy so as to require it to change its strategy, foiling the strategy and tactics of the enemy one after another, so that in the course of the war the people strengthen their ability to sweep away like an army of Hercules the dung of imperialist ideology, politics, military and cultural domination, and in their place establish a revolutionary economic base and political superstructure. The party has thus emphasized the importance of rectification, and thereby given the whole party, army, mass organizations, and the broad masses of people a mighty impetus to advance along the great path which the CPNM calls Prachanda path, which now demands taking the strategic offensive against the enemy. Further, the importance of rectification and transformation of the party as a whole is a key area where the party has been grappling to develop its ideas, to enrich MLM, and to contribute to debate and discussion within the international communist movement on the burning questions of today. These include the need to launch the new offensive to accomplish new democratic revolution, to safeguard the nascent revolution, having learned from past experiences, even from counter-revolutions, to erect a sea of people armed ideologically, politically, militarily and culturally, to safeguard the people's right to rebel, to ensure that the revolutionary armed forces who, thus far in the class struggle under socialism internally, have remained confined to their barracks as professional soldiers, continue to serve the people even after the establishment of socialism, so as to prevent the revolutionary state from changing once again into a reactionary state, and to dismiss the old ideas that one should not criticize leaders, and to establish the Maoist principle that it is right to, quote, bombard the bourgeois headquarters, end of quote, and to continue the revolution throughout the socialist period, and serve the world proletarian revolution in order to bring the whole world to communism. Rectification of the party concentrated on such issues truly brings unity not only ideologically, politically and organizationally, but also in feelings, in people's hearts, and ultimately helps lead society in the direction of the withering away of the party, the army classes, and thus the state itself. On the new situation and ideological synthesis. Having summarized 20 years of experience, the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement RIM has analyzed that, quote, the 20 years of our movement has, as noted above, also been a period of 20 years of turmoil internationally. The high tide of revolution of the 1960s and early 70s has retreated on a world scale, but the underlying exploitation and class antagonisms never ceased to sharpen. At our last expanded meeting in the year 2000, our movement was correctly able to call attention to an emerging new wave of world proletarian revolution. Since then, the aftermath of the 11th of September 2001 has revealed the dramatic intensification of a whole range of contradictions on a world scale, and most notably the contradiction between the oppressed peoples and nations and imperialism, led by the US, in a way not seen for decades. Important transformations have gone on, even in the short 20-year life of our movement, in both the imperialist citadels and in the oppressed nations as well. Our Marxist-Leninist Maoist science provides the tools and viewpoint to understand such phenomena as the growth of megacities, globalization, changes in class structure, and the implications for revolutionary strategy and tactics, unquote. Chairman Prachanda of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, has summarized the major tendencies of the world as follows: the re-establishment of the capitalist system in the previous socialist countries, the disintegration of the social imperialist USSR, and the emergence of the US as the world's sole superpower, and its unleashing of a war juggernaut against the oppressed nations and peoples of the world represents the major trend in the world today. Likewise, the unprecedented development of communications technology and its worldwide impact, the monopoly of finance capital and its dominance over industrial capital, and the control of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization over finance capital, the ruthless oppression and exploitation of the people of the third world countries through so-called globalization, so-called liberalization, and so-called privatization, all general characteristics of the present situation. Furthermore, the unrestrained and arbitrary character of the fascistic military attacks on national liberation movements and democratic and communist movements by imperialism, and the setback suffered by the proletariat in Peru, also manifest major tendencies in today's world. A sharp manifestation of the principal contradiction in the world between imperialism, mainly US imperialism, and the oppressed nations and people have been the wave of global resistance that met the imperialist attacks in Afghanistan and Iraq following the 11th September incident in the United States. The large-scale resistance to the imperialist war in Iraq shook the world and showed the great unity of the masses of people as they rose under a single unified call to oppose the war. This reflected the emerging new tide of world revolution as described by Rim. Today, the Maoist revolutionaries have shouldered the historic responsibility of providing correct ideological political leadership to the masses to transform such uprisings to create a new wave of world proletarian revolution. In this context, Chairman Prachanda has stressed the development of all three component parts of MLM, refuting postmodernist confusion and the imperialist economic theory of so-called globalization, so-called liberalization, and so-called privatization, thus bringing MLM to new heights. Furthermore, history has also demanded a ruthless struggle against right and so-called left opportunism, as well as revisionism in the international communist movement. While fighting against the rightist tendencies of opportunism and revisionism, Maoist revolutionaries have to be alert not to fall into dogmatic parochialism. They must be persistent in applying MLM with creativity and liveliness. Today, the ongoing People's War in Nepal has contributed to pushing forward ideological and political debate in the international communist movement concerning the theoretical premises to guide the revolutionaries today in the 21st century, breaking with tendencies to just repeat the strategy and tactics of the revolutions of the 21st century. In this context, the CPNM has also contributed to the ideological debate on some vital questions, such as the question of the so-called development of the, quote, development of democracy in the 21st century, unquote. Hence, the CPNM has also hailed the debate being called for by Rim, building on the ideological political debate coming mainly from the Maoist parties, including the RCP USA, PCP and CPNM. Chairman Prachanda said in this document, quote, unless the proletariat intervenes ideologically in the present situation in a lively way, it will not be possible for a powerful revolution against imperialism to advance. So long as the proletariat remains unable to assume the historic responsibility to lead the masses effectively against imperialism by making an ideological synthesis, the masses will remain in danger of falling prey to various religious fundamentalisms, national parochialism and individual terrorism, unquote. The dialectics of the struggle against external intervention. Given the intensity of the political intervention and military threats by the imperialists and expansionists, and the national capitulationist nature of the feudal and computer bureaucrat capitalist regime, an imperialist or expansionist war against the revolution seems extremely likely. As CPNM Chairman Prachanda has outlined in the historic plenum document, quote, in the present era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, it is clear that to conceive of any people's revolution that faces no foreign imperialist intervention and succeeds without fighting imperialism is sheer idealism. Without confronting Indian expansionist intervention and without achieving victory over it, it is impossible to imagine the success of the Nepalese People's War, unquote. This possibility of Indian expansionist intervention was foreseen by the party long ago and has been highlighted repeatedly since then. In the Unity Congress of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, held in December 1991, out of the four basic contradictions identified in Nepalese society, the contradiction between feudalism and the masses of Nepalese people, the contradiction between imperialism, mainly Indian imperialism, and the Nepalese people, the contradiction between comprador and bureaucrat capitalism and the masses of Nepalese people, and the contradiction between the Nepalese bourgeoisie and proletariat. The principal contradiction was characterized as, quote, the contradiction between the Nepalese masses of people and the domestic reactionary state made up of feudals, bureaucrats, and the comprador capitalist class protected by Indian expansionism, unquote. The party's characterization was based on a comprehensive analysis of the country's history, political development and economic characteristics. Focusing on the struggle against Indian expansionism, the party's second national convention put forward the concept of a South Asian Soviet Federation of the 21st century. In an oppressed country like Nepal, the party has focused on leading the struggle against national oppression and for national liberation and new democracy internally and externally, which means against the domestic enemy internally and against imperialism and expansionism externally. It links them in an inseparable way throughout the entire phase of new democratic revolution as a point of strategic importance. Based on this general line, particular policies were adopted to isolate the main enemy from secondary opponents, so as to center the attacks on the imperialist and expansionist puppets and running dogs of Nepal who control the state apparatus. During the initial 5 years, this orientation allowed the People's War to sink deep roots among the oppressed masses of the country. Frightened by the explosive development of the People's War and by the support it won from justice-loving broad masses in Nepal and around the world, and by the rapid growth in the popularity of the party both at home and abroad, the imperialists, expansionists and feudal fundamentalists perpetrated the royal palace carnage in a bid to resolve the internal crisis. The Maoists adhered to their general and particular line and continued to concentrate their attacks on the Nepali feudal royal palace and its imperialist master, US imperialism. The US imperialists provided the moribund regime in Nepal certain military hardware such as weapons and ammunition, training for the Royal Nepalese Army, and financial and moral support. This support has increased to the level of direct involvement in guiding the Royal Nepal Army (RNA) to fight against the Maoists and designing fortified military barracks. Yet the Beni attack by the revolutionary forces in the central region of Nepal exposed that the strategy and tactics of US imperialism had failed both politically and militarily. In Beni, the RNA forces had been given more sophisticated weaponry than usually available, and the army barracks had been reinforced with a system of layered fortifications. One army unit was engaged in construction activities in an effort to win the quote, hearts and minds unquote, of the local people and undercut their support for the People's War. The attack by the PLA breached the multi-layered fortifications and involved the massive participation of the people, thus dealing a sharp setback to the US plans. US imperialism's reverses in Nepal at the very time that it has been pushed onto the defensive on the international political front, having fallen into the quagmire of war in Iraq, has led it to push forward Indian expansionism and British imperialism to deal with the Maoist-led revolution. As for the European Union, the essence of its policy does not differ from the US, that is, both of them want to stop the Maoist revolution and stop the Nepalese people from becoming sovereign. In form, however, their tactics differ. For instance, US policy holds the Royal Army's terrorist atrocities to be legitimate, because for the US imperialists post-arrest killings and disappearances, torture, rape and burning and bombing villages are all just quote-unquote collateral damage. The European Union argues, on the other hand, that the Royal Army's quote, human rights violations unquote, are leading to its further isolation from the masses. According to both British and EU policy, the king should remain as the constitutional monarch. There should be a coalition government formed from among the parliamentarian parties, the government should hold parliamentary elections, and the elected government should hold discussions with the Maoist party in order to bring them into the so-called political mainstream. The goal of this illusory program is to prevent the Nepalese people from taking power. It represents a honey-coated attempt to convince the Nepalese people to capitulate to the feudals and comprador bureaucrat capitalists. As for the Indian expansionists, they will never allow the Nepalese people to become powerful economically and politically. They would perhaps even allow the Maoists to seize political power if they thought that they could be subjected to Indian control and hegemony. But India's ruling elites have failed in their diplomatic efforts to coerce the Maoist revolutionaries on the question of the handover of sovereign power to the Nepalese people. These reactionaries then began to arrest Maoist revolutionaries rampantly across India and to hand them over to the feudals of Nepal. This included the arrest of comrades Kiran, Matrika Prasad Yadav, Suresh Ale Maga, as well as 11 other Maoist revolutionaries, including 6 Central Committee members, in the city of Patna in the state of Bihar. The Indian state has also been holding Comrade Gaurav in prison since 2003, denying him the basic rights of political prisoners and threatening to hand him over to the Nepalese authorities. Under the influence of the European Union, especially the United Kingdom, the Indian expansionists have ordered the parliamentary parties not to quarrel with the feudal king. India has been providing weapons, including helicopters, to the Nepalese regime. Their philosophy is based on the Nehru doctrine of bringing Nepal under India's security umbrella through Sikkimization or Bhutanization. In brackets, Sikkim was annexed to India outright, and Bhutan, while formally independent, is in reality completely controlled by India. End of brackets. When the Maoist revolutionary governments of the 3 surrounding districts of the Kathmandu Valley imposed a blockade on the capital in August, the Indian regime quickly organized to drop food supplies by air to Kathmandu. Will India really attack Nepal? History has proved time and time again that India has acted with impunity to suppress the Nepalese revolutionary movement. In the 1950s, India sent its army to suppress a revolutionary peasant uprising in western Nepal, which had gained great momentum under the leadership of Bhimdutta Panta. Similarly, India sent its army deep into the Gorkha district in the 1980s and into Kathmandu in the 1990s without consulting or even informing the Nepalese regime. The national capitulationist regime, which has been ruling Nepal with India's blessings, accepted all these national humiliations and has already agreed to allow the Indian army to protect the Churi range in interior Nepal. This has great importance, because the Churi range divides off almost 15% of Nepal, containing the fertile plains, and stands on the path of all the gateways of the east-west highway linking different parts of the country. Further, in addition to the economic, political and cultural interests of India's rulers in Nepal, they have also become extremely worried about the direct influence of the Nepalese Revolution among the harshly oppressed Indian people. The specter of a Maoist revolution in this geopolitically sensitive area weighs heavily in India's strategic thinking about invading Nepal. Even if the Indian regime takes such a risky move, it will not be easy for it to sustain such an invasion for long. 3 major factors, internal and external, condition this. First is the strength of the Maoist and revolutionary forces and the national liberation movements in Nepal. Second, the existence of Maoist revolutionaries and national liberation movements in India and South Asia as a whole. And third, the growing support for the People's War and the growing desire for revolution among the masses the world over. Externally, the Indian regime had a bitter lesson when it attempted to intervene militarily against the Tamil fighters of the LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, in Sri Lanka. While the Indian army had some support from among Sinhalese people who hoped it would bring peace, the LTTE gave a big slap to the Indian invaders who had to flee after a humiliating defeat. But the situation India would face in Nepal would in most ways be much more unfavorable than in Sri Lanka, chiefly because the revolutionary war is led by a Maoist line. Except for a handful of Nepalese reactionaries, the entire Nepalese population opposes Indian hegemony. The Maoist revolutionaries have been aware from the very beginning of the need to prepare for fighting a war on the scale of Vietnam. If such a war breaks out in Nepal, the handful of feudal and national capitulationist reactionaries will be isolated from the masses of the whole country, and the revolutionary, democratic and patriotic forces will unite even more broadly under the leadership of the party to fight Indian intervention. Moreover, a just war led by the Maoists would find support and be embraced by the broad masses of Indian people too. Maoist revolutionaries have been leading People's War aimed at overthrowing the semi-feudal, semi-colonial Indian state and to accomplish new democratic revolution. The growing unity of the Maoist revolutionaries and the advancing process of uniting the Maoists in India would pose a serious threat to any long-term Indian intervention. There are also strong national liberation movements in Kashmir in the north and Assam and Nagaland in the northeast of India. An invasion of its much smaller neighbor by India's army would only sharpen these contradictions. Attacking Nepal could well quickly lead to an intensification of infighting and fragmentation within the Indian regime itself. Also of concern to India's rulers are the more than 60,000 Nepalese soldiers in the Gurkha rifle regiments in India's army. They would certainly think seriously if an Indian army of occupation began to kill their parents and elders and brothers and sisters in the poverty-stricken Himalayan kingdom. Nor would the more than 8 million Nepalese people living in India be so easy for the Indian regime to control as it attacked their country. Of these various factors, the first one, the internal factor, is decisive. But despite these potential weaknesses, the Indian regime may still find that from its reactionary perspective, it has no choice but to invade Nepal. Nepal, which used to be considered a so-called wild potato between the hard rocks of China and India, is now threatening to turn into a keg of dynamite that could explode reactionary power relations in the region and give a big push forward to the world proletarian revolution. For such a war would inevitably be met with a wave of revolutionary resistance not only in Nepal, but across the South Asian region as a whole. Many factors have been fueling the growth of revolutionary sentiment across South Asia. The masses already smolder in fury at imperialist domination and plunder. The Indian ruling class already acts as a regional gendarme and wages unjust wars of suppression against the people of Kashmir in the north and Assam in the northeast of India, and support an unjust war in Sri Lanka against the Tamil people. There is their military intervention in the Maldives, their territorial encroachment and suppression of the Bangladeshi people, the annexation of Sikkim and domination of Bhutan, and many other crimes. The revolutionary struggle under the leadership of Maoist revolutionaries in India, from Bihar to Andhra Pradesh, the fight to strengthen the revolutionary forces in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, the growing revolutionary consciousness in Pakistan, the establishment of the Maoist Communist Party in Bhutan, and on top of that the establishment of red political power in Nepal, which is developing as a base area for world proletarian revolution. All this is strengthening the subjective forces in the region. In this situation, it is likely that either the Maoist revolutionary resistance and the People's War will thwart an imperialist or interventionist war, or such a war, if launched, will lead to the outbreak of a more massive revolutionary war of resistance that will eventually bring about the complete emancipation of the whole region. In the South Asia region, the main trend today is already towards revolution. The tremendous challenge that lies before the Maoist revolutionaries in the region and the world today is to get prepared ideologically, politically and organizationally to seize the revolutionary opportunism that the sharpening contradictions may well bring to defend the Nepalese Revolution, and to use this to advance the cause of revolution throughout the region and the world to the maximum possible. Great possibilities and grave challenges. The great communist philosopher Karl Marx said that every great revolution engenders a great counter-revolution, and this revolutionary war is indeed raising serious new challenges for the revolutionaries. Whilst there is a very real possibility of seizing countrywide power at any time given the relatively very favorable objective conditions and the development of the subjective strength of the Maoist revolutionaries in Nepal, there are also clear signs of a rising tide of revolutionary resistance and even people's war across South Asia and the world over. The major enemy of the oppressed people of the world, US imperialism, is falling into a political defensive bit by bit and has become thoroughly isolated from the masses worldwide in the course of its military assaults on Afghanistan and Iraq. The reactionary classes of Nepal have repeatedly failed to heal their internal rifts because of their class interests and imperialist domination. In this context, great possibilities are on the horizon. There are also great challenges before the revolutionaries, not least of all the looming threat of an invasion by one of the largest armies in the world, the Indian Army, with the backing of US imperialism and its allies. Today, with the prospect of a countrywide seizure of power in Nepal visible on the horizon, the Maoist revolutionaries the world over have a duty to support their comrades in Nepal in every way possible, including by rising to lead the fight against imperialism in their own countries as part of the world revolution. Such support will not only help to make Nepal a red base area of world proletarian revolution, but will make Maoism the indisputable guide of world revolution and make a giant contribution to the advance towards a society free of exploitation and oppression, world communism. A World to Win, Issue 31 from 2005. Free Comrades Gaurav and Kiran. As the main article on the People's War in Nepal points out, the Indian government has arrested and is holding a large number of leaders of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist. While the worldwide campaign to free Comrade Gaurav was developing, the Indian government arrested another veteran leader and member of the standing committee of the party, Comrade Gaurav, in June 2004, while he was undergoing treatment in the Indian state of West Bengal. The Indian government's efforts are aimed at helping decapitate the Revolutionary Party and the Revolutionary War in Nepal, and it is no accident that they have stepped up the intensity of these efforts as the revolution comes closer to the seizure of power. The imperialists and reactionaries have repeatedly taught the oppressed the world over painful, bloody lessons about the precious value of revolutionary leaders. Time after time, mighty upsurges from below have been crushed or derailed by a combination of mass repression and carefully targeted attacks on the revolutionary leaders at the head of the masses. What Indian revolutionary does not remember with pangs of heartache how Charu Majumdar was grabbed and executed by the Indian state as he unleashed the spring thunder of righteous rebellion among India's downtrodden peasants in Naxalbari, or what revolutionary from Turkey has never lain awake at night wondering just, quote, what might have been, unquote, if Ibrahim Kalpakaya had somehow managed to escape the Turkish death squads that cut short the life of that path-breaking 20-year-old communist leader. The revolutionary internationalist movement itself has faced the bitter experience, as the article points out, of seeing the People's War in Peru suffer a grievous setback in the wake of the capture of Communist Party of Peru chairman Gonzalo and much of the party's central leadership. Maoists are firm believers that the masses are the makers of history, but they also have a deep understanding of what that means in the world today, that in the course of fighting their oppression, the masses need and must bring forth leaders who have the understanding needed to lead them forward through the twists and turns of the complex struggle to prepare for revolutionary war, seize power and remake the world. Without such leadership, however powerful the upsurge of the masses, it will inevitably ebb or go down to defeat against the still far more powerful enemy. The US imperialists are lashing out today in an unprecedented wave of aggression, quote, taking the gloves off, unquote, their secret police and declaring open season on all who oppose them. Revolutionaries must step up their efforts to protect their leaders from the increasingly great threat they face. This holds particular importance with regard to the Nepal People's War, where the Indian government in particular has openly declared its intention to go after the Nepalese revolutionary leadership by suddenly arresting a large number of them over the last 2 years. The Indian authorities have earned the hatred of millions exposed themselves for their criminal complicity with the feudal monarchy in Nepal by their treatment of the revolutionary leaders. Comrade Gaurav, for instance, a member of the CPNM Politburo who was traveling to Europe to carry out party work, has been held since August 2003 merely on charges of having false papers, a charge that is normally resolved within days or weeks. They have even threatened to deport comrades Kiran and Gaurav to Nepal, as they have already done on the sly with party leaders Matrika Prasad Yadav, a member of the political bureau of the Central Committee, and Suresh Ale Maga, kidnapped in New Delhi and illegally delivered into the hands of the Nepali Royal Army. This is in clear violation of international law and poses a direct threat to the lives of these revolutionary leaders. The reactionary Nepalese monarchy has been sharply condemned by Amnesty International and other human rights organizations for having the world's worst record for the so-called disappearances. These attacks on leaders of the revolution in Nepal have provoked a wave of protest around the world. Protests have been held from Istanbul to London and Delhi. The World People's Resistance Movement is waging an ongoing campaign in defense of comrades Kiran and Gaurav and the other leaders, and has already sent one delegation of lawyers and human rights activists from Europe to India to put its government on notice that the whole world is watching their reactionary maneuvers. To take part in the defense or for more information, please contact WPRM at WPRM.org. Probably defunct by now. Comrade Gaurav. Comrade Chandra Prakash Gayurel, popularly known as Comrade Gaurav, has been contributing without relent for almost 3 decades as a professional revolutionary in developing the Maoist movement in Nepal. He has always presented himself in the revolutionary camp and fought against wrong lines in all the line struggles in the party's history. In the Fifth Congress 1985, he eloquently pleaded against M.B. Singh's Right Opportunist line document, which argued that the party was falling back due to the majority's centrist weakness. Comrade Gaurav's stand in the Fifth Congress played an important role in safeguarding the revolutionary spirit of the party and navigating it safely from M.B.'s eclectic and opportunist positions. He is one of the main leaders in defeating opportunism of different shades and establishing a correct Maoist line. His consistent revolutionary work for decades, his Maoist skill in the field of organization, and his theoretical and political writings on various issues in the national and international field concerning economic, social and political questions, and his proletarian internationalism, have made him a popular leader among the entire party and the revolutionary Nepalese masses across the country. Since the Fifth Congress, he has been discharging his revolutionary duty as a political bureau member of the Central Committee. On his way to do party work abroad, the Indian expansionist rulers arrested Comrade Gaurav, a beloved Maoist leader of the Nepalese people, in Chennai airport. He has been held in Chennai jail, South India, since the 20th of August 2003. Comrade Kiran. Comrade Mohan Baidia, popularly known as Comrade Kiran, has been working uninterruptedly for more than 3 decades as a professional revolutionary in the Maoist communist movement of Nepal. His deep study and excellent grasp of Marxist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism, and revolutionary aesthetics has contributed a lot to developing the Maoist movement in Nepal, and he established himself as a profound Maoist leader, philosopher and revolutionary aesthetician of the Nepalese masses. A true proletarian internationalist, Comrade Kiran wrote many philosophical works interpreting and establishing Marxism-Leninism Maoism in the Nepalese revolutionary movement. Comrade Kiran resolutely fought against revisionism, neo-revisionism and all sorts of deviations within and outside of the party. In addition, he played a decisive role in defeating M.B. Singh's Right Opportunist line. In the Fifth Congress in 1985, he was elected General Secretary of the erstwhile CPN Marshal. Under his leadership, the party analyzed M.B.'s political history in the communist movement and synthesized that he had represented right opportunism throughout his self-proclaimed revolutionary life. The National Conference held under Comrade Kiran's leadership following the Fifth Congress brilliantly exposed M.B.'s right opportunism hidden in his revolutionary prattling in the unanimously adopted document, quote, Anarchist Individualism, the Nepalese Dimension of Right Opportunism. Unquote. Noteworthy to mention here is that Comrade Kiran stands as a rare leader in the international communist movement for having voluntarily handed over his position of supreme leadership as General Secretary of the party to another comrade. Comrade Kiran, with his deepest contentment, proposed Comrade Prachanda to take this responsibility, based on the latter's greater ability to lead the communist movement. He also came to be one of the main contributors to developing the revolutionary line of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist. CPNM, under the leadership of Comrade Prachanda, party leaders, cadres, PLA fighters and the entire Nepalese people have a deep respect for him, not only for his philosophical contributions to the movement, but also for his esteemed sacrifice and determined service to revolution under the party's leadership. The Indian expansionist ruling class has put Comrade Kiran, a standing committee member of the CPNM Central Committee, a beloved leader of the oppressed Nepalese people and an outstanding leader of the international proletariat, in an Indian jail for over a year, as of January 2005. A World to Win, issue 32 from 2006. Nepal, torrents of revolt engulf the throne. As we go to press in May 2006, it is impossible to predict what new twists and turns the revolution in Nepal will face in the coming months. In April, a massive 3-week upsurge in the Kathmandu Valley and other cities of Nepal has deeply shaken the ruling structures of the country, and it is not at all sure that the monarchical regime will survive. while it was the urban upsurge, led by parliamentary parties which came close to administering the coup de grâce to King Gyanendra's regime, it was the decade-long People's War led by the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, that set the stage for the recent developments. Since February 2005, the king had ruled with absolute power after dissolving the parliament. The parliament had been composed of numerous political parties, some even calling themselves so-called Marxist-Leninists, which took turns occupying government ministries and squabbled bitterly amongst themselves. One guiding star united the parliament, opposition to the revolutionary war being waged in Nepal's countryside. When Gyanendra dissolved the parliament in February 2005 and issued a nationwide clampdown, in brackets, for example, even temporarily cutting off cell phone and internet service in the whole country, end of brackets, his agenda was openly announced. 10 years of Maoist revolution, the king said, had put the country, quote, on the verge of a precipice, unquote. In effect, he was seeking to unite the whole Nepalese ruling class by force and concentrate the whole power of the kingdom on the overarching task of defeating the People's War. So how did the international champions of democracy, in particularly the US, British and Indian governments, react when this feudal monarch, backed by his generals, dismissed parliament, put the leaders of the parliamentary parties under house arrest, and suspended what few civil liberties the country still had in a naked royal coup? Did they invade the country, quote, to restore democracy and the rule of law, unquote? Did they boycott the regime or subject it to international sanctions? Did they even take Gyanendra to the UN Security Council for a simple resolution of condemnation? Of course not. They issued a few mild diplomatic regrets for public consumption, but for all practical purposes gave the regime virtual impunity to go about trying to drown the revolution in blood. And not without reason. Hadn't the US imperialists used the same approach in Peru when they turned a blind eye to Fujimori's 1991 auto-coup, which enabled the regime to deal sharp blows to the People's War there, including through the arrest of its leader, Communist Party of Peru chairman Gonzalo? In truth, the plan of all the reactionaries and imperialists was simple. Help the king crush the revolution, then find some means to, quote, restore democracy, unquote. That is, put a less, quote-unquote, absolute face on the reactionary regime in place. The problem is that Gyanendra failed miserably. Even though the army unleashed a countrywide wave of terror, it was still unable to make any significant breakthroughs against the revolutionary forces. In the months after the royal coup, the People's Liberation Army launched major attacks on heavily fortified enemy outposts, each containing scores of hand-picked, hardcore reactionary soldiers of the Royal Nepal Army, RNA, fanatically loyal to the king and ready to die to preserve his rule. The PLA attacked with forces in battalion and division strength, in brackets. A division is about 2,700 soldiers, end of brackets, in what was called the first plan of the strategic offensive. After some initial battles, with heavy casualties on both sides, the military tide began to decisively turn. A major army base in Pili in western Nepal was overrun in August 2005, with 159 RNA soldiers killed and 60 captured, and large amounts of ammunition seized. The PLA grew to 7 divisions, in addition to the many thousands more villagers enrolled in the militias. The rule of the reactionary state was limited to the major cities, district administrative centers and army bases. The hilly region of Nepal was almost completely liberated and under the control of the new revolutionary authorities led by the party and responsible to the people. While the flat fertile regions such as the Terai or Dang Valley, which produce most of Nepal's grain, were not completely liberated, in these areas the PLA could function openly in both large and small units, and the masses could be widely mobilized in the revolutionary activity. For example, the thousands of peasants from the Dang Valley who participated hiked up into the hills to take part in the building the, quote, Martyrs Road, unquote, in the revolutionary base area of Rolpa. The RNA, on the other hand, could only venture out of their bases to terrorize the rural masses in heavy convoys. The successes of the PLA and the inability of the reactionary regime to carry through its threat to decisively defeat the revolution intensified the crisis within the camp of the old state. A major development came when a 12-point memorandum was signed between the CPNM and the parliamentary party's seven-party alliance SPA in November 2005. The agreement called for a united effort against the quote, autocratic monarchy unquote, and the convening of a constituent assembly. The agreement caused something of a political earthquake in Nepal since for the first time the parliamentary parties were allied with the Maoists against the king. The US in particular vigorously denounced the 12-point memorandum and said that instead the king and the SPA must come to an agreement. Other reactionary forces, especially India, took a different attitude, hoping that the seven-party alliance could pressure the CPNM to, quote, rejoin the mainstream, unquote, and give up on the People's War. Tension mounted throughout the country as the 6th April date for the nationwide general strike drew closer. In March 2006, the PLA paraded through a district capital, Gularia, in broad daylight, and also shot down a helicopter, the first time in South Asia Maoist forces had succeeded in knocking out this powerful counter-revolutionary weapon. Also, on the eve of the general strike, the PLA successfully wiped out two key RNA outposts controlling the entry to the Kathmandu Valley from both the east and the west. Mao Zedong's description of, quote, encircling the cities from the countryside, unquote, was palpable. The CPNM agreed not to carry out military operations in the urban areas during the April general strike to avoid giving excuses to the regime to attack the masses. The Maoist support for the strike assured that there was 100% compliance with the ban on transporting people and goods on the highways, which the PLA can control at will. Within the cities, the strike immediately took on proportions far beyond what the parties that had called for it expected or probably wished. Repeated clashes took place between the demonstrators armed only with stones and vicious club-wielding police and soldiers. On some occasions, bullets were used against the crowds. About 24 demonstrators were killed and as many as 5,000 injured in a 3-week period. The slogans quickly outstripped the demands of the seven-party alliance. While the SPA had been careful not to call for an end to the monarchy, on the streets masses in their hundreds of thousands were chanting for the king's execution. Any sign with the word, quote, royal, unquote, or, quote, his majesty, unquote, was very likely to be destroyed. Under this avalanche of anti-monarchy sentiment, the parliamentary parties themselves made half-hearted republican comments. When it became clear that force alone could not break the movement, the Nepal ruling classes and their foreign backers scrambled to find a solution to the crisis. The US, UK, Indian and Chinese ambassadors made a joint call upon the king to lay down new rules. He was to immediately come to an agreement with the parliamentary parties. If not, US Ambassador James Moriarty told the press, Gyanendra might have to leave the country, quote, by helicopter, unquote. The so-called international community put great pressure on the SPA to accept the king's offer to have the SPA name a new prime minister. However, the pressure in the street was too great for the SPA to dare to accept this proposal. Only when the king agreed to unconditionally reinstate the previous parliament did the SPA agree to call off the strike. In the streets the people celebrated the retreat of the king. But in addition to jubilation, another incessant demand was heard. Quote, don't betray the people, unquote. And the people have every reason to fear such a betrayal. The new Prime Minister Girija Koirala, a leader of the reactionary Nepal Congress Party who heads the interim government, only 3 years ago was working hand in glove with the tyrant Gyanendra to bring out the Royal Nepal Army RNA to wage a counter-insurgency campaign. The very first declaration of the new government made no mention at all of the country's central political issue, the ongoing revolutionary war. Furthermore, one of the first acts of the nervous new government was to ban any demonstration in the center of Kathmandu. And while the parliamentary parties agreed to convene some kind of constituent assembly, they started quickly running away from the demand to get rid of the monarchy completely and establish a republic. US Ambassador Moriarty boasted that the, quote, Bush administration's policy of promoting democracy worldwide, unquote, in brackets, exclamation mark, end of brackets, had been, quote, brilliantly successful, unquote, in Nepal, while the US and UK had backed the monarchy to the hilt for years and armed the Royal Nepal Army, even as it conducted a bloodbath in the countryside. According to Amnesty International, the Gyanendra regime piled up the worst record of disappearances in the world. Moriarty imperiously declared that there is, quote, a useful role for the institution of the monarchy as a unifying factor, unquote. As for the CPNM, Moriarty said that they should be allowed to participate in the Constituent Assembly if they dissolve the PLA and renounce violence. Assistant U.S. Secretary of State Richard Bouger voiced the goal of American policy, quote, I think we should work together as much as we can to expunge the Maoists from Nepali society. I think it's very much the attitude of the governments in the region, including India, end of quote. The problem of the monarchy is a big one for the reactionary ruling class and its foreign backers. Up to now, the monarchy, along with the RNA loyal to it, has been the pillar of the reactionary order. In the concrete conditions of Nepal, it is not easy to, quote, unplug, end of quote, the king, in brackets, who is considered a reincarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu, end of brackets, without the whole reactionary state apparatus coming apart, especially when the regime is being battered by revolutionary warfare. However, Plan A for Gyanendra to crush the revolution has failed. If Plan B, relying on the parliamentary parties with some kind of residual role for the king to defeat the revolution, also fails, perhaps Plan C of the imperialists and reactionaries may include a republic. One thing is certain, the enemies of the Nepal revolution will be working night and day using all kinds of carrots and all kinds of sticks in hopes of derailing the revolution and consolidating a new reactionary government. At this writing, the new Koirala government has accepted an indefinite ceasefire with the CPNM and talks are scheduled at the highest level. The CPNM, in its statement welcoming the first declaration of the new government, pointed out, quote, having not spoken against mounting foreign intervention in the Nepalese politics, not mentioned anything about comprehensive restructuring of the state, which mainly means, in the context of Nepal, the right of self-determination for the oppressed nationalities, not even touched the question of national and regional autonomy and a federal state structure, not mentioned anything about necessity of land to the tiller and an independent economic policy, not mentioned anything about the need to respect the people's fundamental rights to education, health and employment, and nothing spoken about special right for the downtrodden castes, in brackets Dalits, so-called untouchables, end of brackets, and women. It appears very clear that the fundamental problems the Nepalese people encounter day to day will not be solved by this declaration, end of quote. The period ahead will be no less critical for the advance of the Nepalese Revolution than the tumultuous days in April that won major concessions from the king. In reality, two states confront each other in Nepal, the old semi-feudal, semi-colonial state connected to the world imperialist system, and the people's regime in Nepal's countryside, where for more than 10 years the scaffolding has been constructed of a new political system based on the strength of the People's Liberation Army and the mobilization of the masses. In these vast areas it has already been possible to institute a new rule, which has quickly improved the lives of the masses and already begun the arduous process of developing a different kind of social system that can develop in the direction of socialism and communism. It is enough to consider a few key features of Nepalese society to see how liberating the transformations brought about by the People's War have been, and to see what the imperialists and reactionaries are so determined to reverse. In the first place, the caste system has played a central role in Nepalese society for hundreds of years. Political power, land ownership, and higher education have almost exclusively been in the hands of the higher caste Hindus, while the vast majority of the lower castes are locked into a life as peasants and laborers. In addition to enforcing exploitation, the feudal superstructure has meant a life of humiliation for the lower castes, who were forbidden even to enter the houses of the upper castes or drink water from the same wells. In the liberated countryside, giant blows have been dealt to this hateful system. The lower castes walk with their heads high and play a central role in all aspects of the new society, including exercising political power, together with enlightened elements and revolutionaries from the upper castes who have broken with the ideological chains of Brahmanism. Marriages between castes, the ultimate taboo of the caste system and virtually unheard of before the revolution, are more and more common. Closely linked to the caste system is the oppression of minority nationalities in Nepal. In fact, taken together, the minorities make up the majority of the Nepalese population. Under the reactionary system, no rights were granted to these peoples, no schooling in the local languages, no respect for indigenous culture, and so forth. Great transformations have already taken place in this sphere, as autonomous regions have been formed in the liberated base areas, bringing self-government to many oppressed nationalities. Finally, the great changes in the condition of women speak volumes about the revolutionary transformation the People's War has introduced. Where arranged marriages between even children were widespread in the past, now strict prohibitions are placed against child marriage, and in the liberated areas the party has been leading a tenacious fight to convince young women and men to marry at no younger than 18 for women and 21 for men. And while no doubt backward thinking remains, more and more women and men are marrying whom they want, regardless of caste or nationality or the opinions of parents. Public drunkenness, once a scourge in the countryside and often connected with wife-beating, has been essentially eliminated. Previously women were usually illiterate and limited to the household. Today large numbers of women have joined the revolutionary armed forces, making up approximately 1/3 of the PLA regular soldiers, not to mention the widespread militias. Many of the commanders and political leaders are women as well. All of these changes are, of course, basic democratic transformations and not yet the kind of changes that socialism could bring. But it is also a fact that under the rule of the reactionaries and dominated by the world imperialist system, these most basic democratic transformations have been impossible. By way of comparison, in India, the so-called world's largest democracy, and a far more economically advanced country than Nepal, more than 90% of marriages, including among the educated urban dwellers, respect caste barriers. This is an illustration of why Mao stressed the need for a new democratic revolution, NDR, led by the proletariat. He pointed out that the NDR is no longer part of the old bourgeois democratic revolution, but part of the new world proletarian revolution. From the initiation of the People's War, the strategic goal of the party has been to fulfill the NDR and to proceed after that to the socialist revolution. So at the present time, two futures and two states in Nepal are colliding, the one based in the countryside representing new democracy and pointing to the socialist future, and the old Nepal enchained by imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, and subservient to Indian expansionism. Which new state power will be established and consolidated throughout the country is the central problem of the revolution and the focus of the very complex problems and sinuous path of the Nepalese Revolution at this crucial juncture. On one level, the task of the revolution is the same as that when the war began on the 12th of February 1996, with small forces but great revolutionary ambitions and Marxism-Leninism, Maoism as the party's compass to navigate the unknown and perilous waters. The reactionaries boasted they would snuff out the hardly armed, incipient revolution within 15 days. In order to initiate the revolutionary war, Chairman Prachanda and other leaders had first to refute the revisionist fallacy of M.B. Singh that Nepal's geopolitical situation, locked between the giants of India and China, made it impossible to sustain a people's war and develop it to victory. The subsequent development of the People's War with the exceptional growth of the PLA both in quantity and quality, proved the correctness of the Maoist. But achieving and holding onto nationwide victory is still no easy matter, especially with the US, UK, India, indeed the whole consortium of reactionary states known as the so-called international community, determined to do everything necessary to block the emergence of a new democratic Nepal. The relationship between advancing the revolution in Nepal in the face of reactionary encirclement and supporting the revolutionary struggle in the region and the world has gone from being just principle and theory to an immediate and burning problem. There is no question but that the revolution in Nepal, like all great revolutions, will necessarily go through unexpected and unpredictable twists and turns. Today the party is faced with both new questions and new problems as the real possibilities, as well as the challenges and difficulties of completing the new democratic revolution take on sharper focus. Millions of the oppressed people in Nepal have been fighting for a different future and put their hopes and dreams for a better future in the revolution. Throughout the South Asia in particular, many millions more are intensely watching the developments in Nepal unfold, sensing that the advance or setback of the revolution in the Himalayas will greatly influence the course of history in the region. Revolutionary communists in every country consider the Nepalese Revolution their own and are determined to render every possible assistance to the revolution in Nepal and to oppose the foul plans of the Imperialists and reactionaries to derail and or to defeat the revolution. A World to Win, issue 32 from 2006. Excerpts from Communist Party of Nepal Maoist CC, so Central Committee report. Political and organizational resolution. For the entire Central Committee report from November 2005, go to www.cpnm.org, A World to Win. Note: the following reading is written in a very shortened way, for example, leaving out indefinite articles very often, so take that into account when listening so you understand what is actually being said. 2. On the evaluation of domestic situation and party tactics. A. The People's War that was initiated under the leadership of our party to resolve the contradictions of Nepalese people. To resolve the contradiction of the Nepalese people with the state power of feudal bureaucrat and comprador bourgeoisie class based on the coalition of feudalism and imperialism has brought forward in the period of 10 years a wide-ranging change in the power balance of national politics. The old state has been wiped out from the entire rural area of the country, whilst national and regional autonomous republics and local powers, through in the primary stage of their development, have taken birth. These people's powers, in line with the specificity of Nepal, are advancing gradually towards the direction of forming central government of Federal People's Republic. The People's Liberation Army, entering into the stage of strategic offensive after it crossed the strategic defensive and equilibrium against the enemy's military strength, has already implemented its first plan. Today, this is the principal aspect of domestic situation. B. When the ideological synthesis the Second National Conference of our party had made, and the political and military tactic it had put forward led the development of People's War to further intensification and qualitativeness, then the contradiction between the liberal and die-hard sections of the old state also got intensified. The first explosion of that contradiction went off in the form of dreadful Narayanhiti massacre. The massacre in its essence was the result of conspiracy, rebellion and victory acquired by the die-hard section of the state under the leadership of obstinate feudal element against the liberal section and group. The fact that the massacre was deliberated mainly against the People's War and the achievement of historical mass movement in 1990 as well has been clear as daylight. Our party had then made a political analysis that there was support of foreign reactionary power, mainly the US imperialism, to the fake King Gyanendra and his feudal clique behind the massacre. Today, even when Gyanendra Shahi, through a coup, has imposed autocratic monarchical military dictatorship in the country, the pressure that the US imperialism, which thinks of oneself as the supplier of democracy the world over, has been creating upon the parliamentarian political parties to surrender before the autocratic monarchy justifies more brilliantly that our erstwhile analysis was correct. Realizing seriously the reality that the massacre was also targeted against the parliamentarian parties participating in the old state, our party had immediately appealed to the parliamentarian parties and civil society and taken initiative for joint work and front against feudal autocracy. However, the appeal and initiative could not take a concrete form because of the class character, short-sightedness and momentary interest of the major parliamentarian parties. Today, after about 4 years, mainly after the royal coup of February 1st, 2005, with the pressure of situation, the environment and possibility of building such an alliance has immensely increased, and parties taking initiative to its capacity towards that direction. C. To coordinate well the political and military intervention and use correctly the contradiction between different groups of the enemy has been an inseparable part of our tactic. Evaluating objectively the international balance of power and experience of the 5 years of People's War, the Second National Conference of our party took up a decision of all-party conference, interim government and the election of Constituent Assembly as a political tactic. Before the positive impact of this tactic had reached to its climax, the Narayanhiti massacre was staged and it brought about a huge change in the political scenario of the country. The party center, developing its political tactic in the new situation, emphasized on the necessity of interim government, election of Constituent Assembly, and institutionalized development of republic. In that very context, emphasizing to enhance the movement unitedly in favor of Constituent Assembly and republic, party had further discussion with different parliamentarian parties at the central level. Noteworthy to mention is that the then slogan of Republic was neither a slogan of New Democratic Republic nor that of bourgeois parliamentarian one. In fact and in essence, that slogan was the one of multi-party republic that by means of Constituent Assembly could bring about an extensive change in the state structure by addressing the problems related with class, nation, region and sex prevailing in the country. The summary of what kind of changes in the state structure the party has sought through Constituent Assembly has been clarified in the proposal the negotiation team had presented on behalf of the party. It is clear that the same slogan of Republic was later spelled as Democratic Republic by adding a popular terminology, the Democratic. Now the slogan of interim government, election of the Constituent Assembly and Democratic Republic that our party, taking into account of the international and domestic balance of power, has formulated is a tactical slogan put forward for the forward-looking political way out. Remaining clear on the principle that the tactic must serve strategy, our party has viewed the Democratic Republic neither as the bourgeois parliamentarian republic nor directly as the new democratic one. This republic, with an extensive reorganization of state power, as to resolve the problems related with class, nationality, region and sex prevailing in the country, would play a role in the transitional multi-party republic. Certainly the reactionary class and their parties will try to transform this republic into bourgeois parliamentarian one, whereas our party of the proletariat class will try to transform it into a new democratic republic. How long will be the period of transition is not a thing that can right now be ascertained. It is clear that it will depend upon the then national and international situation and state of power balance. As for now, this slogan has played and will play an important role to unite all the forces against the absolute monarchy dominant in the old state, for it has been a common enemy for both revolutionary and parliamentarian forces. Both of the understandings that the slogan of Constituent Assembly and Democratic Republic is a pure political and diplomatic maneuvering to be never applied, or as a strategic slogan to be never changed, i.e. to be applied in any condition, are wrong. In the concrete condition of today, Our party can establish its leadership in the movement only by going forward firmly, actively and responsibly in the question of organizing interim government, electing constituent assembly and establishing democratic republic with extensive reorganization in the state power and with the force of struggle by uniting entire republican forces against the feudal autocratic monarchy. After the collapse of the monarchy dominant in the old state, this slogan can play a role of forward-looking political way out for the peaceful resolution of civil war. This slogan addresses correctly the people's aspiration of change and peace, for it can open up a door of peaceful resolution of civil war, and as a consequence can play a positive role for the preparation of insurrection too. So party must take up active initiative unitedly to make this process reach a logical conclusion. E. The unilateral ceasefire that the center had declared for 3 months has established party's conviction, sense of responsibility and sensitiveness towards democratic political way out and aspiration of peace of the masses of people from a new height. The heartily welcome and positive repercussion from all the political forces and the masses of all levels and sects in and outside of the country that, along with forward-looking political way out, aspire for peace, has further inspired our party to go more responsibly ahead. Most important thing is that the ceasefire, tearing out Gyanendra Shahi's mask of peace, has made the warmongering, criminal and autocratic look hidden within it naked and exposed before the broad masses and world community as well. Gyanendra Shahi, who has been unable to show his criminal face in the General Assembly of United Nations, staging a drama of walking on foot within a high-security cordon, is now entertaining his nearby people by uttering stupid things like, quote, "something unwanted things are being done with foreign money in the country," end of quote, with his sycophant officials. Even while requests are being made from the entire intelligentsia and broad masses in the country and from the UN to the world community to work in favor of peace and political way out, Gyanendra Shahi and his absolute feudal coterie, cowardly propagating that, quote, "the ceasefire cannot be believed," unquote, has instructed the royal army at this time to be active in killing, arresting and torturing Maoist cadres and people all across the country. Also the fact that the motive hidden behind this was to stupidly cover up his absolute and bloodthirsty face by forcing us to call off ceasefire soon and in turn propagating all of this was a conspiracy, has now been exposed before the entire Nepalese people and the world. Whereas our party is determined to accomplish its responsibility of forward-looking political way out and people's aspiration of peace without being provoked by the enemy. Now the feudal clique of national betrayer and people's traitor, Gyanendra Shahi, hiding inside the mask of foreign intervention and nationalism, is going ahead towards the direction of unleashing a dreadful massacre against the real multi-party nationalism and democratic movement in Nepal. The situation is becoming so piercing that the danger of big storm in the capital and big cities has been visualized in the near future. A time bell is ringing for the history to take a big turn. In this situation, our party of the proletariat, determining own tactic and reaching to the climax of its rigidity and flexibility, must be able to accomplish its role in history. In the situation, which changes in moments, if the party of the proletariat, in a real sense, fails to build up a headquarters capable to take up any risky decision of whatever kind and party rank and army, which can implement that decision firmly with no condition, the storm not far away can wreck everything. That storm will not take note of any kind of dogma and insistence. Party engenders a danger of losing its credibility in the history if we cannot establish our control over the events by changing our moves immediately in line with the intense development of objective events. At this time, all the political parties in our country are entering into a major acid test of the history. The verdict of who will turn into ash and who will pass in this acid test will take place very ruthlessly. Therefore, in this crucial moment, it is necessary to have a strong unity for the party to keep oneself prepared fully. E. party must not and will not allow the historic truth falling in shadow that the main specificity of imperialism and proletarian revolution is the alliance of feudalism and imperialism. The economic, political and military assistance the ruling classes of US imperialism and Indian expansionism have granted to the royal army, subservient to the feudal palace, to oppress the democratic movement of the people, has forcefully justified that historic fact in the Nepalese context also. Even after the 1st of February 2005, the pressure that the US imperialism has created upon the political parties for an agreement with the feudal monarchy, sustaining with the support of pure royal army terror, clarifies the depth of that alliance. Even while wide public opinion has been built up today in favor of Constituent Assembly election, it is clear that the pressure of foreign power centers is working from behind the failure of 7 political parties to abandon the collaborationist slogan of restoration of parliament. The slogan of reinstatement of parliament in the present condition of Nepal can act not only as a loophole for the parties to agree with the king, but also as a weapon of the king to save himself at last stage. The reason behind continuing with such a situation seems to be a phobia of imperialists, and to a great extent parliamentarian party leaders, that the Maoists might acquire upper hand when Constituent Assembly and Republic is taken up directly. Here, they have been insisting the People's Liberation Army, under our party leadership and weapons, to be the main problem. One can easily understand the secret behind the saying that feudal and imperialist leaders cannot believe us until we come in peaceful politics by abandoning people's war. In other words, until we surrender. But the same kind of saying from the leaders of parliamentarian parties who talk full of democracy or republic can be said ridiculous only. To shut eyes on the historical necessity of dissolving and disarming the royal army that has been defending absolute monarchy by booting down people's democratic movement and its achievements since 250 years in general and past 6 decades in particular, becomes moving around feudalism and imperialism. In the history, no republic has been established ever without dissolving and defeating the army subservient to monarchy, and Nepal cannot be an exception to it. In the context when our party, with a deep sense of responsibility towards people and the democracy, has been declaring to reorganize army according to the result that comes through the election, peaceful, of Constituent Assembly under the supervision of UNO or any trustworthy international institution, the fact that the People's Army is not an obstruction for peace and democracy, but is a means of it, is clear. While arriving at the latest ceasefire, party sensitivity towards people's aspiration of peace and political way out has been further clear. In spite of this, in the context of the imperialist exertion to materialize coalition between the absolute monarchy and parliamentarian parties, Gyanendra Shahi's cruel and feudal obstinacy to crush down all with the strength of royal army and major parliamentarian leaders, unclear political indecision and collaborationist behavior, our party must not and will not be trapped in a subjective illusion that republic will emerge through Constituent Assembly after the monarchy collapses with no trouble and easily. Unless the backbone of royal army is broken by raising people's war to a new height, unless a consolidated unity is developed in the party by developing its own ideology, policy, plan, program and command, and unless people's power and people's relation is developed on the basis of people's education, to expect a change from others is wrong. Our party will not lag behind in the tactic of uniting all forces, who can be united for a political way out, but while doing so will never deviate from the duty of firmly advancing our independent revolutionary initiative further. Grasping the reality that the development of People's War has made the possibility of forward-looking political way out strong, the whole party, People's Liberation Army and People's Powers, and consolidating them, will be centralized to raise People's War to a new height. A World to Win, issue 32 from 2006. Nepal. International teams help build a road to the future. Magarat Autonomous People's Republican Government, Nepal, June 22nd, 2005. To blank. The great People's War that has undertaken a great goal of building An independent and progressive new Nepal, free from exploitation and oppression of feudalism and imperialism, is running in its 10th year. Today, the People's War being waged under the leadership of Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, and the initiative of great Nepalese people, destroying local hegemony of the old state across the entire countryside of Nepal, has been not only challenging imperialism by building and practicing people's new power, but also is providing a forceful revolutionary message and new energy to the working masses the world over. The revolution does not only destroy the old, rather it simultaneously creates and builds a new also. Today, the colossal works of constructing being carried out in an independent and creative initiative of lakhs, in brackets 1 lakh equals 100,000, end of brackets, of people in the regions liberated by People's War is justifying this fact. There is insuppressible courage, energy and creation in the unity and labor of the masses that can shake the world. This is the real source of building history, encouraging activeness and participation of the masses observed in the construction of 91-kilometer motorable road, the Mata Road, which is being carried out under the initiative of people-elected Magarat Autonomous People's Republican government, is the main base area of People's War, is justifying the aforesaid act. Till now, about 1 lakh of people have used their direct labor of more than 10 lakh working days for the construction of that road. In addition to this, People's Liberation Army, mass organizations, different fronts and the departments have been using their labor in this work. Almost 35% of the total length of the road has already been accomplished, while motors are running in the initial part of 14 kilometers. In its essence, the work of building a motorable road has not only benefited to the transportation service of the masses in the main base area, but also has become a fundamental particularity of Nepalese People's War, changing people's life, and it has also revealed proletarian receptive notion and sentiment, great unity of the laboring masses and internationalism. Definitely, it is very difficult from the viewpoint of physical labor, though not impossible, to successfully accomplish such a huge plan of construction. The assistance of not only the masses from this autonomous region, but that of entire nation and international community also is necessary for this, and so we appeal all to provide us all kinds of moral and material support for such a great task that has a far-reaching and historical significance. Signed, Santosh Buddha Maga, Head, Magarat Autonomous People's Republican Government, Nepal. In response to the call from the Magarat Revolutionary Regional Government, 2 teams have traveled to Nepal to take part alongside the Nepalese people to build that road. The following text is slightly edited and excerpted from a report from the first team. For the full text, see aworldtowin.org, A World to Win. In November 2005, the first International Road Building Brigade, consisting of 7 volunteers from Australia, Britain, Canada, Colombia, Germany and Norway, arrived in the liberated Rolpa district in mid-western Nepal. We had traveled many thousands of miles to work side by side with the people to build a road as part of the efforts of the new revolutionary power there to forge a self-reliant economy, free of the chains of imperialist domination. The brigade members were well aware that the regime of King Gyanendra, who dissolved parliament last year and centralized power in the hands of the feudal monarchy, was waging a vicious counter-insurgency war, and that we would have to cross army checkpoints to reach our destination. The regime has, quote-unquote, distinguished itself by compiling one of the worst records in the world for disappearances, extrajudicial executions, and other types of bloody repression. We also had some idea of the fierce determination of the Nepalese people to forge a new future, and were eager to see what they had achieved, and to work alongside them in this crucial project for the all-sided development of the autonomous region. While the Himalayas are never all that far in Nepal, this is not a journey made by many tourists. Anyone traveling into the liberated areas needs to cross a series of roving military checkpoints, where almost anything can happen. Buses into the area are stopped, young soldiers carrying machine guns come inside, and the passengers are forced out where their package is being searched. Any Nepalese identified by the soldiers as Maoist or a quote suspected Maoist unquote are taken away to prison or sometimes just marched off into the countryside and executed on the spot. The soldiers stationed on the approaches to the liberated areas are the elite of the RNA, battle-hardened, crack troops equipped with the army's best weaponry. You can tell their elite character just from the way they look, not only meaner and more arrogant, but bigger and better fed than the average soldiers. They also bear more than their share of responsibility for the horrors for which the regime has been repeatedly denounced by human rights groups around the world. On our arrival to Tila Bazar, 250 people gathered to hear more about the brigade members and to express their enthusiasm, and the brigadiers told the attentive crowd what had motivated us to come so far. As we bedded down for our first night, we all shared a feeling that we were in for an experience unlike any we'd ever known before. The area the brigade visited is part of the Magarat Autonomous Republic, which was declared in 2003 after the Royal Nepalese Army was driven out by the forces of the People's Liberation Army led by the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. The Magas are one of a number of oppressed national minorities in Nepal. The founding of their new regional republic is one of the most advanced revolutionary base areas in Nepal is widely viewed in the country as a momentous event, marking the end of centuries-long injustices suffered by the people there, and we saw many expressions of pride in this achievement. A work schedule was drawn up with the road organizers. It basically set out which sections of the road we were to work on and when, and with which group of people, families of people who had fallen in the Revolutionary War, local peasants, PLA members, etc. Time was also set aside for some discussion with the different groups. It was explained to the brigade members that the road building was not going on at full speed at that very moment, because it was harvest time. Completing the harvest successfully was crucial to people's livelihoods, especially over the coming winter months, so this had to be taken into account when mobilizing volunteers. This was also why the revolutionary government requested each family to try to provide only one volunteer, so as to ensure the livelihood of the family as a whole. The techniques used were like nothing we had ever seen. Upon reaching the road, some 100 people were hard at work. We first noticed gangs of young men hugging the hillsides with long steel crowbars, laboring to remove large rocks to clear a passageway for the road. At first we were a bit skeptical. The rocks appeared much too large to yield to the youth's exertions. But the young men had a lot of practice, and soon cries of joy rang out as a giant rock was tumbled out of its age-old resting place. At one point, perhaps inspired by the efforts of the newcomers, a young woman, Sapana, a nom de guerre which means dream, came up in a full-length red dress and began to sing a haunting revolutionary melody. As the brigade members looked around, with the majestic mountains in the distance, terraced rice paddies along the hillsides, solitary pine trees piercing the clouds, the beautiful melody rising to the heavens, and people from so many parts of the world and so many different walks of life throwing heart and soul into our common efforts for such a worthy cause, none of us could help but be deeply moved. Some work techniques were particularly difficult. For example, one person didn't work a shovel but two. A rope was tied just above the blade of the shovel, and just as the first person shoved the shovel deep into the ground, the other person would lift on the rope to get the maximum amount of dirt out. It was very hard to get the timing right. If the person holding the rope jerked too soon, the person with the shovel got a little dirt hurled into their face, in brackets, which brought out more giggles, end of brackets, and if they didn't jerk soon enough, the shovel wouldn't come out. During one session, the brigaders spoke with an old man of the Maga nationality, Lila Darpun, 65, from Korshavan. When we asked why he had come, he said, quote, "We've come here for ourselves. We feel good about what we are doing. It will help us. Even though I'm very old, if I can just lift a few stones, I'll be very happy. As a young man, I worked so hard, but this work is different, it's special." End of quote. The work was indeed physically demanding, and many women took part too. When asked the same question, Ima Kumari, a 43-year-old mother of 3, explained, quote, "I'm still illiterate. I don't know much about books, but I know that the road is a good thing. We are building a new country. It used to take days to get salt and clothes, but with the new road we can do it in hours." End of quote. The monarchy and some of the media have tried to slander the road-building effort as, quote, "forced labor," unquote. They make lurid comparisons with the Pol Pot regime in Cambodia and generally play on, quote, "anti-totalitarian," end of quote, stereotypes. But it was clear from watching and talking with the people who had come to do their share that there was nothing at all forced about the inimitable combination of good humor and serious dedication with which they went about their work. In any case, the effort to carve this road through this difficult terrain has struck a deep chord among the people here. Government after government had promised it would be built, but somehow the money never came through, or if it did, it just disappeared into the deep pockets of corrupt politicians. After all, who would benefit? Just some peasants in the hinterland. And that was hardly sufficient motivation for the Kathmandu elite to act. So what no Western-backed government ever managed to do, despite their hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign aid, now the people, mobilized by their new leaders, are doing themselves. The team were asked constantly about the situation in our own countries, especially about the woman question, and people took notes of what we said. The local people were also very eager to show us other new projects they were working on. There was a, quote, "model commune," unquote, and 2, quote, "model schools," unquote, quote, "not far away," unquote, but, quote, "not far away," unquote, in the Nepalese countryside meant hours of walking, making a visit impossible in our short stay. They had also launched a big fish breeding farm, a new thing in this part of the country, which was created with help from people living in a liberated area in another region where this was a more common activity. We saw this and were very happy to be able to benefit from it quite directly. One brigadier said it was, quote, "the best fish I've ever tasted," unquote, to the contentment of the new fish farmers. We saw other new things that had been impossible under the old regime. When one of the brigadiers fell pretty ill one evening, our hosts traveled through the darkness to find a, quote, "barefoot doctor," unquote, a young village man who had been trained under the new regime in the basics of medicine. He came at 4 in the morning and gave the sick brigadier a drip feed and stayed by his side till the next day when he was better. Under the old system, many, perhaps most of Nepal's doctors choose to live in Kathmandu, where life is easier, and attend to the middle classes. But the new revolutionary regime has drawn on the experience of China under Mao to develop new healthcare policies aimed at serving the majority of Nepal's people, the peasants in the countryside, and relies on mobilizing them to solve their own needs. The brigade members looked back on all this and felt a heightened sense of responsibility to strengthen solidarity with the struggle in Nepal. A revolution suddenly moved off the news pages and acquired faces, names and voices. Those from the imperialist countries shuddered at the thought of what it means when their own governments, like Britain, provide weapons to the RNA. Were cluster bombs and bunker busters the next weapons to be used against the people we'd been with, for the so-called crime of taking their destiny into their own hands and building up their own self-reliant economy and society?
Afterword by Marxist-Leninist theory. It is now 2024, and we know that the Nepalese Revolution was not completed, but was halted after carrying out only a limited bourgeois democratic revolution. The monarchy was overthrown in 2006, and a peace accord was signed between the ruling classes and the Maoists, thus ending the People's War. The CPN Maoist leaders, Prachanda and Bhattarai, became blatant Dengist revisionists, renegades, and ministerialists. Both Prachanda and Bhattarai have served as prime ministers and at other posts in the bourgeois regime of Nepal after 2006. In my opinion, there were already certain signs of Prachanda's revisionism during the later stages of the People's War. his somewhat exaggerated praise for a multi-party system, heavy focus solely against the monarchy, and clear hopes to reach agreement with the ruling classes. Unfortunately, this article series, by A World to Win, does not explain how the revolution eventually halted and was defeated. A World to Win magazine itself ceased publication due to a split in the Rim. Still, these articles form a good starting point for studying the Nepalese Revolution. They, together with other analyses by Rim parties and other communists, should be carefully studied to reveal the roots of the setback. All that being said, the Nepalese Revolution demonstrated huge successes and came close to victory. Even the bourgeois revolution would probably have been impossible without it. The Nepalese Revolution dealt a serious blow against the fallacious anti-communist theory of the so-called end of history, the claim that Marxism and communism are dead, etc., etc. The Nepalese Revolution has only been temporarily defeated, it has only met with a bend in the road. Though the insidious treason of the revisionists made it more difficult, new forces will come and complete the revolution. In 2024, there are many new storm centers in the world emerging, which may mark the beginning of a new revolutionary wave. Done with revisionism, long live revolution.